Welcome back, everyone. It has been a while. The holidays are over, but the Deadlock is not. It's a new year, Dan. New Deadlock to watch. New storylines, team shuffles. We got it all. Of course, I'm ZP, joined here by DDK. Dan, it's been a hot minute.
It has been. It has been. I mean, we're making moves. We got Intel sponsoring the show, so thank you to them just right off the rip, because we are so excited by the feedback we got, and it's gonna be so fun to keep growing this CP. And the teams, they're always like super stoked to be part of DFN, so I'm excited to see what the storylines are going to be like after we've rolled into this 2025 situation that we're in now. I feel like this could be a huge year for Deadlock.
Yeah, I think things are looking really, really bright. And look, even in the last month, there's a lot to cover, a lot to catch up on. And, once more, we get to be at the forefront of it all to see what is going on. But, to get everyone acclimated to what's going on, of course, we have our schedule for the day. Nothing that's changed on our end is 2 challenging EU teams, 2 challenging NA teams, and the winner in each region from that BO1 goes on to the money match to fight our champion. And, kicking off the day with EU here, Dan, where it's going to be DMS Aegis Aurora. Aegis Aurora, a team that's kind of been around like 4th in EU for quite a while now, getting their first crack in Deadlock Fight Night, up against the team that's been winning it all recently in Buff Enjoyers.
Yeah, and it's interesting because obviously we understand what to expect from some of the players, but Deadlock, the patches change a lot pretty frequently, and the meta changes a lot pretty frequently as a result of that. So it's gonna be really fun to see if we're gonna see the same looks from some of these players, or whether we're gonna see something entirely new. Because I know, in talking with you, ZP, just the way that people are thinking about this game, like the heroes you want to play and what combination and how the counters and interactions work, is a constant evolution. And we've just had like over a month where, yeah, some people have been, in the holiday mode, maybe playing some Path of Exile, but I'm sure we've had some grinders out there that are innovating, and we're going to see a lot of new stuff.
Yeah, very likely true. And also new stuff here. In terms of the DMS roster, it has changed a little bit. It didn't change for a really long time, even on our own side, but there's basically a merger that happened, Dan, between DMS and PS, so to speak. And there we go. This is the updated roster. We gave you a look at the past, but now this is the future. Taz, Litz, and Together from Pajala Escambria have essentially merged with 3 members of DMS. And Dan, this is what happens when one team wins every $10,000 tournament in the month of December.
Yeah, it's really fun actually, because we weren't used to seeing Europe really change anything. So it's actually quite shocking to me to see the region that had so much stability finally be forced to make that change. Like you said, it's not a necessity. This is about winning. And if you can't win, or you feel like you're just close, but you can't get over the line, you're going to make some changes. And in this game as well, with the way that the roles work and how you might want to shift the roles on the team for a given meta, it makes a lot of sense that we would see somewhat frequent team changes, I would say.
Yeah, and look, even though EU has been stable, at the end of it, when you don't get number 1 for long enough, changes will happen. Also, speaking of changes, this would be about the time that we'd welcome in our analyst for the segment. And right now, that analyst would have been the one and only Mitch, Mr. Uber himself, but he got destroyed by the fires. At least his power did. So he is physically safe, but he would have liked to have been here today, but sometimes Mother Nature gets in the way. So just gonna be me and Dan holding it down as we get into the draft for our best of 1. And EU drafting, Dan, has been pretty well defined in the last month. One thing I'll say, I'll be surprised if Mirage gets through on the bans. Mirage has just been getting banned constantly, regardless of team, at the high end of EU.
Yeah, it makes sense. One of the changes over the holidays, for those of you that maybe watch more than you play, Mirage, the Scarabs got buffed essentially. So it used to be the case that like in lane, Mirage was already strong because he gets the health back from the Scarabs, but now you can just like pump all of the Scarabs onto one player as opposed to having to distribute them around. So it just made him like really ridiculous. I know maybe it's worth mentioning something else off the top of ZP. We've got Mystic Reaver, which is being banned for all of the matches today. Do you want to sort of let people know what the deal is with that?
Yeah, Mystic Reverb is just bugged right now, and can hit 2 or 3 times when it shouldn't, and the team's just going, hey, please ban this item. We don't want to have everyone build Reverb. But it does have some impact on some heroes, where Geist, for example, is still getting picked, but Geist is a little bit weaker because one of her core items is just not pickable here today. I don't think that'll actually impact her getting picked, but something to keep in mind when you look at the item builds and wonder, well, gee, why is Mystic Reverb not gonna be involved here, well, that would be why. McGinnis ban coming in early from Aegis Aurora, I feel like that was more... okay, well, actually, I'm going to throw this logic complete to the end. Bebop getting banned, which is interesting because Bebop hasn't been super in vogue in EU recently, but this means that both teams have a fully wide open slate for early picks, so you have to think Mirage is going in the beginning here, likely Viscous and Warden also, kind of the top tier of picks that we've been seeing, Dan.
Yeah, I'm actually. It is like really weird to see these two bans to open things up. It is a head scratcher. I'm sure we'll see things normalize a little bit as the day and the weeks go forward. But yeah, Mirage, as you said, like insta first pick, you're going to be super dominant in any given lane that you play on the Mirage. So, and also we're seeing, and Mirage is also another hero I feel like Alchemical Fire is really nice on, and we're seeing that like quite frequently by multiple players sometimes on any given team. That's another sort of change to the meta that you were highlighting to me yesterday, and it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, teams have kind of realized, wait, Alchemical Fire is a really, really good item for pushing, where you get moments to go after a walker freely, you drop Alchemical Fire, everyone gets a bonus, and even in just general team fighting, it's good. But yeah, Mirage getting picked early, not a surprise. Paradox coming on in might be... I feel like the way DMS plays, it could be something like Paradox Wraith, because I feel like any time I've seen any footage of Play With Me in the last few weeks, Play With Me has been on Wraith pretty much all the time. Also, picking Paradox lets them put Taz on Paradox, where Taz, of course, played Paradox incredibly well for Pajulask and Bria in terms of just mobility from lane to lane, good pickoff. So, you can argue they've upgraded their roster a little bit with the recent changes.
Yeah, and it's interesting just how many good picks are sort of available. Shiv being another one that's had an interesting sort of, I guess, like curve, I suppose, in terms of pick rates in response to the patches. It's got pretty mega nerfed after being really heavily picked for a while, but now slowly, but like small buff by small buff is sort of back into the fray as a generally good pick. So we'll have to see like what Shiv gets paired up with. I've been really liking the Yamato and Shiv and like Pocket kind of like combos based off of the mobility and just how easily you're able to just chase people down.
Yeah, and I think the other reason that you might be seeing Shiv come in here for DMS2 is that in the roster changes, right? Psycho is out and Together is in. And they've been running Together in the frontline role, and Together has been playing a whole lot of Shiv, particularly for this new DMS roster. And I think Together has really good game sense on Shiv, and oftentimes they'll pair it with something like a Grey Talon, maybe pair it with a Pocket, just things that increase the idea that Together will be able to stay alive in a fight and chain together killing blows. On the other end, though, for Aegis Aurora, Yamato, not too big of a surprise. Yamato has started to catch on more in EU, where it was kind of underplayed for a bit. And it's because Yamato's another one of these heroes, Dan, that not only is like essentially frontline, but also carry players play it too. It's kind of a double benefit in the way that something like Warden tends to be. And with Wraith coming off the board, would not be surprised to see Play With Me pick up a Warden here in this next round of draft or picks.
Yeah, could even. I'm also like looking forward to seeing whether Vindicted kind of Talon picks might end up being, because those are definitely two picks that become a lot more common as well. But as you say, like Mirage, Yamato, Wraith, Aegis Aurora might not be hurting too much to go for another DPS. So you can kind of, if you're DMS, not prioritize that as much right now. So yeah, there's the Warden, just as you foretold, CP.
Yeah, and to kind of go into a little bit more, generally speaking, the hero pools in Deadlock have become really well defined with people that play frontline, people that play carry, people that play support. But the heroes that have been very do-it-all have been Warden, Yamato, and Viscous. Where, by the way, that's probably the thing that surprised me the most in this draft right now is no Viscous. And given how Viscous can create problems, especially for Wraith, if you have a good moment for a telekinesis. Okay, DMS bans Viscous. I thought it might have been the way of Aegis Aurora, but yeah, at this point, you probably don't want to let it go, especially so late in the draft.
Indeed. Yeah, okay, well, that's kind of sad. I was hoping to see some Viscous action, as you said, just due to I mean, Viscous is one of my favorite heroes to be on the server in these like high level matches, to be honest, so it makes me a little bit sad, but we'll have to see, what else comes out in terms of Aegis Aurora's ban here. There's a lot to choose from. Like, what do they feel like they want to deny? For DMS, it still feels like pretty open. Right now, obviously, there's no like actual support that's being chosen. But there's a Vindicta ban. Okay, so we're talking about, the Vindicta Talon. These flying carries definitely being way more impactful of late.
Yeah, and I think here too is that to an extent it's a little bit of a target ban to Prestus, where Vindicta generally has high value right now, but we've seen Prestus take over games. In fact, there was a few tragic games in some of the recent 10K tournaments where DMS could have taken it to Buff Enjoyers and beaten them. In one of those games, Prestus got incredibly ahead on Vindicta. I think you'd rather deal with Prestus on the Talon than deal with Prestus on the Vindicta, given the choice. Or for Aegis Aurora, they're a team that's played Talon a lot. Maybe you take the Talon here too, because Prestus's general hero pool, Dan, has been Vindicta, Talon in a lot of games. If those two aren't available, then Mirage. Here you have the option, potentially, of grabbing the Talon and making Prestus just play completely out of their normal hero pool.
Definitely feels like a good move. We'll have to see if that's something they'll prioritize. Prestus is, one of my favorite players to watch, actually, because of just how effective he is on those roles. And the Talon change was interesting too, actually, in that, I could see Talon being also chosen as sort of a counter if you've got the Dynamos or the Moes, just because of the changes to the Spirit Snare. They changed the name of it. I think it's Spirit Snare now. Yeah. Where you get the cancel. Gives a curse for anyone that's standing in it. So really good at channeling to counter channeling heroes. But the Geist pick's interesting too. I think one of the storylines we had previously, ZP, with Geist was that, okay, if you've got a Yamato, Geist, had the silence on the life leech on level 3 of that, but that's gone away now. That's now, I think, on the ult instead. But Geist still a strong pick, so it seems like we're still going to see a lot of Geist.
Yeah, you in general tend to prefer having at minimum like 2 strong frontliners, or if you watch a Buff Enjoyers match, they rarely run without at least 3 heroes like be kind of put into a frontline tanky sort of role. So it's not too surprising. Now, Lash coming in late, that also makes sense, because you analyze like what people have been playing. Usually teams have one player that's kind of in the playmaker role, right? So for DMS now, that'd be Taz, and you go Paradox, but you'll usually get like one of Paradox, Pocket, or Lash in most drafts. Sometimes you double up, but that's becoming more rare as time's gone on.
So Infernus getting thrown into the mix as well. Infernus with the, oh my god, I'm blanking on the item. The one that allows your cooldowns to refresh really quick. So you can have the flame dash basically be a permanent, permanently recharge, rapid recharge.
Yeah.
Rapid, there we go. Infernus seems generally better because of the additional mobility, but it does seem at the same time at this level of play, especially when there's a lot of flyers, items like knockdown or other similar items that can basically just stop their mobility kind of cancels out some of that for Infernus and some of the team fights. It's more about just more farming efficiency. And there's the Talon coming in. And we didn't even talk about the Lash changes, CP, because I feel like Lash feels kind of broken sometimes now. But yeah, lots to talk about.
Yeah, Lash is interesting in terms of his pick priority, though, Dan, where, there was a point in early DFN where it's like, all right, Lash, going to either be first pick, first banned, and, his stock has definitely gone down a bit over time, even though I think he's, still generally quite solid and still has, really good pick-off potential. But real quick to touch on the Grey Talon, I think part of why DMS likes running this is just the inherent synergy in the late game when you get to a point that Talon poke damage is quite strong, and it could just create opportunities for Together on the Shiv to find quick pickoffs, get people out of the fight, and sort of snowball in. So, and Prestus is also just almost a flyer specialist at times nowadays when you look at how often he's on either Talon or Vindicta.
Yeah, and it's interesting that we've got a couple flyers on DMS, so we're definitely going to get those knockdowns, I would guess, from Aegis Aurora. And also, I mentioned the Talon, the snare being a good counter for combo from Mo and Krill. Also interesting. Another thing that's interesting is the strategies that Mo and Krill's take CP to actually get the combo. We've seen all kinds of shenanigans between Veil Walker or Magic Carpet. And Veil Walker's now a tier 4 item as well. So it's going to be 6k. So, it's going to have, some better stats, but it's not going to be as easily achievable earlier in the game when I feel like you're going to you have more opportunities, I think, to get those ganks.
Yeah, Veil Walker's a really interesting story where it's an item that progressively, continually gets its cost increased. It won't get increased anymore. It's at the max. And it gets nerfed, people stop using it, then people realize Veil Walker is good again and start using it. The 6k might have been the straw that broke the camel's back in all ways, but yeah, I haven't seen a lot of Veil Walker in the run-up to this tournament after the change, but You never know when it will make its grand reappearance. But, you know, Dan, taking a look at both these teams, I will say that pure the general meta, I definitely have a favor towards DMS here. I think DMS has picked the, on paper, stronger comp, from my point of view.
Yes, DMS versus Aegis Aurora. Definitely DMS is the team that I think everyone would expect to be the winners here, but it is the first game of the new year. And so, I mean, I'm just going to leave my mind completely open and love to see what Aegis Aurora is able to do, what they can cobble together with this lineup as we go into our very first match of 2025.
Yep, we've not magically swapped to NA. Names will be updated in just a second. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this one pans out. I think in expectations, when you're DMS and you've decided you're going to create, essentially an EU super team, right? That would be a situation where all the expectations are on you to perform and have a great showing here, right? Because you don't make those roster changes simply to go out and be a BO1.
Definitely, yeah. And one thing I already should say I like about the lane that we're looking at right now is, you often see this in, I feel like we saw it in NA a bit more, where you'd have two players starting on the solo lane to try to give that early advantage to your solo player. But I almost like, Mo being just someone that can help the Wraith farm it with imperviousness, because Saf is going to have a hard time basically doing anything here.
Well, speaking of hard times, together, just getting crunched over in lane 1 to start things off, putting the Warden in the lane 1. Versus Yamato, not the easiest matchup in the world, but also rare to see someone go down in solo that quickly. Especially rough too on Warden, where you don't really want to get too far behind if you want an impact later in the game.
Indeed. And, one thing that we kept our eyes on a lot as EP was the flow of the game, because patch to patch, the flow changes, the timings change, the Guardians are weaker, they're stronger, they prioritize, hitting heroes, they do more damage to heroes or creeps, like all these little variables are being changed, which kind of extends or decreases the various phases, whether it's the early laning phase, the mid game, or whatever it might be, or even the money that the heroes give when you kill them, how that scales, and similarly, how much items cost. So there's so many changes. I'm super curious to see what the pacing will be like today.
Yep, and of course, changes here. Warden right now getting pressured out by ABL together, going back. Not risk of death there, but really nice pressure from Yamato, where now you're at this level of lane HP. It's difficult because Warden also is more at risk of getting rotated on for a gank, as you see from the Mirage just coming on over to say, hey, how are you doing? Warden not really known for his escape ability, Dan.
Yeah, absolutely not. It is good that he has had some buffs, though, so that we are seeing Warden be, I feel like, a bit more present and also a bit better, like scaling a little bit better at the same time as well. So as a huge fan of Warden yourself, I'm sure that you've been happy to see Warden get a little bit more love.
Well, the sound is back on, and also Warden getting a little bit of help there. Teams have gotten a lot better when a solo lane is struggling to just send some help over there. Taz rotated over just to be like, all right, together, I got you. I'm going to put a little bit of pressure on the Yamato. You see the Yamato down at half HP now in the lane, so a little bit of a lifeline given over there to together.
Yeah, and as usual, we sort of await that 3K soul mark as well to see how those initiation ults might start to change the fate of these varying lanes. And so far, things look fairly standard. Obviously, we have a bit of pressure on lane 4 at the moment coming through from DMS, trying to make life rather hard for the Wraith.
And speaking of life getting hard, Taz finding Wizaster, just constantly roaming too. Like, I'll never get tired of watching Taz and Taz's game sense where they go on Paradox, where already it's been Paradox starting in lane 2, going on a journey to help Warden in lane 1, going for a gank on lane 3, right now Shiv needs some help of his own. Freemock, quick little kill onto Saf. This is highly rotational, even for you right now, Dan. Lots of movement. It's cool to see.
Yeah, it definitely is, because EU was certainly a lot more static, as we kind of mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast, compared to NA that would move lanes at the start a lot. So cool to see that development. And we've got a lot more contestation on lane 4 as well. Might be potentially a frag to be had, but Aegis Aurora kind of have to respect the fact that, at this point in time, they've been kind of struggling to get Sanya Sniper onto some farm, just due to the additional pressure that DMS has been putting onto this lane.
I mean, right now, you look at rotations. We got a 2v2 in lane 4. This reminds me of some of the chaos we had in NA at one point here, but right now just looking at Prestus, where even early laning, quite good on Greytown, was after going down, and you see the HP. Well, actually, Sanya didn't take too much there. Often, if he was a little bit closer, it might have been different, but I think Sanya's actually doing a good job of dealing with what is a lot of pressure right now in lane 4.
Yeah, the Great Talon is super oppressive. You know, just getting up into the air, you can do so much burst damage. All right, okay, well, we've got a fight here in lane 2. We're looking for those initiations. Able to stay up, though, on the lash and actually get back here. So somehow nobody actually going down, which I suppose both teams will be somewhat okay with. But that looks kind of close. And at this point, you know, ZP, where does your focus go in terms of the power spikes for either team that you think is most important?
Well, the power spike that's very important right now is TAS at 4.8k. I mean, it's a pretty fed Paradox early in the game when Paradox is at their best at roaming, and already going over the lane 1, not even necessarily needed. Together just knew that TAS was coming in, went more aggressive, was able to take out ABL. But I would expect TAS, who was already hypermobile even before 3k souls, to just continue. Now moving back over in the lane 2, looking for the Mirage. So you have TAS right now, over and in, Mirage in the sights. Gets a swap, drops through the wall. I don't know if the rest of the damage is necessarily going to be there. Mirage, pretty slippery. Part of why he does have such high pick priority.
Yeah, Taz is certainly a problem. Certainly a problem. Still a lot of action on lane 4, it seems, as well. It's interesting how that's just sort of become a duo lane. You know, typically, you don't see that necessarily be the case, but you know, hold that thought. With a lot of pressure coming in here, right onto the Guardian on the tower. So just like forcing them to play by the tower pretty consistently here. You know, my sense is that obviously you're trying to really diminish the ability for a Sonya Sniper to be able to farm effectively. And it seems like they've been able to do an okay job at that. A good defensive play coming in here so far from Aegis Aurora as well. Not taking too many else, but here comes the force. It's all that much.
Yeah, and truthfully, I play with me going to Infernus. It's not the ideal. Normally, you'd like to be on Haze or on Wraith, but you know, it just sort of, it's a change-up that happens when the draft goes a particular way. Prestus, meanwhile, though, finding Sanya back over in lane 4. Lane 4 has been rough for Sanya time. Fremont. However, he had a Geist over in lane 3, keeping Sap down a little bit. And this is one bright spot for Aegis Aurora where, you know, some of this going against them, especially with how Prestus is getting decent farm, but on the same note, Sap has been kind of stuck in this match versus Geist in lane 3. A lot of the rotations have gone elsewhere, and, you know, well, okay, TAS 6k, verging on 7k now, just hits it. The Shiv not having that farm, an upside for Aegis Aurora, out of it.
Yes, it does definitely feel like, for me, ZP, DMS have been sort of dictating the pace to a large extent. Actually, hold that thought for a second. We do have Lash in there with the Death Slam, trying to get it done, and Taz is taking a lot of damage here. It's hard to say who's going to come out on top. Divine Barriers coming through. Such a good item early game, and a variety of heroes really gives you so much more survivability. And I have to say, ZP also, with the barriers being nerfed a bit, the recharge time on the barriers from 18 seconds to 30 seconds, it feels like having that ability to have the barriers come up exactly when you need it is like so sick for early game.
Yeah, I mean, Divine Barrier goes in and out of the meta, but I think in general, it's usually just been strong. Blitz, though, from Fremont. More brawling going on over in lane 2. But again, you kind of see every time Saint is in trouble, usually able to just tornado away. It's, you know, Mirage not only gives you just a character with very good poke, pretty good carry potential, incredible map presence with the teleport, but also Tornado just makes it tough to kill as together. Runs into danger in lane 1. It's a pretty big rotation in here, and sure Taz is going to get away. Nope, Taz down. So nice rotation from Aegis Aurora, 41k to 41k, Dan, and a pause to reflect on that just a bit.
Yeah, definitely. It was interesting, you know, that we had that timing that it's so hard, I feel like, to be aware at this, even at the high level, the timings when you get a kill, like, you know, Lash dies, for example, respawns in and then speeds, and then, you know, it speeds into a lane and can immediately change a fight. And it just really messes up your calculation, because as soon as you get the Lash in there, it's basically all over. So able to catch Taz off and convert that kill. It's pretty huge here. DMS, Aegis Aurora, even on the souls at the moment. No tower, well, just one tower down so far at the 10-minute mark.
Disaster again caught out. Prestis, it's not even reflected as much in the souls as you expect, but Prestis has just been an absolute menace from afar. Sets up Saf for the kill. And 44k to 43k, 30 seconds till buffs and first urn come up. The one I think saving grace for Aegis Aurora right now is ABL's had a pretty good game. The fact that you are top souls on Yamato definitely gives you some options in the fights, especially when the frontliners on the other side are a little bit behind. But I'm curious to see how teams play the buffs here, Dan, in 10 seconds.
Yeah, the bridge buffs, definitely an important point of contestation. We got, even split for both teams. It does seem like right now on the minimap, the DMS may be a little bit more prepared, but Aegis Aurora putting more focus on the right side bridge buff, so they may be trying to force a fight there and actually convert into some kills. And we'll have to see if they're able to make that happen. The bridge buff there will be taken away by DMS, I believe.
I think DMS got both bridge buffs, if my reading of the mini-map was right, so they come away with both. Meanwhile, lane 2, it looks to be Mirage and Lash going in onto Taz. You just see here Taz looking for a way out. I think was able to shake the pressure there, but meanwhile, back over in the lane 1. ABL under the gun a little bit, gonna have to drop Shadow Transformation under pressure. See, committing, still gets slits nonetheless in the 1v2. ABL getting even fatter here, Dan, and is going to live to tell the tale.
Yeah, felt like Yamato, ABL in a little bit of trouble there, but apparently not. The earn play not working out there. I think perhaps trying to drop ship that one. But yeah, the first earn is not really... People don't really care about it quite as much, and you can see that really backfired. But over lane 4 here, so much action in this area. It looks like Play With Me off the Flame Dash going to get another kill. 3k for Play With Me, so having a good start to this game so far, and that's always a scary prospect if you're saying that about Play With Me. Yeah, unless able to get one on the other side.
Yeah, even though Play With Me, not necessarily on the signature Wraith or Haze, just given the mechanical skill I've seen from Play With Me, I wouldn't go, oh, Play With Me's on Infernus, it's a bad thing. No, it's probably a good thing. However, for DMS, you take a look at this. DMS is slightly ahead, but ABL is truly a problem right now, I feel like, especially with the level of farm they've been able to get. They need to do something to equalize the Yamato difference here. Otherwise, they're potentially going to run into some fights where it's like, oh, how did Yamato kill 3 people? It's something they need to keep in mind.
Yeah, looking to really fight over that lane 2 tower at the moment. DMS, they have an advantage 2-1 on those towers, looking to make it 3-1 potentially. Also that pressure on lane 1 at the same time as well, a 2v2. So things are very even between these teams ultimately at this point still. That urn, I don't expect that anyone's actually going to try to play for it. Perhaps the 15-minute urn will be a different story though.
I mean, possibly. I think sometimes you can use the first turn to get ahead. It's always going to go neutral, but there's just been so much pressure there that hasn't been, necessarily a free thing to go and take. Disaster though, in, goes for the combo, on together, power slash, in from ABL, down together goes, clears out the area, and maybe now they'll go for the urn. 2.5 minutes though, till a new one comes up.
Down that combo kill off of the warp stone, kind of nasty, I gotta say, ZP. We were always talking about how the Moen Krill has to, you have to have ways to get an initiation. So you got to buy some kind of an item typically to allow you to better do that. So the warp stone, perhaps the cheapest one to go to close that distance.
Well, in onto lane 2, another tower going to go for Aegis Aurora here. Still 1 off for the flex, so you have to think that's going to be the next goal. Death Slam though, attempt in from Fremok. I think just stone formed away from Litz. Nothing serious happened there.
All right, we've got the urn pickup. Oh, is that they're gonna drop it straight away? All right, okay. Okay, lane 4, the Walker is under attack. That's going to force a response here from Aegis Aurora, making their way across. They're in a pretty exposed position here. I'm kind of afraid for DMS, CP.
Yeah, I mean, you see the full collapse. Aegis Aurora on the full rotation, looking for kills to punish this level of just going into lane 4. You have the Owl coming in from Prestis, in off the side from afar. They punish together, but the Rustan are able to get away. Could have been worse, all things considered.
Yeah, and it could have also been worse for Aegis Aurora to an extent, because DMS only had 2 players there, and Aegis Aurora responded with like 4 or 5, so the rest of the map was open during that window. But at the same time, DMS, they were not really pushing anything, so Nothing too much lost for Aegis Aurora. But we do have the bridge buffs, and the next urn coming up in about 40 seconds. So I feel like that's surely a point of contestation here. Speaking of which, looks like maybe Play With Me is in trouble after all. Maybe not. Able to flame dash away and looking pretty good in this spot. Gets a lot of spirit heal off of that flame dash, and he's out of there again.
And meanwhile, we got Mirage chasing down Ivy over in lane 1, but as you called it out, 25 seconds and buffs come out and a fresh urn, unless someone decides to mess with the urn and pick it up. But I think the urn is just going to reset here in all likelihood, 15 seconds, and I'd expect the buffs to be split this time based on where teams are, but we'll just see. 10 seconds, and here we go.
Yeah, DMS did a great job in the previous round of buffs, getting both. There's that urn on the right side. That's also where DMS predominantly are. It looks like DMS will probably have to give up the left side buff and commit everything towards the right side of the map, which is, given that the urn is there, potentially a better point of the map to even maybe have a fight. But looks like there's... okay, the urn's going to get picked up. We might get the dropship. Ivy on the ult there.
Yeah, they might be looking to just force this one. You take a look at where everyone is on the map, they might even get away with it. See Ivy just sprinting on over, immediately drops on down, gets the urn, and that is free for DMS, Dan. And even on top of that, they don't even give up anything in regards to progression on the map. Sometimes teams will trade urn to get a walker or at least get a guardian. Doesn't happen that time.
Yeah, so fast. Definitely one of the things about if you pick Ivy, that is certainly one of the one of the many ways to get a lot of value on Ivy. So good to see that happening for their sake. Right now, though, it seems like Aegis Aurora do have quite a few players on lane 3 at the moment. But the question is, how do they find the next engagement? Oh, with that said, here comes Lash. Death Slam back in. Huge problems there for Taz. He's going to get picked off. And there's no response here from the rest of the team. Although, as I say that, Saf will TP in, so maybe they can make a fight of this after all, DMS.
Yeah, things getting spicy here on lane 4. And Saf just walks up and says hello. Also, it's kind of interesting. Going in, I was expecting Together to play the Shiv because Together has a fantastic Shiv, but a little bit of frontliner, versatility there, where Together is able to flex on the ward and says, "Saf, you can grab it this time."
In the meantime, lane 1 has a challenge from Aegis Aurora onto this Walker, but it doesn't really look like they have enough players to really do anything about this. In fact, I feel like Aegis Aurora are in so much trouble right now. Sanya Sniper's going to go down, and I don't know that they can get out of here. I mean, there's the Yamato ult, but that's not going to make you invincible anymore, so problems here for Aegis Aurora. Surely this gets chased down. There's so many players here indeed.
And with ABL going down as the biggest threat on Aegis Aurora that you were calling out at the beginning of the broadcast, the question for DMS now is, do they go for mid-boss? They lose Together, so the answer is maybe not. That's the thing, when you get those kills on the outskirts stand as opposed to getting them in the middle 2 lanes, it's a little bit harder to convert a pick-off into an immediate mid-boss, and that's why we're not seeing it happen here.
Yeah, and although DMS are kind of getting some form of a lead now, about 10k ahead in souls, Aegis Aurora were able to defend that lane 3 push quite well. So the bleeding isn't happening profusely. It is being able to be stopped and stemmed for now. But as you say, it just really takes one bad team fight into the mid boss right now, and it could all be over. So gotta be really careful or cautious around these 2 mid lanes. And I mean, they are unable to get any walkers so far, Aegis Aurora. That's a big problem as well.
Yeah, I think the other problem is too is that Wizaster is going to very quickly just become a combo bot. But hold the phone. Here we go. Up in the air, Death Slam attempt, in, down, the pressure on the task once more. The target of choice for Aegis Aurora. They get the quick pickoff, but it comes at a cost. They lose Geist in the process. Prestus, meanwhile, looking healthy, chasing down Wizaster, who again, not exactly the beefiest bow in Krill at 13k. Combo bot, sort of his objective at the moment here, Dan.
Yeah, and one of the issues, again, as we mentioned, is that Grey Talon Spirit Snare can insta-cancel it, but okay, well, there's a nice combo, beautiful, preventing any action there whatsoever for Together. Now, are they able to string anything off of this? They're going to lose Sanya Sniper likely here. There's a very big TP onto the roof, but okay. We do have an ult available here. The owl could go out, but I don't know if they're going to be able to find or catch. Okay, the ult there, defensively used to try to keep Play With Me from finishing off that kill. So Wow, Sonya Sniper actually going to live somehow.
I mean, truthfully, not a bad exchange for Aegis Aurora. They also get a walker in some of the chaos that was just happening here. But okay, DMS, are they aware that Aegis Aurora is going for mid-boss? They can make this kind of secure with the Yamato ult. Yamato ult is up. Someone's also going to parry. It's not going to be as much disruption as you'd expect. And nope, Aegis Aurora able to get the mid-boss. They go for the gutsy play call, Dan. It plays off. DMS on the back foot. They might get Wizaster, but it's the least important kill to get here so far. And Aegis Aurora with more map control now.
Oh, wow. What a fantastic job from Aegis Aurora. Looking really like they've been on the back foot all this time. A couple key moves back to back, and they are looking very dangerous indeed. Now, the question is, how are they looking to use the rejuve buff? Yeah, the Walker Wilson has got to take over that lane 1 position, as the pushing there is, I mean, not going to be too much of a problem, but you just do have to deal with this. And in fact, it looks like Aegis Aurora are going to continue to push on this lane. Behind this, 4 players now rallying onto this lane 1 push.
He might get comboed. You look at where Warden's at right now. Yeah, there it is. Wizaster comes on in and says, I gotcha. You look at the mini-map, it's just a car crash in slow motion from our point of view. You knew it was going to come, and yeah. Quick pick off into the walker. Aegis Aurora slightly ahead on the overall right now, Dan.
Well, Earn picked up as well, so they're going to run the end behind all of this. I don't know if there's too much that can stop this from DMS. They would have to hard commit into a big team fight. We'll have to see if they're going to go for it. I mean, Play With Me is lurking around the Earn drop-off spot. You know, you have to make your way across here, so we can see Mo and Krill is running it through mid. 3 players there for Aegis Aurora at this point in time. Looks like DMS might meet it with 3 as well.
It's not the end of the world if they give up this Earn, but it's also not great. I think they're going to go for the contest on it. You see Task coming on in. Swap likely going to be attempted here. Yep. Carbine swap. That is a dead mole. No boxing gloves to be had that time around. But yeah, quick punish there. Meanwhile, together, last stand. Over in lane 2, diving on over. Fremok very, very low. Doesn't want to overdive here, though, especially as Yamato says, hey, let's throw some hands, and just melts him down with the aid of the Geist.
Okay, there's a trade at least there for Aegis Aurora on lane 2. Still trying to get their Walker, though, but yeah, definitely some problems here. DMS now rallying together and just chasing down everybody from Aegis Aurora who have just been forced to rout from this position. And that's going to allow DMS to catch up a little bit on some of the souls, but Aegis Aurora did manage to convert so many objectives here that they are still a little bit ahead in the souls. I feel like it could have been a bit more, but you know what? They, considering where they were in this game, they are, I'm sure, quite happy with the positioning that they currently have. And what's really nice as well, as you were mentioning, CP, is that Mo and Krill Wizaster was in a pretty under-farm position where Mo and Krill starts to become kind of useless. So pretty happy to see that Wizaster's kind of caught up.
Yeah, I think, so Aegis Aurora, they've played brilliantly in last bit. Hang on, Taz has just been the whipping boy for Lash coming on in. The slam into the combo. Taz gonna be able to get away, drops the swap. Lash in hot pursuit. Taz trying to break his ankles back the other way. The rotation's coming in. Taz is still alive. 2 HP in a dream. It might go the other way as you see Fremok just trying to get out of there. And somehow, some way, Dan, does that truly end with no one dying? It looks like it does.
Unbelievable. Actually, unbelievable that Taz doesn't die there. You know what? Aegis Aurora are actually lucky that they didn't get wiped, because that's one of those classic situations where you expect, oh, we can kill this guy in about 5 seconds. But then whatever happens and like 10 seconds later, you haven't killed him. You're still like, you feel like overcommitted almost to kill him. Like you have to do it. But now the entire other team is there and you get wiped. That's often how that goes. But fortunately for Aegis Aurora, they the worst did not happen. But that's pretty nice because DMS are behind, but only slightly. So it really needs those plays to work out in their favor. And the question now for me is, where is the value going to be found for DMS? The buffs are coming up in a couple minutes. Mid-boss is not going to be too far away as well.
Rez might be getting caught here, stuck in the binding core, is able to jump down. Taz out for a little bit of revenge here, top middle. DMS looking for any sort of pick. And instead it's Prestus getting caught by Sanya up on the top. These fights in middle, multi-level, a little bit chaotic. Saf is down, DMS down 2, and, we're getting at the thing where mid-boss is up pretty soon right now, Dan. I don't know if it's going to be up in time for Aegis Aurora to take advantage of, but DMS is precariously on the ledge of getting knocked out of this game. They're not gone yet, but one more bad fight, Dan, might be all it takes.
Yeah, and it's crazy too because, again, DMS, the names that we've come to familiarize ourselves with over the weeks in DFN, that's quite a stacked lineup, to be honest. So we'll see if they can rescue this one. Again, not unrecoverable by any means at all, but look at the map control that Aegis Aurora have here. Very oppressive off of those 2 kills. Every lane is pretty pushed at this point. And as you said, if that mid-boss spawns, they can easily fall back onto it with all these lanes so pushed. Even in a 6v6 scenario, honestly, going for it might not be a horrendous choice, but right now, DMS, they're pushing their way out a little bit on some of these net lanes now that all of them are back up again. And the bridge buffs are coming up in about 5 seconds in addition to that urn, so everything's coming up now.
I also think as soon as mid-boss is up, Aegis Aurora is just going to push it, if they can, if people are up. But this is where DMS trying to take advantage. Move on in, over by the buff. See how this one pans out here, Dan. Pretty deep was DMS for a time. Aegis Aurora rotating back on over. You see Ivy just flying away. Preston though gets ABL, the most important pick they could get, I feel like. And now with mid-boss about to come back up, this could be DMS's time, especially if they're able to chase down and find one more. Wizaster in the sights right now. Death Slam out in return. Aegis Aurora trying to flip it. Preston meanwhile laying in damage. Rain of arrows from above. And you see Aegis Aurora very, very low. Fremont and Irez insanely low here, Dan. Same with Wizaster. They're super low. And the mid-boss soon to come up. Fremont can't get away. Shot out of the sky.
Oh, such a big problem. Yeah, Play With Me rejoining the fight as well. And this is not a good look here right now for Aegis Aurora. They're in a lot of trouble. 3 players down, as you say. That mid-boss has got to be coming up the scene. I feel like we've been saying that for so long. The combo kill, though, is going to be to at least catch off Prestis. So everybody else fairly healthy except Litz here for DMS. Aegis Aurora looking like they want to keep pushing this one, ZP. They're gonna keep going.
Yeah, and they might get Seth. Seth low, down. Sanya seizing the opportunity with Wizaster. And guess what? Mid-boss is up and DMS does not have the tools to come on in for a real contest. I mean, you can go for the Ivy Hail Mary, but it would truly be a sign of how dire it is for DMS to do that. Usually teams don't go for the one against the world steals right now, and it looks like this is also be a case where they don't go for it. But DMS, the new super team in theory, on the ropes, Dan, in their debut match.
Yeah, I mean, that fight was insane. We had like 3 turnarounds. The fight started off with Play With Me going down to 1 HP, leaving DMS in a 5v6, but then DMS got a kill. So it was like effectively a 5v5, and then Play With Me had to heal and come back into the fight, and that's what changed the tides. But in these scenarios, all the positioning around the big structures, how you can cut off line of sight in these team fights, can be hard to predict what will happen. And Aegis Aurora in a fantastic position now to potentially get some shrines here, or at least try to threaten that, because again, they got this rejuve. Every lane is pushed. Everything on the map is being taken. What else is there left to do?
I mean, at this point, if DMS loses people cleanly without at least getting a trade, it could be game over. This is where games end right now. And Aegis Aurora, they're going to play it safe here, which, understandable, but this is also a thing. You're up 30K. In theory, you could be more aggressive here, but, you know, when you're on the verge of upsetting a team like DMS, a team that has been the undisputed #2 in Europe for over the last month, a team that has just tried to upgrade by taking what they thought was the best of Pajulaya Scumbria, and you have them this down, you know, maybe you just decide you're going to play it safe.
Yeah. There's essentially no alternative other than just waiting out the rejuve if you're DMS. Because if they lose a single player, Aegis Aurora can just act so aggressively and decisively off of that it could just be the end of the game. So in theory, Aegis Aurora can just eat the entire jungle, extend their lead even further, upgrade their items, and then come back in once the rejuve is gone. I feel like that's kind of the only plays here for kind of either team that are like the most sure plays that you can make.
I think the tragic part here too, Dan, when you look at where things have gone wrong for DMS and you talk about who you want your farm on, your Warden being tied for your lowest amount of farm is devastating. His impact either at just outright left clicking people or being a threat in the front line is so much lesser when, you know, you take a look, he's 12K behind the Wraith. He's you know, quite a bit behind the Yamato at the same time. Even the Mo, who is behind, is ahead of Together now. So it's tough. Your Warden is not the hero that he normally is, and DMS, you know, in a sense here, Dan, they need to get an early pick to start fights just to sort of give themselves a chance here. Their win conditions are very narrow at the moment.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, and it's hard as well once you take a team fight and let's say the opponents get through the chokes. If that kind of happens, suddenly they're able to really abuse the stat check, like the difference in power. But if you're able to at least like use the architecture of the map to your advantage to somewhat mitigate the disadvantage in souls that you have, that's kind of really the only way you can try to find a fight that might be a little bit more even. Obviously, it comes down to like items or other timings on ults and abilities and combos and so on. But Aegis Aurora, they're looking pretty clean, I gotta say, ZP. We didn't necessarily know what to expect, but they've done a great job handling being behind and also handling being ahead.
Well, also, they made quite a few roster changes since the Leon Bet tournament. They were doing subs right up until the day of the match, so the fact that they could put all together this quickly is impressive. However, they just had all rejuves up, and they pushed in, and they didn't want to go into the base with a 30k lead. If they lose this game, I feel like that might be a moment where they look back at it and go, well, why didn't we push in here? Why didn't we make the attempt? Because their worst case scenario, if they did die with rejuve, right, is that it would still be even. But they really want to protect and nurse their lead. The one thing they can't do, Dan, though, is allow this urn to be turned in, because it will devastate a lot of the lead that they have built up. And right now, they're looking to catch in transition right now.
Yeah, this is very dangerous. They're going to try to commit to this, but look, they could get collapsed on by the rest of Aegis, or rather DMS, who are trying to assist this urn to be collected, but they're going to force the fight here, Aegis Aurora, to try and ensure that nothing will go awry with that urn, and it seems like that urn is slowly walking its way back. Aegis Aurora have managed to overwhelm this position, and they got the timing just right, ZP. If they were a little bit slower by a couple seconds, I think the urn is turned in for DMS.
Yeah, they caught play with me right before he was able to get back into base and before DMS would be setting up for the urn. And now, I mean, okay, this is good terrain for an urn, especially for Prestus. There's a lot of sneaky ways a Talon can sort of poke and prod at the urn turn-in point here. Aegis Aurora, though, they're kind of on the clock. I feel like you want to try and turn this in before play with me is back up. You got a hard earned pick. But you look at where most of Aegis Aurora is, they're not set up. Mid-boss isn't quite up yet, so they can't set up an urn mid-boss do or die scenario. And now Play With Me is up in 8 seconds, so the window of opportunity they had, Dan, might be closing, but nope. They decide to go for it.
Yeah, there's a Spirit Snare. And there's the turn in. Looks like DMS, I'm not sure if they were indecisive in not going for it, or if they had fully intended to just give it up there, because it was a pretty open drop-off location, like you said. So it felt like, fights there for them would have been pretty possible, but they decided not to risk it. They give it up for free. And the problem is like in any competitive game, if you give something for free, well, you shouldn't give something for free. You should want to get something in return.
Know your value. Know your worth. know the worth of your inaction on the map.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, it's pretty clear from Aegis Aurora's standpoint, they're just playing for mid-boss. They're waiting for mid-boss to come up. They're going to burst it down. ABL is going to pop Shadow Transformation and go for it. So the question here is, will there be a steal of any sort? Prestus timing now won't be enough for the steal on its own, just because of Yamato popping Shadow Transformation. But here we go, Dan. The fate of the best of one on this Rejuvenator, and they don't even go for the steal, and Owl comes in late, but it is free for Aegis Aurora, and DMS decides we're gonna fight it back at home.
Oh yeah, super interesting, ZP. So for those of you familiar with poker, this is kind of like getting blinded down when you're playing like a tournament, where you're looking for the best spot to play your terrible hand, because it all sucks, but at some point you've got to pick a moment to go all in, and that's effectively the position DMS have found themselves in.
Yamato, hot pursuit. We saw this happen before on the other side of the map. Is Play With Me gonna get out? There's the combo, over and in. Down he goes. 6v5 set for Aegis Aurora with Rejuvenator. You have to think they're going to try and put DMS away here and now.
Yeah, it felt like a little bit of indecisiveness there on the engagements, and then this is the worst thing that could have happened. You're going to get one player picked off, and now you're at a disadvantage. 5v6. In comes the rest of Aegis Aurora to finish the deal. Nice Death Slam. It's only going to get one. going ethereal there for the moment, as Aegis Aurora have everything to play with here in the base, looking to just fully decimate everything that's remaining. The patron is getting bursted down. Obviously, that's going to reduce the respawn time of play with me, so it might still be a go of this here for DMS. They're looking to just hold on, and in fact, Aegis Aurora, are they going to recommit into this? Looks like they're out of the base already, ZP, so it might not be completely over just yet.
This is... Look, I respect it. Security above all else. It has been working out for you, but this is not go for the throat gameplay coming up from Aegis Aurora. This is, I'm going to put all my investments into the most secure thing I can find. I don't care if the return
S&P
is
500.
Yeah. I mean, they don't want to take any risk, pure and simple. Even with the enormous lead they have, even with Rejuvenator, which means that I think they're going to wait for another Rejuvenator to try and seal the deal.
Yeah, I mean, just get it done. Find a way to like guarantee it. As you said, you know, you can't not respect it. Well, I guess you could in theory, but yeah, who am I to tell you what to respect or not? My bad. But either way, DMS are in a situation where it just gets worse the longer you wait, and so they're in a spot now where they're committed to just wait for the opponents to come in, and here they go.
Yeah, this time we're gonna go for this Rejuvenator. They just want Death Slam back up for the disruption. The patron is down. DMS taken out by Aegis Aurora in the best of one. An upset of upsets here, Dan. I don't think anyone saw this one coming, especially with all the hype around the new DMS roster.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was really, really surprised, especially looking at the draft. I wasn't really sure what to make of the draft precisely. And usually when we see sort of a Mo last pick, it normally feels like, oh crap, we kind of need something that's a bit tanky. And I guess this could kind of work. But there's not been too many teams where I felt like they've really integrated the gameplay super well. But we saw so many good combos. We got the Wistus got the Warpstone online really early. And that was so important. It enabled a lot of different ganks, and you know, pretty quickly we saw all that initial action from Taz, where it felt like DMS took control of the first half of the map in the game because of Taz. He just got targeted over and over again, and slowly that lead whittled away.
Yeah, I mean, Taz spent basically half the map being wrapped up in lash ropes is what was going on there. but also, I think when you look at other storylines here too, you can't get away from the fact that ABL started out the game with the early pickoff on the Together, and they put overall Aegis Aurora definitely had a game plan of saying, look, there's a lot of things that we would be okay with beating us, but we're not going to get beaten down by Warden at this point in time. Together was getting focused all throughout the early, the mid game, and even in fights that DMS was able to win, Together was still going down, and eventually you got to this point by the mid to late game when it was still somewhat even that Warden, a character that you expect to be even or like near the top to have max effectiveness, was quite low in effectiveness. And it's just a character that will stat check in your favor if you're ahead, but will feel quite weak if you're behind. And the fact that Aegis Aurora was able to sort of remove Together from the game by mid game was quite well done on their part.
Yeah, and I have to also, you know, say or give, you know, props to Sasanya for, well, maybe not just Sanya, but just the way that Sanya played defensively was good, because I felt like Sanya was definitely getting targeted in the first like 15 minutes. But the response there from Aegis Aurora to sort of, you know, find ways to protect Sanya. We had a lot of assists from Wisasta coming into lane, just preventing that play from DMS, which was supposed to be very disruptive to one of the carries, was really well done in response. And I think ultimately the decisiveness for when Aegis Aurora went for that mid boss, the game turned on its head at that moment. So yeah, we saw some great decision making both on the macro and the micro that was really surprising and really awesome. And now I'm super pumped for the next best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, now who knows what's going to happen, because I guarantee you, in terms of the prep that was going on and all the rest, there's absolutely no way that Buff Enjoyers thought that they'd be going against Aegis Aurora in the best of 3. I think that all their prep was probably around the idea of here's how we will game plan around DMS, and surprise, you're not actually going around DMS. But we do have our player of the match here, Dan, I believe. And this is interesting because it's spotlighting a player that, of course, we haven't talked a lot about here because it's their first time playing in Deadlock Fight Night. And that, of course, is ABL. Kicked things off with an incredible start on Yamato, kept it going all game long, was a key part of picks on the play with me at multiple stages in the mid to late game. Great game sense and execution from ABL all along the way, and that's why they are Intel player of the match.
Yeah, I think that's a great call out, especially because the responsibility you have as a Yamato is pretty enormous because you have sizable burst damage, and on the face of it, that might not mean much, but when you're up against DMS and the squishies who can carry are players like Play With Me, you need to make sure that you get that damage in at the right time. You need to hit those shots effectively and just keep rolling on through the fights and finding similar targets. Yamato also functions as also a lurk, potentially coming in on the side of fights. So there's a lot of skill, like when it comes to playing a Yamato effectively, to have big impact. So that's why we see certain players, I think, really be known for their Yamato play. And maybe ABL is going to be one of those players week to week, CP, where we're like, this guy is goated on Yamato.
Yeah, I mean, right now, the sky's the limit. I think if you're a Buff Enjoyers, coach, I'm not actually sure if they have a full coach, but if they do have a coach, you kind of look at this and you go, we don't know what ABL is going to do, perhaps on other heroes. Maybe we just take the Yamato away as we look to best of 3. But before we go to our break, and we bring in Jake for his first time here on Deadlock Fight Night, we did cheat the audience a little bit here. We did not show the Mo and Krill 1v1 to show how everything truly kicked off. We got that for you. That's right. It's upgraded now too, Dan.
Oh, with the gloves. We got the gloves. Is this rigged though, like the Mike Tyson Jake Paul fight?
No, it is not. It is fully legal mole on mole action. And it was very patient play from Wizaster here. Just intimidating aura the entire way through. Perhaps the most dancing we've seen at the start of a Mo and Krill 1v1.
Dude, whose blood is that on the Deadlock logo in the middle?
Honestly, I tripped and fell. Pretty clumsy. Dan, I was over there checking it out. As you see, together, getting real low. Wizaster, patience paying off. Real close. You feel the end approaching right now. Both sides feeling out the parry. The parry comes in. And it's just the hammer blow at the end from Wizaster. And that gave Aegis Aurora their choice of first pick, first ban. And who knows, Dan, could have been the deciding factor of them getting this win.
Absolutely, yeah. Dude, maybe Wizaster was like feeling it after that on the Mo. I totally agree. Well, they're going to be feeling it after winning this best of 1. ZP, is there anything left to say before we toss the break?
Not at all, but you are watching history being made. DMS is down, Aegis Aurora is in, but can they take down the kings of Europe in Buff Enjoyers? We're going to find out right after this break. Welcome back, everyone. The Deadlock Fight Night Europe, and we are back once more, Dan. And I'm still in shock from what just happened. DMS, all the hype coming in, the merger with Pajolaya Scumbria, and they're gone. Upset by Aegis Aurora to kick off the day, and now they fight the true kings of Europe in Buff Enjoyers.
Yeah, good. It should be a really good matchup. And the thing is that, yeah, best of ones are best of ones. You know, some variants, things can happen. But it did feel like genuinely we saw Aegis Aurora have to fight back from behind. They had to adjust. They had to make decisive calls on the macro. They had to, they had to like do actually a lot of really good things that to me signal that, hey, man, they are ready for this match against Buff Enjoyers. And they may have the quality to really make it a super competitive game. Who knows, EP? What if in 2025 they are the most dominant team? Who knows?
Well, you talk about dominance. We have a little bit of history of the dominance of Buff Enjoyers, where they were the first team to win Deadlock Fight Night in Europe. And, Europe has been more contested than NA has been, as you'll see when we bring up the stat sheet here. But in the last month, especially of Deadlock, they've been the team to beat. We went from the back and forth, the three top teams at EU between Buff Enjoyers, DMS, and Pajolaya Scumbria, to just Buff Enjoyers. And they actually, Dan, you take a look here, they kicked off their recent spree of dominance with that win in Deadlock Fight Night number 7, where they took down Pajolaya Scumbria.
Yeah, it's actually really cool to see sort of the back and forth here. And one of the interesting things for me as well is just how the meta has shifted and how I feel like that has really created this need for lineups to change, because as you start to figure out the game more, because the game's like pretty new still, I feel like, how many months has it been that we've had like play at the high level? And also how many teams are at the top level too? Like, is it like, for example, if you're a Buff Enjoyers, how great is the practice that you're getting from how many other teams? So that might also slow down the development of how you decide to understand how to play the different roles and balance your team. And so, yeah, as more time goes on and more things get figured out, it feels like we're starting to see a better representation as to like who the good players are.
Yeah, I'll say this for EU, they've definitely had a more active scrim environment than NA, but as today has shown, anything can happen. But also, it's not just going to be me and you here, Dan, to bring out the rest of the day. We got the one and only Jake coming on in after a 14-hour travel day, witnessing hell on Earth, almost literally flying into LA. You made it here safely, and Jake, good to have you on board.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here, ZP. I've been enjoying Deadlock a lot, so I'm super excited to get in on Deadlock Fight Night. And being the premier tournament in the game right now, just excited to see kind of the current meta for me. Like, as a person who's just been grinding a bunch of rank, it's cool to see the top teams, the way they're approaching the game. Excited to see this best of 3.
Yeah. And for those wondering, where Jake's expertise is, aside from all the other stuff he's done within Deadlock specifically, I've talked about, me playing a ton of Warden. Well, with him, he's all about Viscous. Lots and lots of Viscous. So we were even talking the break, you're like, wow, they didn't pick Viscous early in the draft. I don't know about that one.
The devs got me to break my Viscous one-tricking cycle with the Christmas skins, though. I've been playing new heroes, trying to farm the Christmas skins on everybody.
They got you at the FOMO. For me, I just refused. I was just like, no, I'm not going to tank my MMR for this. I refuse to do that. But they got you. I know they got Jason. I don't know if they got you, Dan. Did they get you on the FOMO?
No. I'm impervious.
I've been having fun, though. I've been playing new characters. I've been enjoying myself. I'm like, wait a minute. I should have played Yamato earlier. This is too much fun.
And dude, picking Viscous is like being an electrician. Like that's always going to be a need, a thing that's in fashion. I feel like you're pretty secure to just like pump your time into that. I think as EP, you and I were talking about this yesterday with like Viscous, that you could. I feel like Viscous is one of the one tricks that could make sense to have for a long period of time, unless Deadlock devs decide, okay, we're actually going to do a complete rework.
Yeah, I mean, that might happen at a point. It certainly happened to other characters. But the thing for Viscous is that you want to play him as a frontliner? Sure. You want to play him as support? Sure. You want to play as a more roaming playmaker? Yeah, we got that too. But you know what else we got? We're going to get into the draft. Might be a little bit slower than the norm, but that'll give us more time to talk about what is going on. Because I feel like here again, Jake, you've seen this in competition where you're prepping for one team and you think you're going to get one team. And then they get upset and all your prep has gone out the window. So who knows what will happen in this draft?
Interesting to see the McGinnis first ban open, just not wanting to allow that level of tower pressure and speed to come into the game. I think that's, if you're a team that doesn't want to deal with like a very fast, high tempo style, you want to play it a little bit slower, as Aegis Aurora did last game. I think this makes a lot of sense as a first ban.
Yeah, Dan, I think overall, the one thing you couldn't accuse Aegis Aurora of last game was wanting to play it fast. They were definitely, they were team security there, and it's hard to argue with the results.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing that usually can come with teams that do that is they're too hesitant. But at the same time, Aegis Aurora did provide the decisiveness in the key moments that actually was the reason they won. So again, it's like an extra reason where I'm like, oh man, this team kind of could go far here. But the McGinnis ban is interesting because I wasn't expecting to see that. I know people are like the McGinnis gun. McGinnis? Do people say McGinnis? Because I feel like the McGinnis bill is like a thing now again. So.
Well, one thing to bring up here, they take out the Mirage. Mirage was part of Aegis Aurora's big plan last time, but look at this here, Jake. They protect the Yamato immediately. They pick it up. Clearly, they'll probably go to ABL again, but you wonder what Aegis Aurora's game plan is. I think they're tipping their hand a little bit with that.
I mean, I think Yamato is just one of the strongest characters right now. I feel like, especially the flexibility, like if you snowball, you turn into probably one of the better carries in the game, since, you know, you're so difficult to target focus down, right? Like even if you're all in on damage, it's still hard to like actually int the Yamato and get her out of the fight early. She's gonna get value every time, and I think that consistency, especially if you have a comfortable player, it makes a lot of sense as an opening pick.
Well, the Paradox pick coming on Endan, and of course, Buff Enjoyers. There's no subtlety there. It's going to be Mikhail on the Paradox, his signature hero of signature heroes. Basically as expected here. And they grab the Shiv as 1-2.
Well, there you go. Mikhail could play either one of those. I'm curious what we're going to see in terms of the supports, because I know EU and NA does tend to do a little bit differently, and sometimes we don't see supports picked as well. What's your expectation with regards to the support dynamics here? Because again, I know we were talking yesterday, and just the notation that there's less rescue beams and maybe less of an emphasis on some of the supportive roles compared to how it used to be.
Yeah, I'll say this from the research. Gun Ivy is in. Do not buy Rescue Beam, but go Gun Ivy is what I'm saying, which is surprising, Jake, because especially in NA, Rescue Beam has been a thing for a while. I mean, it still shows up in EU, but the item builds are very in flux always.
I think like you said about Viscous, right? I think the best supports are the ones that actually have the opportunity to snowball and potentially scale into being more than just a support, right? Like that have some offensive utility, that can be aggressors, especially if you're in the lead. You maybe don't want to build a rescue beam, right? If you're just snowballing the game, you're staying ahead. You can just have another character fighting on the map, and then just have some skill like the cube to keep people alive. I wouldn't hate seeing a Viscous come out here for Aegis Aurora, just being able to save people when Shiv casts the ult, right? Like denying him that snowballing streak, even when the character he's targeting has nothing left. Always the threat of that cube can be a problem.
Seeing the Warden come in here is not too surprising for me, because when you look at Buff Enjoyer's recent history, Sharik does have a decent hero pool, but you look at any random Buff Enjoyers match, you're probably going to see Sharik on Warden. That has become his signature hero. It's become the hero that he's on all the time, and it's a comfort pick, and they couldn't wait or risk it going there. And once again, Viscous falling to the ban stage.
I think this makes a lot of sense for Buff Enjoyers, the ban. I think this is a much scarier hero for Aegis Aurora than for Buff Enjoyers, who, a Viscous probably won't fit so well against something like Vindicta, Wraith, that don't mind a bit of a longer fight, whereas Buff Enjoyers look very pick-off focused right now.
Yeah, this is... Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, it's really interesting. We're going to get the Vindicta coming on through, and I'm curious now which direction that Buff Enjoyers is going to go into, because we got a lot of carry there for Aegis Aurora, and so Buff Enjoyers, you're going to be wanting to prioritize, obviously, agents that will be able to kind of deal with that, or agents. I haven't played Valor in a year, guys. I swear. Do you believe me, please?
No, I think Geist for no, they go Abrams. Okay, I was gonna say I would expect a Geist in this instance, but they decided to go Abrams, because the one thing about Buff Enjoyers and how they play, I think more than any other team, even within EU, they really value having a strong front line. They will have 3 characters that you could classify as tanky and in your face at basically all times, and you see it here. They secure the Paradox from Mikhail, and then immediately they go and get heroes for Listic and Dmov and Sharik right off the bat. All their signature heroes too.
Yeah, and I think this presents like a kind of a
Helping
trouble right
people's
now for
what I
Aegis
do.
Aurora. Like, are you going to be able to survive the early game pressure here, right? If you come out from the lanes and you're like struggling, or you're even a little bit behind with this many frontliners, I feel you can start to lose towers really quick, and Buff Enjoyers could try to really press the advantage. Aegis Aurora, I mean, I think they're set up for late game if they can get there, but it's pretty scary prospect right now. I think the nature of the game, getting snowballed is like the biggest fear in Deadlock, or really should be.
Maybe, I mean, they've already got the Ivy on Aegis Aurora, but like maybe a Dynamo could have been an interesting choice to kind of help with the heavy front line as well. But yeah, I totally agree. That is definitely an issue, and surely they're going to respect that in the remaining 2 picks. But yeah, again, already with the Ivy, as you said, ZP, you can see more of a gun Ivy. Is there a world where we would see a Dynamo, or what makes the most sense in your eyes?
But Buff Enjoyers 100% going Kelvin here. I will eat some form of hat if they don't go Kelvin. And generally speaking, when you look at what Zergy tends to play, Zergy picks 7 whenever it's available. So if Buff Enjoyers doesn't round out with Kelvin and 7, I will be shocked. But that's what I would expect out of them. It makes sense with what we know the people play, what they like playing. They get to go with a comp that they've run quite a bit. I think the only thing that's a little bit surprising to me, but not too much given that Listic likes Abrams, is that there's a world where they might have went with a Geist. But other than that, I think it's plug and play for where Buff Enjoyers goes next.
I do think there's an option for Infernus here for Buff Enjoyers, to provide a little bit more of that like tempo carry, playing with the rest of their style. I agree, picking up the Calvin is a higher priority, but I'm curious to see what they finish off with here. Probably want some kind of like just a little bit more late game carry potential, but I feel like Infernus might fit that aggressive style that they've been showing so far.
Yeah, it feels like Aegis Aurora could. I mean, based on what we saw with the Mo play from Wistus in the previous match, it actually feels like that could work out kind of nicely. That kind of a pick is not in any trouble of going away as well for them, and they have that dynamic that was working super well with ABL. So, I mean, this is like one of the questions with newer teams is we don't know how many gears they have to go to. I guess there's a Zergy on the 7. I was wondering if we would see that. So, what is the final pick? I don't know. Do you guys feel like anything makes more sense than a Mo and Krill for them to provide some extra tankiness and obviously some more initiation? Because they are lacking some of the initiation a little bit as well. I think you
called it. I think they go
yeah.
here. Mo.
They need lockdown. They need more control for sure.
Yeah, and Mo would make sense. Wizaster, I think, is comfortable on it. Well, not only was Wizaster the Mo in game, they were also the Mo for the Mo and Krill 1v1. So, yeah, it kind of shows where it's like, who's your warrior going to be here? It's like, oh, yeah, it's going to be him.
I got your back.
Yeah, and there it is to round it all out.
Feelings? What are the emotions, gentlemen?
I'm curious to see the 7. I think honestly, Buff Enjoyers, I like this concept that they've got 5 heroes that are really strong, snowballing the early game, and then 7 I think is going to have the freedom to kind of just AFK jungle if they're winning the game, which puts Aegis Aurora in a tough spot. Like if they start falling behind, 7 is becoming this hyper carry. The rest of the team is pressuring you, taking objectives. I think that's a pretty scary recipe. However, Aegis Aurora, if they can come online, especially with Wraith and Yamato, and start to get on top of the 7 in fights and punish him and snowball against 7, then this draft could be in trouble. But I kind of like what Buff Enjoyers is doing here, as long as they can come out of the lane strong.
Yeah, I think the 7 is also just truly part a comfort pick because Zergy has just played 7 more than I think any other character. And you kind of touch on, Jake, there too, is that Zergy will devour the entire jungle. Zergy's entire goal is I will get ahead, and often Buff Enjoyers, even in games that are even on overall economy, you'll look at Zergy, and Zergy will be disproportionately ahead of the rest of his team. They really feed a lot of farm in the Zergy, which has its ups and downsides, right? I mean, it's good that someone is putting out a lot of damage. It's not quite as scary as if all that farm was like on a Shiv, but Zergy makes the most out of it, and more than anything else is consistent. You never really see Zergy broke.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting about everything you said is that all of this information is stuff that Aegis Aurora would have as well. And I would expect that, I mean, one of the things here is that, yeah, there's like this prerequisite that for Zergy to do what Zergy wants to do, Buff Enjoyers have to take the pressure off of him by being, by just creating so much map pressure that Zergy can farm. Because his farming patterns, I'm sure, will be somewhat predictable too. So the gank setups, I feel like there should be some from Aegis Aurora.
Well, Jake, we're heading into game. Any final thoughts before we get this best of 3 going?
Yeah, I'm just excited to see, Zergy getting to the late game here. I think a lot of pressure is on him, but the rest of the team, that does put a clock on Aegis Aurora. I before the 7 comes out, I would have said, the late game looks really solid for Aegis, but now 7, I feel Buff and George really have every stage of the game opportunity.
All right, thank you, Jake. We'll hear more from Jake at the end of the game, but now, Dan, as we look into it, here's the interesting thing to me that you don't always see. It comes out sometimes. We got a laning Abrams, not exiled to solo lane, and also the pressure on the Shiv in lane 4. The quick rotation from Aegis Aurora already trying to be as scrappy as they were last game.
Yeah, I love it. I think it makes a lot of sense to try to give that very early edge to try to snowball those first like 500 items. And I think that's, you know, in large part why we see the harassment in these solo lanes work out this way. It's something that NA, I feel like, pioneered the most, for sure. And so I feel like we should give credit to them for that. But it's certainly something that has been working out.
I would say we have a non-violence lane in lane 3, but actually Wizaster, who's on the Ivy this time around, getting pummeled down a little bit by Obikim in the support v support battle. So just because it's 2 supports doesn't mean that there's not your share of pressure going on, as Wizaster is quite low right now, Dan, as you take a look at it.
Yeah. And that is interesting. I would have expected Wizaster. I mean, we set it up so well that he should be playing Mo and Krill. I feel betrayed. I feel utterly betrayed. It's like when they change an actor from like a season that you, like, you know, or rather from a show that you really enjoy from from one season to the next. It just feels doesn't feel good, man.
There's no betrayal on Buff and George, though. Everyone is playing exactly what we said they would play in drafts, so they're sticking to the script, if nothing else. Right now, though, just taking a gander at lane 2, and uh-oh, Vindicta grounded, charged, and dead. Listic, fine opportunity, gets parried, but parry will be worth nothing as Listic picks up 2, and Abrams getting ahead early, not the best omen for Aegis Aurora.
Yes, that's a very good point. Very, very challenging, and Demov is going to go down, so okay, well, it's going to be a trade in the end here on lane 4. And yeah, I was going to make the point that we got a bit more pressure coming in there, but I was going to make the point that I'm really curious to see how Saints will be on the Vindicta, because, you know, Vindicta can get ahead pretty fast if obviously, you know, you just rush level 3 on the snipe, on the ult. And that's, I feel like, something that could help to mitigate some of the tankiness that we see. If you're able to get that Pristine Emblem online early and just like really have a lot of that oppressive gun damage, and because you can be more active and you can farm a bit, you know, in those team fights, as opposed to Seven, who's locked away for a certain period of time before finally arriving onto the scene like Magneto.
Yeah, well, not only that, but also for Vindicta too. Vindicta has like one of the more oppressive mid games, right? Vindicta hits 3K, and usually you'll see a lot of Vindictas go to roam almost as heavily as you would see a Paradox roam, right? So you definitely don't want to necessarily let a Vindicta get that snowball rolling, because, you know, in the idea of who creates a snowball in Deadlock, Vindicta near the top of the list.
Yeah.
A little bit of rotations here, though. Lane 3 is back to normal. Lane 4 back to being a solo area, though. Demov getting poked down quite a bit, as I say that. Sanya doing a great job of maintaining pressure within lane 4.
Indeed, yeah. There's a lot of interesting interactions between the util here. Oh, hello, 40 HP ABL dying for the cause, but sadly the cause was lost. Okay, well, more action here as well on lane 3 with the last stand coming through. Oh my god, how DP? Sharika's alive.
Just got the hit from the minion, and I think a little bit from the Kelvin. That was enough, but yeah, that was dangerous to say the least. Also, ABL dying huge when you talk about lane dynamics, right? Where if ABL had won that, swap Zergy and ABL swap. Telekinesis over and in, pressure onto the Kelvin. Kelvin just trying to line of sight. Hope for a little bit of hope to come in. Warden is in the middle of rotating, and as a result, Obikin gonna stave off the worst of it for now.
Also, pressure coming here on lane 2 as well, straight onto the tower. Quick parry and dodging the Demorph's melee charge coming in as well. I mean, honestly, Mo is just so oppressive in these lanes. The stuff that Mo can do because of the heal and Sandblast and everything else. And the Scorn, and they're back into relative safety.
Well, right now, nothing will be safe long-term for Aegis Aurora, just because Mikhail now at 3K is going to be doing the Paradox roam. It's what you expect from Area Paradox. Wall directly on top of Yamato. ABL, lower HP, fires back. Listic goes down and able to stave things off. And for now, we'll see the next lane Mikhail goes to. I don't think Mikhail's going to stay in lane 2 for too long. If anything, if I'm Geist, I have a sixth sense wondering, all right, where's the Paradox? Because that, I think, may be the next likely target.
Yep, definitely a good point. And we'll get the lift here. Where is Mo going to be thrown? Well, back to safety. It's a defensive airdrop. And one dynamic I'm interested in seeing as well, by the way, is the stake that can be used to try to help secure additional combos, which is not a dynamic we had for Aegis Aurora in the previous match.
Right now, this is a whole lot of people committing into lane 3. Buff Enjoyers just trying to look for an earlier Guardian. Instead, the rotation coming on in. Saint in the air. 4.2k snipe on the menu. And Buff Enjoyers giving a decent amount of respect, backing out, and still punishing Razumi. So, decent rotation coming on in. Hoboken able to get on the Wizaster, and Buff Enjoyers dealing with the rotations quite well.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job for sure. We will get Listic coming across as well to try to get some kills here on lane 2. And oh my god, hello. That's one way to do it from Listic. And I mean, you talked about it very early on that, okay, hang on, we've got to be cautious here. Listic is, he might be getting a little out of hand, and it seems to be continuing so far.
Already, Aegis Aurora is a bit of a danger zone in terms of Buff Enjoyers building a pretty nice nest egg to kick things off. Here, fight. Near the bridge buff. Won't even be up for 3 minutes. Sanya looking for anything. Sanya did a great job last match of finding pickoffs, getting out without dying. But now the pressure is on Demov in hot pursuit. Hoboken, though, picked off. As this goes down here, you see the rotation between lane 2 and 3 right now. It's still Demov in hot pursuit, looking for the Wraith. I think Sanya's going to get away, but it was a journey.
Need that range extender for that ult. That was the shift there. Yeah, Sanya is barely surviving. Listic, just the front line here by the tower, is going to be able to take down Saint. So it looks like Aegis Aurora, you know, they are kind of, as you said, in what feels like somewhat of a danger zone here. Another fight breaking out in the middle area. Kelvin all going off for a moment. There's the combo, and here is that combo that we're so used to seeing with the Power Slash, with the Crimson Blades coming out. And so far, so good from ABL. The pursuit coming in more forward here. It's diving into the tower. I honestly, this is so insane. Staying out there, Saint able to capitalize, getting 2 picks off of that. So that should be some extra money in the bank there for the Vindicta. And Aegis Aurora, not coming off too worst aware for that, but ultimately still Buff Enjoyers a bit ahead.
Well, I think Aegis Aurora is actually kind of okay with some of the swaps that happen there because you look at who's getting the farm. Vindicta is getting the farm. If you talk about your soul allocation, you'd rather your Vindicta get some of that. Also, I feel like some of the power in them running Mo with the Amato here too is that it happened last game where, you know, Mo by doing combo is essentially feeding money to the Amato when they were getting kills. And you saw some of that there too where combo comes in, ABL, able to get the finishing blow onto the Kelvin. How they're running this and how they're playing it is funneling farm onto the people that you want to have farm.
Indeed, I think that's, yeah, fantastic point. And I think that's one of the points of focus for sure at the moment in terms of the saving grace for Aegis Aurora. We have this push coming in on lane 1 as well. That tower is going to go down, so that's a little win for Aegis Aurora. And ABL's going to make his way back across to lane 2, where we've got a couple players pretty pushed here for Buff Enjoyers. So ABL should be getting on the flank, but also Demov is lurking as well. So got to be careful not to bite off more than you can chew in this position. There comes the ult, but there's 3 players surrounding. Where's the assistance? It's surely coming through. I don't know if ABL's going to be able to survive though. Trying to cut off line of sight. Oh my goodness! Somehow able to take down Listic, who flies around the corner before the trade. But is Buff Enjoyers overcommitted here? Aegis Aurora have had plenty of time, ZP, to reinforce this fight around ABL.
Listic goes down. It's going to be a quick reconnect. Audio bug strikes us all. But yeah, I mean, again, trades like that, not necessarily the worst. I mean, Listic not the most farmed on Buff Enjoyers right now, but you take a look at where it's at. I think the thing that's becoming an emerging threat to an extent, especially because you consider his overall history as a player and what he does in these situations, is that when Sharik ends up with a lead, Sharik tends to keep the lead and be just a very consistent force, both in the front line and dealing damage. So if you're Aegis Aurora evaluating where you're at economies-wise right now, nothing is giving you major concern, per se, on buff enjoyers, except Sharik. You look at Sharik and you go, I don't necessarily like where that one is at when you consider the 6k difference between the two. So, you know, if you're Aegis Aurora, it'd be good if you could get a gank on the Sharik sooner rather than later. And as I say that, Obi-Kim gets caught, and I feel like they've been putting more pressure onto the Kelvin than anyone else for buff enjoyers.
Yeah, and these fights are happening. I mean, the buffs are coming up, and the first turn, we don't cover the M as much, but the first two bridge buffs are coming up here as well as all of these fights are taking place. So who's going to be in better position to enjoy those buffs? That was not on purpose, I promise. It looks like buff enjoyers looking to try to make it happen.
Parry comes That's a huge parry! Fremont comes in, gets the parry! The fall through from Sanya and Saints right after. Massive swing. Aegis Aurora now in the lead. And oh no, they're looking for Obi-Kim again. I think this time he's gonna get away, but not without the Guardian going down in turn.
Yo, okay. Point me to the Aegis Aurora t-shirt. I want the hats. I want the shoes, the limited drops. I'll take it all, ZP. I'm a fan.
Yeah, and look, that's a change that can happen now because, you know, between the last fight night and now, you do have to melee the buffs to get them. And if you go for the melee, well, sometimes you get the parry in turn. Quick
Yeah,
little
absolutely.
steal there. No, Obi-Kim's down.
What a crazy turnaround. And 55k to 51k. This has just not been the story until the last 30 seconds. Aegis Aurora suddenly finding themselves ahead. Reminiscent in some respect to the best of one we saw, where Aegis Aurora felt like were just kind of having to deal with the oppressive presence of their opponents until suddenly a couple decisive plays and they get the edge. So we'll see if they're able to continue to build around this TP. Here's the drop off. There's no one to really defend it.
Yeah, no, they can't defend this. I mean, if Listic goes in, it's simply a suicide mission, but they're not really pushing much at the moment either. It's kind of a freebie in this instance. So Aegis Aurora going from down 6k to up about 7k, throwing some sand in their face, grab the Guardian, and away they go.
Good stuff here from Aegis Aurora. We'll get chased down by buff enjoyers though. Is a survival possible for Sonya Sniper? Sonya Sniper, I feel like, has had so many desperate escapes and most of the time actually pulling it off. And Sharik might be in trouble. 3 players quickly surrounding, but Sharik able to get out of there in time.
Yeah, it's all going down here on lane 2. And oh, Saints, clean from above. Vindicta ready to just finish off anything that gets low. And Obi-Kim in danger, getting chased down. Death on all sides. Might be able to get away, and in fact, Saint might have delved a little bit too deep. The rotation in from buff enjoyers now, forcing Vindicta the run for her life. Saint, I think, just barely gonna get away, but it comes at the cost of Sanya.
Yeah, that was crazy. Maybe I think Saint was feeling it a little bit too much. Back into the open, and then the chase begins. This gives buff enjoyers an opportunity to get back in a little bit. Oh, here comes the pursuits. Hot pursuit here. Demov trying to run down Wizasta. Should be okay though, Wizasta. As Alchemical Fire trying to get the TP. Oh, there's the stun as well. And it looks like it's going to have to be a cancel here for Demov falling out. But there's a greater fight to be had here in middle.
Yeah, Fremont getting caught. Seismic slam over and in into Vindicta. A little bit of a charge, but Vindicta's so fat right now she doesn't go down. That's the power of being farmed at this point. The Abrams being 2k behind. However, buff enjoyers not ones to let go of a good opportunity. Yamato ult still on cooldown. They feel like this is their opportunity to go for mid-boss. Telekinesis in, Razumi able to get Obi-Kim. Aegis Aurora fiercely contesting. They get 2, and this might be Aegis Aurora's mid-boss here. They completely flip it as ABL not quite going to get away. As Sharik, hold on, last stand, grabs 2. Fight's not over yet.
Oh, there we go. Saint coming back in with the Vindicta. The Assassinates doing the damage, and that's going to secure the mid-boss, as you said. Wow. Wow.
Wait. Surely Mikhail doesn't go for the steal here. Sure. Is Mikhail going for it? This would be crazy if it worked. Goes over. No.
Oh.
Dies. Simply dies. I respect the attempt, but that would have been one of the best plays ever if it had actually paid out.
I think, didn't we see that from Taz before, like the 1v3
Yes.
steal with like a parry, just swap, parry, all sorts of madness. So I was holding my breath, but once again, Aegis Aurora, they are what, 4 for 4 rejuice right now here today so far. So, you know, good for them, keeping the streak alive. And I mean, not a massive soul difference, but what this will do to the map and the map control, having the rejuve is really important, because we talked about also in the background that Zergy is part of the late game plan here for buff enjoyers, but there is the necessity that buff enjoyers need to have enough map presence and pressure to keep Aegis Aurora off of him. So with the rejuve buff and how it impacts the creeps and the pushing, I feel like Zergy might be, you know, having to keep, he might have to slow down a little bit whilst this is all going on.
I think the problem that's kind of emerging for buff enjoyers right now, you talk about who has your farm, who doesn't. Shiv being behind the power curve, not great, because Shiv starts getting to a zone where people will just burst him down if he's not ahead. Shiv's dynamic on the game changes more than maybe any other hero based on behind versus ahead. Incredibly oppressive ahead, not great. So Emov needs something to go their way sooner rather than later here, but buffs are up. Aegis Aurora going to grab one. I think Listic grabbed the other. We'll see where this leads us. But you look at the overall condition between both teams. Neither team has Walker down yet. Both teams with a flex slot. It's still pretty even, Dan.
Yeah, it is. The major thing for me is just really how the map control is converted by Aegis Aurora that they have at the moment. Most lanes are fairly pushed. We've got Zergy who's trying to farm at the bottom right of the map. And the urn is up, so they can kind of run the urn behind the lane control that they have. It should be pretty smooth sailing. It's going to be a neutral one, and this should help them to get in advantage. The question is whether buff enjoyers are going to be challenging for this.
Well, they certainly could challenge for it, but the time limit here is quite short. Like, they need to commit essentially now, because this is getting hard sent directly into the turn-in, and it just turned in. Ivy's power to just ult over, you know, paying off. Meanwhile, trades on the rooftop, going the way of Aegis Aurora. And now, looking for a little bit more. ABL hot pursuit, doesn't give up easily. Finds Sharik, does not care a lick about the last stand. And that small lead, Dan, now a much bigger lead, is buff enjoyers on the verge of going down one map if they can't reverse course.
Yeah, this should be another Walker too. They still have the rejuve. They can keep pushing in with imperviousness, perhaps. There's 3 players that are down. Maybe the alchemical foul will slow things down a little bit, but still, it feels like that Walker is in so much trouble, and you've got Zergy coming in to help out there with the lightning balls, and there's a lot of, obviously, power from 7 to really slow down those pushes. So they'll keep the Walker up for now, but look at the value swing that we have. It was, I think, 4k in advantage for Aegis Aurora, and now they are an additional 7k on top of that, so 12k difference. So really, you know, making inroads.
Also, you talk about the idea of certain people getting focused or bullied. Look, Obi Kim getting hit early in fights, it was something that started in the laning phase, has continued throughout the game. And yeah, a Kelvin doesn't necessarily need the most farm on your team, but when you have 16k Yamato, 18k Wraith, 17k Vindicta in the game, and you're at 10, I guess down just barely 11k Kelvin, it's not great. I mean, you live in your bubble and then you instantly just fall down afterwards. You know, Obikim playing these fights has to be done so methodically to just not die relatively instantly.
So, a couple minutes until the next buffs and urn come up. And we might have a fight here in the middle of the map. It looks like Listic is going to be able to get or assist that kill onto Freemog before they peel away. In the meantime, we do have some pushing from Sanya on lane 4. That's going to attract some attention. And that's actually good for Aegis Aurora because they've got lots of players towards the left side of the map, lane 1 and 2. However, there's a pretty good defense to be mounted for that lane 2 Walker. So, hello. Are we
this
just,
is, yeah, this is ambush time.
Yeah, this is
I like
scary.
it. I mean, it's a little bit of risk where you might not get anything, but the reward is undeniable, especially with a Mo right there and wait. I think what they didn't realize is that people are up on the rooftops. Shiv on the top, 7 a little bit behind, and Aegis Aurora, they give up on the attempt. Because you look at the rotation that's coming in too. Buff enjoyers, I think I got called out. You just see 2 people going from 2 to 1. And team's very good at being aware of rotations.
Yeah.
General rule.
I'll be honest, I thought they lagged out.
No. I was just saying here, it's like, we're just being quiet, you know?
Yeah, because they like weren't moving their mouse either. So I'm like, hang on. But they were being quite sneaky, trying to listen. Okay, looks like we get a ping there onto Walker too, which is very low. It is very low indeed. And Buff and Joy has realized this. They keep Buff and Joy is on the defensive game here. They have to really respect these mid lanes getting pushed because it's so tempting here for Aegis Aurora to go for one of those plays. So once again, it looks like we might get some poking and prodding towards these mid lanes. And we can see that the jungle is basically gone in the entire map. It's going to be bridge buffs in 30 seconds that might precipitate the next team fights.
Yeah, and I think on top of that too, Aegis Aurora would love to get another walker down right now. Just simply add another flex slot over and in. Buff and Joy is usually pretty good about not giving up stuff up for free, but also you look at lane 2, it's just a matter of time for that walker. Might even get soloed down by someone at some point, especially now we're 20 minutes in and they're made paper. But take a look over here, lane 3 to 4, getting a little bit spicy between the two. Power slash, and it's Obakim. Obakim just keeps getting comboed. His face has just been met with Mo fists the entire time, and not even Frozen Shelter is enough to save him.
That's so sad too, because you invest the Frozen Shelter, but you don't even save yourself. So that's not going to come in line in a team fight in the near future. In the meantime, lane 3 is going to be pushed by Buff Enjoyers, and wow, okay, Wisasta is going to go down to Listic. Super committed onto this Walker. So this is a great push here from Buff Enjoyers. It doesn't seem like there's anything in position to stop this. So nice trade and value for them, despite losing Obi Kim. They get a Walker. That's a great trade. And they're going to swing it into another Guardian. So this is going to quickly help them to recover the soul disadvantage. But there's that sound. Mid boss is up. And it's potentially another big team fight for this Sun.
It's efficiency. Also, you talk about trade outs. Given that Obakim is worth essentially nothing right now, you will trade Obakim's life for anything there. So the fact that you traded Obakim and got picks and Walker, it was a great macro trade for Buff Enjoyers. But now we see that the Urn is in play, and I think they just might go mid boss. Yeah, they're going, okay, you can grab Urn, but you're gonna have to abandon it for mid boss is the calculus here. And I think they're gonna drop the Urn. They do. Full mid boss fight. ABL probably about the Shadow Transform to try and secure June here. Buff Enjoyers, can they get in for the parry? Run out of time. No, they don't get in time. Obakim goes down instantly. Sanya finds him on the outskirts. Doesn't even use telekinesis for it. Instead, saves it. Drops on the Zergi, who's way more of a threat. Takes down the 23k player. And Aegis Aurora looking clean and healthy here, Dan. And they're going to get quite a bit push-wise in turn.
Yeah. I mean, you can really see the value of Mo there. That Sandblast just preventing Zergi from being able to do any damage. And given the fact that Zergi didn't have any frontline or anyone, like he was separated from his team. Oh, wow, it just worked out so perfectly. And I love this quick decision making around the mid boss for Aegis Aurora. This has been a decisive element of their macro that has, on multiple occasions now, ZP, given them the edge in these games that they've played. And they are pushing it all the way. All the walkers in mid going down, pushing down the towers. Sharik trying to get that. He's going to get that walker down for Buff Enjoyers, but he's going to be able to stop this drop off.
I kind of like that. Prevents the free Urn. Sharik says that you can have as much as you want it back at base for now, but we're not going to give you this. It's actually smart to rotate that over. Sharik though has to be careful not to get rotated on. The rest of the fight taking place in lane 2. But, oh man, great position for Vindicta. Just full sight lines, no pressure, alchemical fire everywhere. So dangerous for Buff Enjoyers to even show themselves at that moment.
Yeah.
129k, the 145k. We're kind of at the point here. Buff Enjoyers gets maybe one more team fight to lose, and that's it.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe this is a team fight right now because they're taking these fights in mid. They are catching players that have been routed from that previous fight. You're catching the stragglers, and that's going to be a small conversion. So not really an insane difference in the souls just yet, but yeah, I think we're seeing a lot of the problems repeat themselves. You're seeing just good positioning from Saints, where Buff Enjoyers have this difficult situation where you've got ABL in the mix. Like you got to try to focus on dealing with ABL, but obviously also the Mo and Krill, the Geist, the Wraith. There's a lot of annoyances before you can even really think about the Wraith, who's positioned far away. So it's pretty hard, I think, to team fight against Aegis Aurora right now in some of these open spaces.
Yeah, I mean, part of it too, you look at the front line, Obakim cannot survive long in these fights. They're actually just abusing the fact that he's behind as a #1 target. And you think about frontline stuff, I mean, you're a little bit behind on the Abrams too, turn Frozen Shelter out as Obakim Gonna catch the raw end of it. Combo out. Focus Fire is in. Razuni's super low. Falls Ballistic, able to turn it. Buff Enjoyers actually getting very good poke damage in from the side. Stop it from going completely against them. Swap in from the KLS. Says get on down. Saints not gonna get away. Fantastic positioning out of Buff Enjoyers there, Dan. Really making the most out of a tough situation.
And there could be more kills here yet because they could continue to chase down some of these players here. Aegis Aurora not out of the woods just yet, but maybe looks like they will be okay. Buff Enjoy is giving up on it. With that said, Freemok still actually pretty deep there on lane 3, but will fall off. It's huge conversion. That is a must-win fight, and it did feel like Aegis Aurora in a pretty good spot to have a good fight. It was the case that Sanya Sniper was actually late to the fight, had to TP in from lane 1, and so didn't hit a good timing with his teammates. I'm not sure if that made the difference or some of those key swaps. Sometimes hard to tell in these big team fights in Deadlock.
Well, buffs are up. First one gonna get claimed by Buff Enjoyers, true to name. Second one gonna go to ABL. I'm actually curious what ABL gets here. I think ABL got it. Because that could be quite impactful if ABL just got a casting or a survival, which would be the two things you'd want to get. We'll see when you get the Yamato point of view. That actually, short term, has quite a bit of impact, and especially now the buffs get better as the game goes on.
And this is crazy because Buff Enjoys, it felt like they're in insane danger territory of just kind of like getting snowballed out of the game, but they have recovered and they are running the urn. This urn fight could be everything, and right now Aegis Aurora not necessarily prioritizing a huge amount of players towards the first lane where that urn drop-off location is.
Yeah, I mean, okay, one is going to take the teleport. I think they're going to go here for 5. Defend with 5, let Geist push, appears to be the calculus. Meanwhile, Buff Enjoyers might just be all in. Yeah. Geist still going back. Teleporter. Fight taking place. Quick snipe from ABL. There's off the KLS. Dives on in. Power of the farm Yamato right now in play. Tanky, the focus of the entire fight. Forcing Buff Enjoyers back. And anyone that gets low, gonna be facing the sniper rifle of Saint.
Freemok on the Geist is coming in from behind off of the teleporter as well, late into this fight, so that could be the big difference maker as well, something that Buff Enjoyers won't count on. Already down a player in Mikhail S as this fight continues around the frozen shelter, and they are looking to push in for the kill. ABL going deep there, chasing into Listic, who is able to get out of there, going ethereal to try to prevent a death, and that's going to work out for ABL, but 2 for 2 actually, after all said and done, but the urn indeed going to Aegis Aurora, so nice prize there for them.
A little bit unfortunate for Buff Enjoyers to see the urn go the other way, and yet the same note, this is the thing about Buff Enjoyers, even when they get behind, which isn't all that often, they make smart macro decisions, they usually get good trades, and they're never truly out of it. Down 12k right now, while not ideal, things are still very winnable. I think the part here that's getting a little bit untenable is a 33k Yamato that should terrify you. A 32k 7, nowhere near the level of fear factor that you're getting from the 33k Yamato. But given that if Mikhail can find a good swap and they can set the terms of the fight, there's still plenty of win conditions that they could go for, but it might just come down to mid-boss here, as Aegis Aurora has shown no chill, Dan, in going for mid-boss on cooldown.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's definitely one way to put it. Oh, this is very tense here in the middle of the map. For either team, this next team fight could be everything with that mid-boss up. And Buff Enjoyer is taking a more advanced position. There's a big swap coming through onto Saint, who's so critical, needs to stay alive deep into these fights, and is going to get taken down early on. So that's a huge amount of damage that's not there now for Aegis Aurora. Do they just give up this team fight? Can they give up the team fight? The mid-boss is looking very, very good here for Buff Enjoyers. Aegis Aurora still sticking around here, though, ZP, in the mid-area.
I think Aegis Aurora could definitely still contest. It's still worrisome if Buff Enjoyers goes in while Yamato still has ult. At a minimum, I think if you could take the fight enough, put enough pressure on ABL to get the Yamato ult down, then shift back in the mid-boss, you could. But you also have to do this pretty quickly because Saint's coming back up in 25 seconds. You're on a timer, and they just send it.
There it is, Buff Enjoyers. Looking to get the mid-boss down. Are they going to find this to completion? They're going to have to abandon that because in comes the fight. The challenge here from Aurora, and there's the combo. Beautiful work coming in there from them. Sanya Sniper getting the kill, and it's Aegis Aurora down 2 players. Mikhail S is down though for Buff Enjoyer, so somewhat of an even fight. It comes down to the positioning.
Yamato ult was used, so they can't be used to secure mid-boss who goes there, but I love the decision-making of, well, you're going to go for a swap, but it's going to be a swap in all senses of the word. We're going to take down the Paradox. Aegis Aurora. Down it goes. They will not have Yamato ult to secure it here this time. We have to play more by the book. You have the Storm in from the 7. The pressure is in. All people then in Saints! It's the Vindicta who lands it on to the Rejuvenator. The fall-through is there from Aegis Aurora. Buff Enjoyers getting cleaned up. And once more, Aegis Aurora do not give up the Rejuvenator, Dan.
Yeah, they are so good at getting these. And I agree. I was so shocked that it was Saint of all players to dive in. I was like, who's going to go in there? And it's like the squishiest of all of them, just dropping on it. And that's bold for the Vindicta, but it works out. And
Dan, Ghost Girl got hands. That's the only vehicle here. I mean, look, she's also pretty well ahead. Decent health on top of it. First stage Patron going to go down. They have Rejuve. They could stay for both. Last game, they were playing secure. This game, they show no signs of retreat. Most of Buff Enjoyers will be back up because of the respawn buff after it goes down, but I think they might be staying here, Dan.
Yeah, they're in such a good spot here to just keep this rolling in. There's the Patron going down. Obviously, that's going to reduce the respawn time for Zergy. So it should be the case Buff Enjoyers can get everybody into this team fight here to try to defend, but the fight can be pretty well controlled here by Aegis Aurora sitting outside the base. That choke point works both ways, and they're going to be able to make a clean escape. And I mean, I don't know if you played Dota, ZP, but in Dota, when you kill Roshan, like the equivalent of the mid-boss, you get the Aegis. And I feel like the Aegis Aurora, I mean, they are every rejuve.
Yeah, and again, they've made some roster changes, and going into this, quite frankly, when a team goes to is like, yeah, we had to do like 2 subs, this has changed. You're sympathetic, but you're like, oh man, like it's not gonna go well for them today. I could not have been more wrong in my gut feel. It has gone quite well for them today. The subs have changed the dynamic entirely. And Buff Enjoyers, again, not out of the game, but on their last life, both in economy and in reality, with the Patron being on second stage.
Yeah, and it is interesting because, okay, the next mid-boss, just under 4 minutes away. That is not the longest amount of time in the world here that if Buff Enjoyers are able to kind of just somewhat prevent or at least keep up with the souls, not make it too much worse, the differential. And then there is that mid-boss to play around again. That is another opportunity where a team fight can be forced and potentially, it gives you opportunities. But in just like a straight up team fight, it doesn't feel like Buff Enjoyers are in a good spot to be able to win that. And obviously at this point right now, they've got to just wait for this rejuve to go away or to just be dictated to by Aegis Aurora that can decide to just ship it all in on one of these lanes if they want to, or what they are deciding to do is just eat up all the jungle, get ahead, don't risk a team fight, and just like get as much souls as possible.
Well, Aegis Aurora, the game plan in front of them is clear. Buff Enjoyers, the challenge is palpable from here on out. I think if there is going to be a comeback here, as far as I know, you take a look here. Ivy doesn't have a rescue beam. There's no rescue beam for Aegis Aurora that's coming on in. You got to think that you're hoping for the Mikhail swap. No. As I say that, well, the swap comes in. Is the fall through going to be there? You see 7. There's not going to be Snowform in play. Charge though right after. Wizaster immediately down, but the rotation is in. Aegis Aurora says we're going to make it full fight. ABL right in there. Takes down Listic. Looking healthy and whole. Shadow transformation in play. Looking for more victims. Grabs a grapple through the bridge. Down goes Shiv. And Yamato continues her terror. It's not a clean pickoff that Buff Enjoyers was able to get.
Irazumi on the Mo and Krill is so low as well. Wow, you asked the question at the beginning of the fight, or at least I was, okay, is Listic going down for that trade onto Wizaster right at the start of the fight? Is that going to be helpful or a hindrance? And it can sometimes be hard to predict, but Aegis Aurora obviously coming out a little bit ahead there, and ABL continuing to prove so difficult to deal with, just like Jake was saying, that Yamato can be so oppressive.
Here we go, in we go. Into Buff Enjoyers the main, 2 down, 5 dead total. Dan, that is it and over. Aegis Aurora rip map 1 away from the favorites in Buff Enjoyers. We have ourselves a series.
Oh wow, this is awesome. I mean, who doesn't love an underdog story? And I mean, the thing is that we don't know if they're underdogs, technically speaking, because we just don't have much information, but we can treat it like that because as we presented it, we had the fancy slide production doing a great job showing all of the winners, and just the fact that such a Buff and Joyce have been such a mainstay in terms of their dominance in the region. So to see a completely new team name and just a new collection of players do this well is just, how can you not be pumped?
Yeah, I mean, we got a lot to break down here, what goes, but thankfully, again, we got a little bit of help. Of course, Jake back into the fray. Jake, you're watching that same with us. What really struck out to you in Aegis Aurora continuing their upset energy here?
I mean, it comes back to that buff fight, right? With the parry into buff steal, getting a triple kill in a game that was starting to get like a little bit dangerous for Aegis Aurora, right? Like I feel Buff and Joyce was starting to execute their game plan, starting to get like a little bit ahead. The lead was growing and growing and growing. And suddenly, I mean, that's a massive fight to go against you when you have the lead, feeding 3 kills, losing the buff, losing map control and towers dropping just after that. And then from there, I feel Aegis Aurora they do fantastically well when they have the lead. Ivy got every single urn this game. Like they actually got crushed on the urns. Like so many urns went towards Aegis. And I feel like that is a key reason, like at many points in this game, their lead is 100% explained by just urns.
Yeah, and the crazy thing about that, to me, Des, you've looked at too, is that it's not like Buff and Joyce wasn't getting trade outs here and there, but as Jake mentions, you have the urn lead going in, and they were just able to stay ahead the entire time, and off of that initial early play. And it's not the easiest thing to do against Buff and Joyce, who have seen crawl back from these situations a lot if they even get there to begin with.
It's just impressive. It's really impressive just to see how well-rounded the decision-making is across the board from their team. And also just like the swapping in and out of the heroes and the roles a little bit. Obviously, ABL might be the mainstay Yamato. And I mean, every argument in the world for that to be the case as we look at the next match. But it is interesting because these teams that are maybe lesser known or just at least newer lineups, if you're up against them, there is a bit of a disadvantage for you because you don't have the information as to what are the comfort picks, what are the dynamics maybe some of this team has to go to. Obviously, we don't have all the insight in terms of the scrimming, how much Buff and Joyce have scrimmed them necessarily to have that info. But that's a thing that you're working against, because if you're Buff and Joyce, well, Aegis Aurora absolutely know how you want to play and what you want to pick. So you do have that disadvantage. So we might be at that point in the series where the mainstays, Buff and Joyce, have a great opportunity to adjust.
Yeah, I mean, the Buff and Joyce, we've seen them go down one map before, and Jake, as you know from your time as a pro player in other games, one of the marks of excellence and why teams spawn these good streaks is that they don't usually bend and completely shatter when they get hit in the mouth. They might get a little bit surprised, but generally speaking, you don't win 7+ tournaments in a row without some form of resilience backing up.
I feel like Buff and Joyce did look actually pretty solid even when they were behind. Playing a lot of these baiting fights, like leaving a player out, like as a fake pickoff with players waiting behind, looking to punish those teams in the lead. So I do think Buff and Joyce have the depth in this roster to continue to compete. But I feel like it kind of, once it turned against them, there's a couple bad macro fights. We saw Sharik showing up to a fight with top net worth in the mid game. That's like his big moment. He's been farming up the side lane all game, shows up with top net worth, and then goes down first. The team isn't like quite ready to get in, and he dies while casting last stand. And so I think there's with a couple of changes, I think we could have seen a very different game where Buff and Joyce just continues to snowball the lead and takes over. Like their game plan could have worked out. Hindsight being 2020 though, I feel like the 7 pick, as much as its comfort, is maybe a little bit of an issue in terms of the overall game plan. Like maybe a more like a faster tempo character could have helped just continue to snowball the lead, where 7, maybe like the greedier choice, ends up getting punished into the deep late game where Aegis have a big advantage and are winning the macro fight, especially with that Ivy urn trade.
Yeah, I think to that too, that you also have to wonder is that with a lot of the other players in EU and NA not necessarily favoring 7, it's like there's something to be said for just picking their comfort carry heroes too. You might be good on 7, but if you put Sanya on 7, for example, is the result going to be the same? It might not be.
Yeah, and it's I think a really, really good point, because there is a couple ways of looking at it. Saying that, okay, you've got the 7, it's more for the late game. You've got to create the pressure so the 7 can kind of actually do that at a good timing and farm up. But at the same time, like, it does give to Aegis Aurora, okay, you got Saint, who is a much more active carry that comes online super fast into the mid game. Really, as you said, as soon as you get the 3k souls, And so that's the problem. Like, you know, that imbalance there is, I mean, if we look at the next game, I feel like that does have to be respected, and I'm really hoping that sort of what Jacob mentioned there is sort of realized by Buff enjoyers, because I think that's a great call out as to one of the adjustments that they should be making, in addition to maybe considering a ban on Yamato.
Yeah, I'd like to see the Yamato ban, if not, you know, having first pick and taking it yourself. I just think this character, you know, the flexibility it offers, being able to both build gun or spirit, like really comfortably and still be super strong, super effective. You know, if you get a huge lead, there's not really much the enemy team can do to hard focus you, unless they're like silencing you before you get Shadow Transformation off. But just so risky, right? Trying to go on Yamato first when she can just instantly pop the Shadow Transformation, dodge your stuns and control, and then turn the fight around against you.
Yeah, I think that is the thing you have to expect more than anything else here, is that Aegis Aurora, 2 straight maps, have shown what they're good at. They love playing Mo, they love playing Yamato, and they use the two together quite well to even, like, hyper-speed Yamato's farm over the course of it. So, to me, as I look at the highlights that, you know, we're wrapping up here soon, you gotta think, Jake, that a course correction is an action, because why wouldn't you test their limits?
Yeah, one thing I did like from Sonya Sniper with this Wraith build is building the long range, like sniper, and just like really being like a very deep backline carry, which isn't normally the way I think of Wraith as a character. I think of as a bit of more of an initiator, willing to get in, willing to take some risks, maybe building a little bit tanky, and trading in the front line. But with the rest of the squad offering that, right, with the Mo, with the Yamato, Geist frontlining, even Ivy, then having this like additional long range backliner really looks pretty strong in some of these team fights, like the way they're playing the Wraith. Definitely something interesting, I think, for future games.
Yeah, I like that point as well, in how it kind of it adds to the dynamic of having the Vindicta, where the Vindicta is obviously the long range character, the one that has to have the correct like spacing and positioning for that, and that's usually quite one-dimensional in how you might want to, if you're the opponents to that, how you might play your positioning in the team fight, or how you might try to flank that player. But if there is a couple, like an additional player that's able to support long range, it does create a lot more relief for Vindicta to find good positioning in certain cases. So it just gives more flexibility. So I love that as a point, and I'm curious if that's something we'll see that dynamic play out again.
All right, well, we have seen an upset in the best of 1. We've seen an upset to kick off the best of 3. Can Aegis Aurora continue their unexpected play here, or will Buff enjoyers continue to remain the kings of Europe? The only way to find out is to stick with us after this break. Welcome back, everyone, to Deadlock Fight Night Europe. ZP here with DDK and Jake. And guys, the upsets keep happening. Aegis Aurora showing that's a new year, and it's perhaps a new age of Deadlock, taking the fight to him.
Yeah, it's what is this 2025 start to 2025 ZP? I felt like we had an established everything's going wrong, an established sort of paradigm as to who's supposed to win and who's not. I feel like these guys are not being selected. They're not a part of the scripts. I don't know what's happening, but I love what I'm seeing because it is from quality play, and so that's always the best way to do it, and that's the most exciting thing. And also seeing some of the new dynamics. It's like interesting listening to both you and Jake sort of talking about just sort of the approaches in terms of the comp, and it really feels like there's a lot more depth to it than maybe we understand. And I'm really curious what the depth of the hero pool is, because now I feel like we're at the point now where the opposing team is Buff Enjoyers are forced to make some decisions about who they're going to hamstring with the bans now that they have more information on the playstyle. So very exciting stuff.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see, honestly, I was talking about this in the break, but just to see Ivy maybe getting a little bit more priority in the draft. I feel like that's a key factor for Aegis Aurora in this last game, that they're able to secure every single urn in the entire game was like a huge part comes from Ivy. But then Ivy also has great, secure with the stone form on the mid boss on the buff. So like, I think this character actually adds a lot. And even though Mirage got banned, right, giving you some of that global presence can be really hard to play against, especially in like the early mid game. I mean, I feel like Ivy can replicate that a bit too, and then either be a support or maybe build a little bit more into damage. I just really like the way Aegis Aurora are using it. So I'd like to see Buff Enjoyers either steal it away or maybe banning it is like a little extreme for a character like Ivy that's not necessarily like tier one, but maybe stealing it away a little bit earlier in the draft, especially since the Shiv was played around really well.
Yeah, I fully agree on the Ivy note. I think for Buff Enjoyers, they've kind of shown a preference to Kelvin over Ivy, but it's been too good of a tool for Aegis Aurora. And look, you might have come into this without a whole lot of data on the new Aegis Aurora roster because, look, I was gathering all the data I could, and it was changing every day in the outcome here, right? So, you couldn't necessarily prep, but go off the data you've seen. But guys, the upside here is we're going to see some new data. The draft is good to go, and we'll see what changes Buff Enjoyers are going to make, and more importantly, do they get rid of Yamato?
Yeah. This is one of those cool spots in any like competitive match where you've got like top level teams, and one team is so good at certain things, they produce this situation where the other team has to start to make concessions. They have to start to make hard decisions about what they give up, and that will allow the other team to be open to maybe other things that are good. And that's the territory we're in now. So that's like the best place to be for us as fans of the game. So here we go. What are the first bans? I just want to know the whole draw. I just want to know all of it now. I hate the suspense.
You'll have your suspense and you will like it. But the first ban comes out here, and it's Aegis Aurora on first ban this time around, Jake. And they get rid of the Abrams, which to me, to an extent, that's sort of, there's an era where Listic could be seen as like way better at Abrams than other characters. But it's sort of curious to me that they would open up with that here. I wonder what they're trying to force out of Buff Enjoyers here, where they do try and run like multiple frontliners from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're gonna run multiple frontliners, you're probably always gonna run an Abrams, since he has the flexibility to like turn the snowballing frontline with other stun setups into like additional kills and be maybe a carry of his own. Buff Enjoyer is still gonna ban the Mirage Show, so probably still letting Yamato through here, playing with confidence against the Yamato. I mean, in the end, right, like the early game did go their way, and maybe with like some slightly different choices, this could have been a very different game. But the way Aegis Aurora plays, it's kind of scary, right? Like, it feels like if you give them the lead, they are really good at just like slowly icing the game out, slowly just like building that lead little by little over time.
I think in every game too, ZP, correct me if I'm wrong, but Aegis Aurora kind of started out a little bit behind too. It's not like they started out from ahead. They had to like kind of earn that, and they had to adapt to what the other team was throwing at them. So again, I also love that. So there is the Yamato, ABL on the Yamato.
What I wonder here as you go in here, I think they take Paradox for sure. Paradox usually goes like in this first round and will be taken, and it's Mikhail's like most comfort hero period. The second pick is what's interesting to me here, where do you give up a frontliner priority and take the Ivy, which I think would be smart, or do they simply go with Shiv again, who's also very contested and might not be available, on top of the fact that Abrams is in the pool, so you have less frontliners, period. The second pick is what's interesting. Okay, they go Shiv now.
I think, I mean, Aegis played around the Shiv really well in the last game, but at the same time, I feel your hands are tied as Buff Enjoyers. You can't if you don't pick the Shiv, they are going to take the Shiv. And then, you know, your comp isn't necessarily that well suited to deal with it. You kind of have to take this, I think, with how strong Shiv is right now. But I would like to see the Paradox too. I don't think the first two should change for Buff and Joyers. Mikhail's was a huge factor in a lot of these successful team fights, opening with a pick from the swap, like the comfort hero on the Paradox. I don't really want to see the first two change from Buff and Joyers. See if they have a different perspective. I mean, they did pick Paradox first last time. Not that that really means anything. The first two. Yeah, I guess it doesn't in this case.
I feel like it'd be really good to see Viscous for buff enjoyers. I feel like obviously that does help to create some solutions against some of the interactions that we see with the Yamato, and like if Mo comes out again, obviously the cube can do so much, and all, I mean just all of Viscous's kit. And actually, it's kind of wild we haven't seen Viscous, I feel like, so far today. So maybe now's the time.
Yeah, I'm looking at this. Actually, I think what they could do here, as you were coming up on the mid-draft bans, right? If Aegis Aurora doesn't pick the Ivy, I wonder if Buff and Joyers might go for an earlier Kelvin pick, because they do tend to like Kelvin over Ivy, from what I've seen in recent times, and then use their second ban on the Ivy, which then forces Aegis Aurora likely into something like the Dynamo, or I guess it could be Viscous if it's still up and it's not banned. I wonder if they would do that. I guess it kind of really matters how much do they value the Ivy. But so far, Jake, this draft is looking a bit of a repeat.
Yeah, so far both teams sticking to their guns. I do think the very start of the draft is like pretty much always going to go this way, with like some of these heroes just kind of being like tier 1 picks that you basically need to pick, like, or else the other team's going to take them all from you. So I'm not super surprised to see, especially Aegis Aurora sticking with their guns, but I do think Buff and Joyers, this is like the crucial picks, like you mentioned, the picks and bans right here, 3-4. I think this is the key moment to make some subtle adaptations. It's going to have to be different, right? With Abrams banned, there is going to be a different approach.
And so far, exactly, you know, just copy paste from Aegis Aurora. So, you know, you kind of know if you're Buff enjoyers like what they're going for. So yeah, I love this decision point. ZP, what do you expect the adjustment needs to be? What's the most important?
I think in their hero pools, they might go Viscous here, because they go Viscous, they'll let, okay, they go Warden. Okay, that also makes more sense because Warden's still contested, and Sharik really doesn't like playing things other than Warden.
I mean, Sharik had a great start last game, and then like his first big committed team fight where he's showing up, he just dies first, and the team isn't quite like, it's just a little bit of an off sync play. But I feel like that's another one of those moments that, like, you know, if that is just a little different for Buff enjoyers, Sharik is top net worth in the game at that point, showing up, right? Like, that's a big moment for Warden. If he can, you know, win his lane again, be a dominant force on the map. I do think the Warden had potential again last game to like continue the snowball. It went against him, but I like the Buff enjoyers aren't completely radically shifting. The Geist ban I think is a nice one here. Put some pressure on Aegis Aurora, you know, especially with the Shiv. I think it's like potentially a tougher matchup for the Shiv, right? Who wants to get those executes, but the risk of pushing in, trying to finish something like a Geist is always pretty scary, the threat of that swap.
Aegis Aurora, I think, like, I want to see the same dynamics, and because the whole like field is pretty much open for them here, I would be personally like pretty comfortable with them sort of doing the same thing. But again, like, it remains to be seen if they have a curveball in terms of how they want to play this comp. The thing is, though, we've seen the interactions and how they've gone so far be pretty consistently good with the lineup that they have, and I don't know how you would easily change that without mixing things up too drastically. So I just want to see them play to the level they just played at. So I want to see them play it safe with their picks. It's really on Buff enjoyers here.
I think the Viscous comes in here. I think part of banning the Geist was to not ban Viscous, and you could come back around and grab Viscous on the turn here, because on the other hand, they've shown that they like Ivy a whole lot. They're not necessarily going full out on frontliners. Maybe this is where they decide to pick up the Viscous. It gives them their front line where they play as instead they steal the Ivy. Yeah. Okay, that's also the other play they could go for. And now, support-wise, you'd think Aegis Aurora, they could go Viscous and run the support. They could go Kelvin, but no matter what, we're going to see a different look.
Yeah, I would like to see the Viscous here for Aegis Aurora. I think it's like a nice one. But I love the Ivy pick for Buff enjoyers. I think not only does this like really help turn things around macro-wise, like threatening the urn, but also the D push. I think in some of these situations that Ivy offers is so unique, right? It's probably the best D pusher in the game right now. So, you know, whether you find yourself ahead or behind, just like the macro dominance here, I think is really solid. But I like the Viscous coming out. I think this gives you protection against both of the first picks from Buff enjoyers, both the ability to save somebody from certain death when they're in Shiv execute range, also potentially saving a swap target, you know, who is getting bursted down, getting focused. I like the Viscous a lot here. I think it wouldn't have fit as well in Buff and Jar's lineup actually, but in Aegis Aurora is really nice. It lets you go maybe even greedier if you want to continue pouring on the damage, although they already have so much of that. I think there's probably both teams, or at least Aegis Aurora, are probably looking for some more frontliners right now.
Maurice and I got your back.
Moen Krill gets picked early, so that definitely at least prevents him being stolen, if that was anything that was being considered by Buff Enjoyers. And I mean, Buff Enjoyers, they've got Warden and Shiv for like somewhat of a tanky front line. Obviously, it could have gone a lot tanky with the Moen Krill, but it's interesting to me now, like what the support pick is going to be for Aegis Aurora, because obviously they have their pick now of like support. I guess they don't even have to go for one necessarily, but that's going to be an interesting dynamic for me as well, whether it's going to be a Kelvin or... They were banning McGinnis all the time. I feel like that would be interesting to see as well, because... All right, so Jake, I don't know if you're happy about that.
I actually feel more okay with the 7 this game, because you're not so committed on this like heavy frontliner draft. You've got the deep push from Ivy. I feel like getting to late game is actually now a more comfortable possibility for Buff Enjoyers. Whereas last game, I felt like most of the draft, they don't really want to be late game. They want to be, like tempoing out and snowballing. Now I think they, like the addition of Ivy, the deep push she offers, can really outlast some of these games, even if they are behind Buff Enjoyers, so that they can play really well from behind. Now it's maybe a Kelvin here. I wouldn't mind seeing something like that, like something fully defensive, although maybe the second is more, but I feel Ivy has that flexibility. Yeah. Talon. Okay, interesting.
And the reason why it goes Talon is that it fits Listic's hero pool. Listic's hero pool, when you look at what he's played in recent times, Abrams, Shiv, Geist, Warden, Talon. The only one left on the list was Talon, and it does get them a little bit out of their comfort zone, though, because Buff Enjoyers usually run with either like 3 full frontliners or like 2 frontliners and Viscous. They don't usually run a comp like this as often, so this draft has put them into a different territory just a bit, Dan.
It's a nice counter as well if Dynamo gets picked here as a support, because again, like the update to the Spirit Snare. Okay, well, it's gonna be Infernus instead, so that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage indeed. That's kind of crazy, actually. So it's a pretty squishy lineup, I suppose. Wow. Okay, so Viscous obviously is one of the alternatives that we see, which, I mean, Viscous, you can play Viscous pretty tanky. I mean, ZP earlier, you're attesting to how you can basically play Viscous as everything. But we'll see if they have the flexibility to build it that way or not.
Yeah, I'm a little worried honestly, about Aegis Aurora's last pick there, the Infernus. It's like an interesting choice, like especially with Infernus being built more around the Flame Dash these days. Like the kiting potential is really strong. However, against 7 Great Talon is these last 2 from Buff Enjoyers, who like so much potential in the spirit damage, long range nuking. I'm a little more worried now about Vindicta, about Wraith being played in like the long range backline style. I feel that now the long range game is shifted back towards Buff Enjoyers. Like they've really gone for a very different style overall with this draft, building towards the 7 rather than the 7 kind of being out on his own, being like the lone long range late game carry.
Well, not only that, but there's also value in the Talon where, I was picking Deathy's brain a little bit before the broadcast on, what are the trends meta-wise? And this is more towards NA, but I think it's very applicable to EU too, is that a lot of teams have kind of gotten to the mindset of, well, even if we don't always play Talon, we like the idea of Talon as something that adds even more pressure to a Vindicta, right? It makes Vindicta less free in the air, especially when there's also a Paradox that can just swap you down to the ground at a moment's notice. But Jake, we're getting into it. Any final thoughts as we head into what could be our final map in EU?
I'm a Viscous enjoyer, but I'm an even bigger Buff Enjoyers comp. I think their strat is really nice, and they've got like a better road to the late game here, and they can be a little bit more patient. They looked really solid even when they were slightly behind. They really stretched the game out, where I felt like Aegis Aurora, should have had a bigger lead at times, but Buff Enjoyers fought it back really well. So I actually like Buff Enjoyers this game. I think they're going to force a decisive game 3.
All right, thank you, Jake and Dan. We are into the laning phase. You take a look at the solo lanes. We got Yamato versus Shiv off in lane 4. We got Wraith versus 7, lane 1. But a lot of this action, a Talon Paradox lane, that's just real deadly in lane 2.
Oh yeah, it's certainly oppressive. It's going to be very difficult indeed, especially once they get to like 3k souls. But I mean, one of the things hello, that's a lot of damage. Immediately Moen Krill almost dying. But one of the things that's interesting is that obviously we'll have to see whether or not Aegis Aurora can convince us as to the way that Infernus will fit into the team fights and just those dynamics, because I'm also a bit unsure about how that's going to look in terms of how it works in their favor. And then additionally, as EP, it's a good counter from Buff Enjoy is just to take the Ivy away. So and then having more of a counter to Mo and Krill in Talon, it does feel like there's a lot of answers here that buff enjoyers have forced. And so the adjustment from Aegis Aurora, this is the game where they can prove to us that they're actually super legit.
Yeah, I mean, if Aegis Aurora is able to run the table here against not only DMS but buff enjoyers, do it while also on a different comp, look, you tip your hat and say Happy New Year and look forward to what comes next. But buff enjoyers, they've been at the top for a reason. I think they've drafted reasonably well here, even if they're off a little bit of their style. And oh man, this is rough for Mo because, Mo, the healing lane, you have to be able to get comfortably close to people. And the Paradox Talon setup isn't actually giving Mo a lot of room to go in and actually get scorns off.
Yeah. Yeah, it's normally with a Mo in the lane, you can feel like very confident that you're going to have a lot of flexibility in that lane, but it's definitely a matchup that's not as fun. And I don't know, it'd be interesting to see any roaming.
Demob's about to die. Lane 4, super, super low. I think he just barely got out of it. You look at the health. He might have to go back, but you got rotation coming in. He called for help. He did the lifeline. Warren coming on over in lane 4. And it's
an answer to that.
Yeah,
Saints coming over too.
Yeah, all this rotation from ABL just nearly getting the early pickoff on the Demob. Oh man, just shows how quick stuff can escalate, Dan.
Yeah, and you gotta be careful too because the Power Slash Crimson Blade, the damage adds up like pretty quickly, even at the early levels. So not looking to go back, and in fact, we're gonna get a kill onto Wizaster there. So Infernus, from an early showing point of view, not looking great so far, but it's only 3 minutes in. And Aegis Aurora, I mean, they should in theory have a lot of great presence again because of that Vindicta and ABL and Irizumi on the Mo and Krill. They did a great job, especially in the mid game, to like roaming and playing off of one another. There's just a lot more answers now, so definitely I'm going to have a lot of focus in the performance for Saints, who had, I think, relatively little pressure on him in a lot of the fights in the previous match.
Well, maybe more pressure here, certainly onto ABL. I think you look at the game plan here, and the quick rotation's over. As soon as it looked like ABL might get ahead, they decide ABL's not going to beat them. Still, though, back and forth. Fremont and Sanya both able to get on the board. Listic returning in kind. Even so far between both sides, but it's about who's getting the farm. And right now, it's not ABL, but it is Mikhail and Listic.
Yeah, Sanya Sniper as well in the Wraith, doing a good job at the moment on lane 1. And we have to remember, Sanya's been targeted in a lot of the games we've watched so far in the early game. And so we're actually seeing a fairly free farm situation for Sanya in the early game for once. And, doing a decent job with that. But yeah, it's the mid game when we get to the 3k souls into the first bridge buffs and the urn and all the roaming starts to happen. Buff enjoyers feel way more dangerous, especially with the presence that Listic can provide with both the owl and just the flight.
Yeah, and the danger here too is when you look at what buff enjoyers can do, put the early game on their side. Just you look at rotations coming in from Mikhail here, right? Where Mikhail is in lane 2. I think there's probably going to be an attempt at Wraith or Vindicta pretty soon. He's not going to stay in lane 2. You roam heavily on Paradox, at least when swap comes back up. And also, you talk about pressure between the two. I think a swap from 3 to 4 could be in play soon, just because both Yamato and Shiv are pretty low. But it's lane 3, Dan, where the action's starting to go down.
I set this hunt.
And Owl's out as well, so this is going down. Owl getting sent straight to ABL. Hello. Oh, that was actually so close, EP.
I just thought that was poke damage to give Shiv an advantage. I didn't think it would come that close to actually just putting ABL on the ground. That is wild, but look at the advantage given there. He just took money out of ABL's pocket with that one owl, but still, things getting spicy. Sharik under pressure back here in lane 3, where once you get the slow and Vindictas in the area, nothing is safe.
Yeah, and the puddle punch there doing a lot of damage to Sharik. That's it's fun again when we get some new elements added into the game here, and Viscus has such awesome util that's somewhat unique. And here comes one of those bits of util, the goo ball coming out to try to prevent any escape here, getting at least one tag. And they're gonna have to back off here. The tower does a lot of damage, but I respect it. In the meantime, Sanya's actually getting pressured by 2 players on lane 1, although still seemingly having a decent time on that farm.
Yeah, and it's going back over in the lane 2 now. You see Listic rotating over and in. Mikhail goes for the swap. I think might have just landed the swap, and it causes Wizardster to immediately fall. That was a quick swap by Mikhail, followed through from the Talon arrow, and might not have been on screen, but I assure you, that's what happened.
Ooh, and, yeah, Uzumi
nice
gonna
parry,
go down.
double parry!
No.
Went to the scorn! Not enough to stay alive, but oh man, I love the effort.
Yeah, especially when you get like 3 heroes you can scorn off of, and the hero multiplier on the heal. That's actually sometimes that goes the other way, but not this time. Uzumi going down, and Aegis Aurora, with all that said, and with what feels like better pressure from buff enjoyers, actually slightly ahead, or well, now it's evened up, but they seem to be doing a decent job, and they're comfortable so far.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you're dealing against early game pressure like a Paradox. I mean, I guess we're countering in turn with Invicta. Both heroes very good mid game. Swapped in from Mikhail. Mikhail on the hunt once more. Ivy up and over. Listic again finding Wizester. Mo not necessarily getting out. The stone form from on high, but just going to burrow his way out of danger. Meanwhile, lane 3, stuff is getting real spicy here. Viscous in for Sharik. Goo Ball chasing him down, looking for the right angle. Sharik goes to the top. He's gonna get away. In over the top, here comes Viscous looking for the cutoff.
Where did
Going,
they go?
where did Sharik go? And
I'm
the answer is
here.
Sharik got away.
I need to be careful.
Yeah, that was really close. That would have been an excellent finish, but not to be, sadly for him. And defense here onto lane 2, and well, it's looking like it could be trouble here for Aegis Aurora. They are in pretty deep. Everybody from the buff enjoyer is starting to surround them. That's going to be Mo and Krill deleted. Tower going down as well. There goes Wizasta on the Infernus as well. So buff enjoyers coming out nice and ahead there on the defensive lane 2.
You know, I'll say this, and I mean, technically it's a true for ABL who is under pressure, but you want your Infernus to have a good ramp into the late game, and Wizasta hasn't had a ramp. He's had a speed bump that he hit at like 60 miles per hour. His car is just crushed at the moment. All these rotations, even though there's been trades, the trades have come at the expense of Wizasta, and you know, as you think about the early game into the late game, it's troubling for Aegis Aurora because you don't want a broken furnace. It usually means you're going to lose the game. But viscous pressure here. Ivy Dan. Only get to the walker though, so will survive. Viscous though, likely the getaway, but has to use cube. More in question. Arrows locked and loaded here from Listic going, come on out of that cube, and they get him. Listic, pinpoint precision here so far.
Yeah, really bold to go so aggressive, but hey, lots of ways to get out of there, but it's going to be a fight here. Once again, deep fight from Aegis Aurora, taking it straight to buff enjoyers on lane 3, and it looks like they are going to get routed once again. ABL going down, and I don't know that they'll be able to catch the remaining players, but I mean, that was pretty nasty. Aegis Aurora have been going deep fairly often on these middle lanes.
Well, speaking of going deep, you got buff enjoyers now throwing a whole lot into lane 3, going at the very least, you want to get the Guardian here. Mikhail able to land it onto Saint. Way more pressure on the Vindicta this game from buff enjoyers than we had in the previous game between the Paradox and the Talon, working beautifully together in concert. Guardian's still hanging on, but you talk about push. You brought in a bunch in the lane 3, but it's actually lane 1 where Aegis Aurora gets a tower down. Big difference in towers between both teams too, where Aegis Aurora, they have a flex slot. Buff enjoyers yet to get one as buffs come out.
We do get the TP across from Sanya, who is the most farm player for Aegis Aurora now, trying to come in towards the bridge, but I think it's going to be a bit too late. That is going to be dominated by buff enjoyers, getting that buff, and I don't know, there's 4 players here. They're going to take down this tower as well. This could be a good opportunity for an engagement from Aegis Aurora, but I don't think they had the positioning and time to deal with that, so that's going to be an opportunity lost. And
Dan, I think they have to go for an engagement sooner rather than later because a lot of these Guardians are low and there's so much latent gold available for buff enjoyers. Like, yeah, they don't have flex slot right now, but they have 3 Guardians worth of souls just waiting for them at the moment. So even though it's a slight advantage of buff enjoyers, if they're just able to, even if no one dies and they just get Guardians, they're going to be significantly ahead. Aegis Aurora is actually, I think, under a bit of pressure to make something happen now before that latent gold is picked up, and oh boy, taste of their own medicine, Dan, as the urn getting express mailed from buff enjoyers.
yes, exactly. Exactly. I mean, there are players here to potentially stop this, so this actually could end up being a problem here for Buff Enjoyers, depending on how much time they invest into this, you can see it's attracted the attention of Aegis Aurora. 3-4 players here on lane 4. They could just try to turn this into a walker push or pressure at least, which would give an opportunity to potentially steal this urn.
Dan, I think they should. I think right now, you look at how many are committed to the urn. If they're aware of that, and you know you have 3 towers worth of latent souls out there, I think you just hang on to the soul, make it a good time, and let everyone else get the guardians that you're missing. You'll get the flex slot. You'll get ahead. It would make sense. We'll see how this works out, as Mikhail still keeping options open for a swap back here in lane 3, but, you know, you look, the urn's looking a little bit more clear now, Dan.
Yeah, Aegis Aurora couldn't justify just like sitting there, and they weren't prepared to push the lane either. So fanning out back into the middle lanes, looking for other opportunities for team fights, which I think is definitely smart. You could always catch other players looking to kind of help reinforce the own fight, but comes the stun, and it's like ABL. Oh, he's actually going to get the connection with the grapple straight into Sharik. Sharik, is he going to survive this? Here comes the ult as well from Yamato, and Sharik is surely not long for this world. He is gone. And that, I mean, they want to get the urn collected now. Buff Enjoyers, they've got 4 players, but there's still 2 for Aegis Aurora. They could try to stop this.
Yamato grapple is an ability. That's all I gotta say. It's just like through 4 walls, it doesn't matter. But you know, also doesn't matter. Buff Enjoyers, they might have lost Sharik to some grapple nonsense, but they also get the urn turned in. They're 4K ahead, still 3 guardians worth of latent souls out there. Macro-wise, if they can find an opportunity to get a little bit of extra push in, they're actually in a very good spot right now.
Yeah, it's looking really good. Oh, there's the combo. And that's going to be a kill. Ballistic gets converted on. Beautiful there for Aegis Aurora. A lot of presence here on lane 2 at the moment. And I mean, they could definitely create a lot of pressure here towards both lane 1 and 2. But they're going to give it up at this point. There's enough time that's passed. They can assume that there should be enough players to defend there. Don't want to waste time on it.
I think the thing that's starting to get a little bit troubling now from Buff Enjoyers is that, okay, you had lane souls to go with. Surely you make a play that gets some push done. Aegis Aurora has been incredibly fierce at defending their towers. And as soon as you start getting to like 15, 16 minutes and you don't have a flex slot, that is bad. That is immensely bad. It starts impacting your actual item choice that you would like to have at this point in the game. So the Guardian situation actually not very good now for Buff Enjoyers, even as they're nursing the smallest points.
Well, there's one of those towers you were talking about. And 3 players for Aegis Aurora on lane 1, looking to pressure that Walker. And so pressure all over the map at this point. It'll be a smaller fight. Sharik is going to get comboed. He is absolutely toasted. Shot in the side of the head as well by Saint to get those bonus souls. And they're out. They're out just as 3 players arrive to defend. It's too late.
You know, if Buff Enjoyers get out of this and we have a map 3, I'll be honest, on the scouting report, the one constant in both games, yeah, there's the Yamato, but they've gotten such good use out of the Mo. There's so many times that you'll see a team play Mo, and for whatever reason, you don't get a ton of combo value. Combo has done so well for them over not only the BO1, but also the first map of the series that, you know, maybe in the future, maybe you do take the Mo away from them.
Yeah. I feel like in NA, I've only seen Hydration really make the Mo look convincing.
No.
Game to game. So I totally agree. And really cool to see that. And the urn's about to come up, so are the bridge buffs here. So we might see a fight here. But actually, it looks like, yeah, this looks pretty in control by Buff Enjoyers on the left side of the map. Right side of the map for Aegis Aurora. And they have the urn on their side too.
Also, it won't be an express delivered urn, at least not yet. Obviously, Ivy Ult's going to be on cooldown for a little bit. So, yeah, I mean, how this urn plays out is really going to decide which team gets advantage. Now, no, Buff Enjoyers, they still need a Guardian for Flex Slot. It's heading close to 16 minutes. It might be our next fight, in all likelihood. Let's see, Disaster under a little bit of pressure. But they don't really care about the Infernos here, Dan. They just want this Guardian. They would like their flex, and now they got it.
And they get it, yeah. And there's a big wall of Buff Enjoyers players in between the urn and the urn drop-off point for Aegis Aurora. But they might be able to get there now, as it does seem to clear out a little bit. So, and these positions have been scoped out by teammates for Aegis Aurora. So, looks like Saint should be able to get a turn in here. Demov is hanging out, but doesn't really have any reinforcements to help him stop the urn.
Yeah, and I mean, rotationally, Buff and Joyers invest on the right side of the map. They give up the urn, which, maybe a little bit questionable. Now you have the big rotation here. 3 versus 3 in the left. Mikhail coming in, going to be a little bit late to the fight. Right now, Viscous on the Listic, trying to fish off. Listic, auto prayer! Barely lives as Mikhail just comes in, makes it at the time. The Riders of Rohan Carbine lets Listic keep his life.
I need to find a place to rest.
Wow, what a huge save as well. That's crazy. It looks like a for sure kill there with the puddle punch all set up and everything. But, well, so as we reset the situation across the map, it's 90k to 90k essentially. So even on the souls, and if we look at the distribution, I mean, there's nothing that's too standout, I suppose, except Sanya Sniper still doing a great job to stay ahead of the curve. Sergey, perhaps about where you would expect as well.
Yeah, I mean, you expect 7 to be where they're at relative to the rest of the team, and Paradox at times can get ahead just by virtue of being Paradox and being involved in a lot of kills. It's not the greatest for Buff Enjoyers that Demov and Shriek aren't ahead of the curve of the game, if anything, a little bit behind it, but it's not a critical era. I mean, it would be better. You'd much rather have, like, Shriek at 19k right now, right? That would be a big difference in how fights go down, but it's about as even gets on the whole. ABL, though, might be more of a threat as time goes on. I mean, same with Sanya's Sniper, but Yamato's the one you have to keep the pulse on, just to be like, okay, you can't get too far ahead.
And a decent recovery, I would say, for Wizasa as well, because I felt like Wizasa had a bit of a slow start. I know you were exclaiming on that previously, too, so we'll have to see what, again, the Infernus does in some of these later game team fights. But there it is, the combo initiated, and there's just nothing. Oh, hello, we managed to actually escape it, but there's the finishing blow. Actually works out because it's the Vindicta to finish it off, and it looks like we'll have to fall off of this one. Mikhail S going back to the Walker for safety, and Aegis Aurora, they can't push any further, but again, a lot of extra souls there for your carry.
Real unfortunate for Mikhail that the swap was not up yet. He used swap earlier in the fight. If the swap was up there, Vindicta's probably dead in that situation. But instead, it's a clear pickoff on Obakim where, Obakim, I feel bad. It doesn't matter what hero Obakim is on. Just the Mo Fists are coming. By far, the #1 target of choice for Irizumi in this fight, or in this match thus far.
Painful indeed. Yeah, it's not been fun game for Obakim. And a lot of players now towards the middle of the map as well. This lane 3 might potentially get an initiation there. Okay, let's looking for a potential target for a swap, but looks like Aegis Aurora will fall back a little bit on lane 3. And I mean, we've got a free market on the Viscous, like heavily pushed on that lane 1. And this is going to be a potential a kill unless he's able to escape here. Google comes out, obviously super mobile.
Oh. Well, while we were watching the Viscous great escape of Gooball, Wizaster getting caught. Again, not really enough of a pickoff to justify going mid-boss, but the real key here, what Walker off on the right, Aegis Aurora going to get it, their first Walker of the game, and how much of a fall through is going to be here? You see Mikhail rotating over. This is where you could go for an opportunistic swap, but you look at how it's developed, it's not going to happen here just yet. But on the other side of the map, Freemok, no Gooball that time. Take it on down. Zergy laying in the damage, now looking for the Amato, but really just wanting this final Guardian, a little bit extra souls, Buff Enjoyer's way, but look out, here comes Yamato, grapple connecting, looking for Listic, forces out the Veil. Stormcloud weighing in the wings here from Zergy, might not come out here yet. Shriek running away. I think they're just more than happy to disengage here, Dan. Did not want the longer fight.
Yeah, I mean, really a great result, I think, for Aegis Aurora to actually get a kill there and actually fall away. They're somewhat outnumbered, so Aegis Aurora staying in the lead by 6k souls. Very tight game. Again, we had that point made by Jake about just having every urn, by the Ivy, and with that dynamic now not in play, we can see that it's a much tighter scenario. Obviously, it's not just about that, but here's another combo, and oh my god, look who's around the corner. It's Vindicta, and I'm sure the Assassinate's going to be there to finish that one off, presumably.
One would think, but Demov was able to get away. Irizumi ended up getting low in turn. It does not result in a kill. Combo is on cooldown. Urn still in motion is what we're seeing here. Aegis Aurora would love to add the Urn, really solidify their lead. And take a look at it. Okay, is this going to be a teleport for Talon or a push? No one's going to get there. It's just going to be a clean Urn turn.
And they're so good at the urns, even without the IV, still managing to kind of create the space in mid to ensure that that collection could happen. And with mid boss being up, and without having, I feel like this is the longest the first mid boss has been up in some of these games that we've seen so far, unless I'm mistaken. I'm sure Aegis Aurora are going to be itching for that, but again, without the Ivy, it's definitely a bit more risky.
Yeah, and I think the part of why it's been so on mid boss is that the crucial fights that we've been having this game, it's all been side lanes, and it's just so much harder to actually convert 1 or 2 picks into mid boss unless it goes down in middle. But speaking of going down in middle, it's going down right now. Telekinesis out, Sandra under the gun, needing the run after the swap from Mikhail. Combo though, in play, who you got? They got Listic again. Dimov though, finding a little bit of room to work with, gets Irizumi, Goo Ball, a little bit of chaos here from Fremok in the moat. Multi-level gameplay at the moment. Sharik last stand in progress. Moving forward, Aegis Aurora are way lower on multiple people aside from the Ivies, so they're the ones that have to retreat a bit here, Dan.
Yeah, honestly, what a juke from Sanya to be able to survive that after having burned the TP and then getting swapped. Still manages to get out. That's pretty insane. So 10k soul difference, again, not a huge difference at this point in time. And both teams sort of jockeying for position around mid. Most of the jungle is down on the map at the moment too. So here's, okay, is this a bait? Are they going to try to bait this maybe? Like,
they might, but
down Q. Just going to go for it.
Commit. Usually buff and Joras will commit, and they do. I mean, it makes sense. There's no Yamato ult, but there is Infernus ult. You have to think Lizaster is going to be going in there in a hurry. Compulsive Concussion is coming on in. Ivy Stoneform, who's going to get it? It's still on the ground. It's Aegis Aurora who rip it away. But very even fight so far. Buff Enjoyers not letting them get away bloodless. 3 down, 3 for 3 here so far. Sharik down at the end. Listic gonna leave away. Aegis Aurora again coming out ahead here, Dan, but you know, not by as much as you might expect, but the rejuve is theirs.
Their play around the, I want to call it, we should just rename it, so instead of rejuve, we should call it the Aegis now. I don't know. but their play around rejuve is pretty incredible. The fact that we saw so much util flying in there, including the owl, and they still managed to get it, unreal. Okay, so just like trying to convert here with these walkers. Aegis Aurora in such a commanding position at this point. Huge opportunity for Souls to go in their advantage. Able to dodge the power slash, but that's still not going to be enough there for Dimov to escape. And so bigger convergence coming from Aegis Aurora, looking to get that lane 3 walker now. There's the lane 1 walker up for grabs as well here, ZP.
But the swap comes in. ABL a little bit overextended. Mikhail does not miss opportunities like that. Listic bringing the fire from above. If any team can come back from a tough situation like this, it is Buff Enjoyers. And also, I mean, part of it too, the fact that they have the Paradox, a character that can still get pickoffs and slowly chip away at a lead when you're behind.
So what I'm trying to understand right now is the options for Buff Enjoyers. You know, obviously the map control, because of the rejuve again, it's not there, so that makes the whole map pretty risky. And the fact that Aegis Aurora obviously have the rejuve buff still, it's riskier still, because they can just dive pretty hard onto potential ganks. So you have to be so cautious in this position if you're Buff Enjoyers. Navigating this spot is not something I envy.
Well, also, you talk about what are trends in the game and what do you have to worry about. Well, Wraith is not as scary as she was in her telekinesis stun days. That's a fat Wraith. That is a Wraith that is just about as rich as you can get. I mean, they are out here, you know, dropping $100 bills at the bar. 33K. You know, if you're Mikhail S, your #1 pickoff here that you want to start the fight out with, you want Sanya dead. That is your absolute highest value pick. You know, after that would be Yamato, but picking up Yamato a little bit problematic in the best of times.
True.
Also, the split push going on right now. You have 4 in middle, but you got 2 going, we'll help ourselves to some base guardians. Why not?
Yeah. And what's interesting is our Buff Enjoyer is going to be pulling players back to deal with this. They only have, I mean, they only need Zergy really. Zergy's on the 7, really effective at defending these pushes with that util. And actually the urn is going to be picked up here by Buff Enjoyers, and it is of course a location that's friendlier to them, but it is the covered location.
Consequences once more.
Meanwhile, just we're gonna keep an eye on the location. And Furnace in the skylight. What could be the decisive fight of all of Europe right now. Underway. Combo immediately. starting off the fight. Irezumi, they'll punish the turn. Zergy with the damage. Hits Mikhail. It's Listic and Zergy dropping damage from afar, but Saint returning fire on the assassinate. Both teams wounded. You take a look at Freemock. Very, very low right now. Buff Enjoy is a little bit healthier. Ivy, though, under pressure. Stone Form on the ABL takes him out. And Buff Enjoy is hanging on here, Dan. The urn might be theirs, and the game right back in it.
Yeah, this is obviously a must-win scenario here for Buff Enjoyers. They managed to do it. Really well done. I'm still trying to work out how Wisasa got deleted. he was standing in the lightning ball. I think that was one of the things that was happening, maybe.
It's a closed-in area. Lightning Ball gets crazy value. A Carbine, I think, came in at the same time. And, of course, anytime you're in closed-in areas, you're also more likely to get more done from talent arrows. So across the board, it's a lot of AoE damage in a very condensed area. And just like that, Buff Enjoyers, they're not done yet.
Yeah, really the perfect turn-in location to give Buff Enjoyers an opportunity to have a good fight, which they absolutely did, as you described. And now, well, we've got mid-boss coming up in 2 minutes. So that's going to be a really interesting point of contention here. Aegis Aurora, I mean, wow, weren't they like 30, 40k ahead? Now it's just 10. So it's such a huge gap now diminished.
It was at least a gap of like 25k, maybe 30. Is where it was at. But that is in the past, and the future is now. And the gap, basically inconsequential at this point. Obviously, Sanya's overall net worth still scary, but Sharik and Dimov much more back into the game after that last fight. Same with Listic.
Mid boss 130. Potential team fight brewing here in mid between Buff Enjoyers and Aegis Aurora. Aegis Aurora looking to move into the secret shop. Don't find anybody there. And they've obviously I like how they're doing the positioning here, but hold that thought, because here now goes the fight.
Public comes down, they didn't have to use a combo. It's a clean pickup for Aegis Aurora. They're feeling it. You see the goo ball in the middle. A lot of viscous value coming on in. The disruption from the goo ball. Saint following through on some of that goo damage. Freemock, though, finally goes down. 2 down for Buff Enjoyers, 1 for Aegis Aurora. Saint laying in damage from afar. The rest of Buff Enjoyers able to get out of the crossfire. But now, 1 minute till mid-boss. I think the timing here a little bit fortuitous for Buff Enjoyers, Dan, because if it was 1 minute earlier, this game might be over.
Yeah, I was going to say that actually that was like the best timing at the moment for them to lose a fight. So yeah, the mid-boss can be fully contested for sure. So Aegis Aurora, they haven't won just yet. And I mean, wow. I mean, we have a moment to reflect on what we're witnessing here, ZP. It's crazy. It's like a new regime. This is looking to take control of the deadlock European space.
I did not expect the storyline coming on in. Even if Buff Enjoyers wins this map and defends the throne, I would not have expected at the start of the day to see Aegis Aurora, a team that had to make last-minute roster changes. It doesn't happen like this. Normally, the last time it happened, or something like this similar happened with roster changes, I think it was a team in NA. I'm trying to remember which one off the top of my head, but they went to me as like, yeah, we have to sub out 2 players. Sorry about that. And I just knew they were done. Like they got wrecked in the best of 1. And today you kind of have a similar thing where Aegis Aurora kind of starts out the day going like, yeah, we have substitutions. We'll see how it goes. And they're brilliant. Absolutely brilliant with how they've played here so far. And they have pushed Buff Enjoyers to the brink. 28 minutes in, Dan. Still a lot left in this map alone. Buff Enjoyers down 1 player. Mid-boss about to spawn up. We'll see how this one ends.
Yeah, they must have pretty good team chemistry, Aegis Aurora, because as you say, like, obviously getting good roles and just having players that get in, and it just kind of gels like pretty much straight away. And you make a move and you don't have to hesitate, because your teammate's going to do sort of the correct thing. He's going to see the game in the same way as you as well. So yeah, they're doing so well in the macro from a decisiveness point of view that it makes me feel like that's kind of what they have going on, because normally it takes time to really build that. So yeah, really impressed so far from Aegis Aurora. Again, gathering around middle. Again, we know the mid boss is up.
I think here's the key. Who's going to be the first mover that you're going to see here? Aegis Aurora, they're going to push it. They're going to run Shadow Transformation. Buff Enjoyers, they need to make sure that someone doesn't get comboed and blown up immediately. You know, I think key here is don't let Mo start things out, and they go for the fake. They just get it low. And now I'm really curious who Arizumi is looking at. And Mikhail, because I feel like it's between Mikhail and Arizumi that really starts out how this fight begins here, Dan. Both have their ideal conditions. And one carbine or one just quick blink-in combo could decide it all. And mid-boss now about to go down.
And there it is. There's a Wraith ult as well. The Yamato ult coming in as well. So, opening kill onto Sergi. That's a huge one to find. Oh, but is there a steal attempt coming through? No, of course. Sanya gets it there again. The redo for Aegis Aurora. Could you ever imagine anything else as the team fight is swinging in their favor, snowballing on to Buff Enjoyers, who are 3 players light at this point, a 6v3, and Aegis Aurora, decisive advantage here. This could be the end of the game, ZP. This could be a 2-0 upset.
Unbelievable from Aegis Aurora, where they keep flexing, pushing onto mid-boss, and they keep getting Rejuvenator. Fight after fight, whether it be DMS or Buff Enjoyers, and now they have put themselves in the driving seat to finish it off and then some. This urn that they're about to turn in, absolutely free with 3 members of Buff Enjoyers down. It is going to be about a 30k deficit between both teams. Buff Enjoyers' status as the Kings of Europe, after winning all 3 $10,000 tournaments in December, after winning the last Deadlock Fight Night, their reign could be on the verge of ending here and now, Dan, unless they are able to dig deep and find a way through. And right now, you got to be looking at Mikhail wondering, can you pull a rabbit out of the hat? Can you find the swap of swaps to get the ball rolling? Because they need a miracle at this point.
I feel like we need to get Jason Captain on like a new stat for his spreadsheet, which is like the percentage of collected rejues under like contested mid bosses, because the consistency here from Aegis Aurora is scary to behold. And I mean, right now, obviously, they are just ensuring that they leave no value on the map up for grabs, taking all of it. And that, I mean, we saw in the previous maps as well. They really try to make sure that they just lock it down and they don't take any risks once they get ahead. Because how does the rule go? You know, when you're ahead, get more ahead.
Speaking of getting ahead, I think the Mo usage from Aegis Aurora has been so on point. You think about the last fight where they catch Zergy, the person you expect to be throwing down the most spam damage possible in the mid fight, just gets comboed immediately. And it's the engage factor between the two where, you know, Mikhail's had a pretty good game all in all, but Arizumi has just been catching people on this Mo and feeding the carries on his team, putting Buff Enjoyers in a tough spot. And we'll see if Arizumi has one more in him, because I tell you, Dan, one more good team fight, and I think Aegis Aurora will be our new champions.
It's interesting too, because we talked about, you know, the adjustments in the draft, and one of the head scratches for us was the Infernus pick, and I don't really feel like I mean, I'd be curious to hear what Jake will think afterwards, but I don't really know that I've seen Infernus be as present in some of these fights just from the POVs we've been watching. So I'm going to be interested to see how it looks in some of the replays, because obviously, you know, Wizast has been able to do a great job this whole game, even despite having a really slow start.
Yeah, and Buff Enjoyers, at this point, you know, they haven't felt their own mortality in a while. You think about their performance throughout the month of December. They were winning those finals decisively. It wasn't going to decisive maps or anything like that. Their tournament life now on the line as they find themselves quarantined back in their base wondering, is it 2020? We can't leave our house. It's Aegis Aurora in firm control, and it's 2.5 minutes to mid-boss, where the final fight may be underway.
Yes, and Buff Enjoyers, you know, they're not out of this just yet. It's obviously pretty late game, 35k soul difference. It's not, we've seen recoveries from this. It just takes one team fight to just sequentially happen in the right way for Buff Enjoyers to recover this onto then maybe a mid-boss potentially. That would be the way to really flip this. And you gotta be careful, you know, Freemok, I love how Freemok has been playing on the Viscous. No fear, playing really aggressively the entire game, going really deep and trying to make stuff happen, relying on all of the escapability, which is, I mean, that's one thing Viscous is so good at, so it makes sense.
Well, it is tense. You could cut the tension with a knife. Even though Buff Enjoyers are behind, both teams know that one mistake could change the course. I think Aegis Aurora right now, Dan, their game plan is be safe, be secure, get next bin boss, win the game. Don't get swapped. I think that truly the number one threat here is Mikhail threading the needle, getting the swap, and having the follow through be there. That is the one thing that Aegis Aurora cannot have happen. But they're running down the clock. It's only 1:20 until the next mid-boss, which they will force as soon as it comes up. So on the same note, Buff Enjoyers, they are running out of time to find that magic pickoff.
Yeah, they're kind of moving out as a group there so that if there is a gank attempt, they can just like jump on the ganker. And I mean, there's no real way for Fremont to engage. He realizes and respects this movement. Urn is up at the moment, so the Urn obviously could get run here, and there'd be time for mid-boss after the Urn. However, team fight, yeah.
They're looking for it. Yamato into the back line, so devastating diving, forces out the early shift, brings up the Shadow transformation. Saint kills Overkim early in the fight. Grapple. Listic's not getting any damage done because he's getting done. You see the Yamato in the back, 2 clean pickoffs. And just like that, Dan, it could be the age of a new champion. Aegis Aurora. Their game plan is clear. They're going to get some shrines, maybe back off, get the mid-boss, and secure it that way. I think they're going to play it as safe as possible. Buff Enjoyers looking for any way to hang on here. So last stand by Shriek at death's door. A pixel of HP here, Dan. Somehow stays alive.
Yeah, this big swap actually is going to secure the kill onto Fremont. Right now, the objective for Aegis Aurora, they really want to get the Patron here and then fall into mid-boss, like you say. So they've got to be cautious that they don't give up too much. And it's better to fall off, not get the Patron, guarantee the mid-boss, than overcommit here into the Patron.
Low. He's so low, Dan. You look at D-Mob, barely staying alive. Shriek gets picked. If D-Mob goes down, they could actually just push base here. D-Mob was able to get away. 3 up. Pressure onto the Patron. Stage 1 Patron down. And they're going to go mid.
Yep. Mid-boss on the way. And, I mean, these players, the Buff Enjoyers, are coming off the spawn here, off the rip. There's 5 alive. They might just need to try to go mid now, all of them. There's obviously 2 players are still respawning for Aegis Aurora. So this is an opportunity, potentially, for them to do something, whether that is to, like, just go mid-boss if Aegis Aurora are not doing so. They have, but whatever they do, ZP, I feel like they have to do something right now in this timing window, and indeed, they're going for the mid-boss.
Yeah, that last pickoff changed the equation. They get the swap into the knockdown, and it's a quick pickoff onto the Vindicta. Buff Enjoyers are not dead yet here, Dan. Zergy, though, down the ABL. They're down quite a bit of damage. Aegis Aurora is going to contest the mid-boss. Ganglore, they back off on the mid-boss. Meanwhile, Shriek up and over here because they're trying the back door. You have St. Tanya here in the back going, we don't need the mid-boss. We're just going to burn it on down. It's over. New champions of Europe, Dan. What a shot call in the end. You don't need the mid-boss if you kill the Patron.
That's actually so epic because also, ZP, that makes me feel like Aegis Aurora, they're not just playing it safe because they want to be like just reduce all of the risk. They are just like looking at these scenarios and just min-maxing as best as they possibly can. Great decision making from them there to go super aggressive for that. Because imagine if they die, imagine if they fail there, they could get really behind.
Jake, you welcome back. You just saw all that. That's also the first time we've seen a team like just split push into the Patron like that in a Deadlock Fight Night. You see it more in pubs than you do in comp play, and it's a gutsy call. It pays off, and we got new champions of Europe. You're muted, Jake. We hear nothing.
Whoops. All right. Yeah. Even with the draft switch ups, right? Like taking the Ivy away, still it felt like, Urns were more competitive than they were last game, but honestly went both ways. It wasn't that the Ivy was like the solo factor here. I think Aegis Aurora were super aware of the Urns, really playing around those. I mean, still getting every single mid boss. Like this is like the key decisive factor in their victory today is that their ability to win these fights on the objective, coming down to crucial moments. When it's just the pickoffs, the team fights, Buff Enjoyers, played really well. I think it was really competitive on those levels. But when it came to the objective team fights, those crucial moments that decide games, Aegis Aurora were on top today, and that's the reason they're the champion.
Man, you look at the stat breakdown here. You can't say Mikhail didn't give their all. 36k damage as a Paradox is actually a little bit unreal. You don't always see a Paradox playing out that much. You kind of see the effect of Listic being under pressure from Yamato dive, throughout the game, including, the second to last fight where, Listic gets in position and it's just ABL in their face. On the other end, Sanya was ahead in farm the entire game, and clearly the damage also reflects that relative to the rest of their team. And kind of a tough game for Wizhaster, actually. 0-8, but sometimes you don't have to necessarily be the hero, Dan. You're just playing you're a cog in the machine.
Yeah, definitely. And it is interesting because my eyes are definitely drawn to Demorph and Zergy. And it's interesting also because Jake, you pointed out, how difficult it may have been to run the Shiv against how Aegis Aurora were playing, in addition to the question that was floated about Seven. And I feel like, my eyes are drawn to those two players the most in this game.
Yeah, I agree. Like maybe I'm these players are definitely higher level than me, so I don't want to question their pick too much. But I have felt like Seven is like one of the weakest heroes in the game, just from playing ranked. That it just feels like, yes, you're like a super threatening damage carry, but you don't have so much utility outside of that compared to some of these characters like Wraith and Yamato, who can absolutely deal the damage as they did this game, but also have so much more potential to put their lives on the line. Where there's a couple moments there where like in that final moment in the base race, like yes, Seven is amazing at like fully clearing the base solo, letting the team go mid boss, but he's like indefensible. And so when the Yamato shows up, he's just like a free kill in the 1v1. He has no hope of taking that fight against a Yamato with even close farm, equal farm, right? Like it's too threatening. Wraith is kind of the same story. So yes, in like the ideal scenario, you create the perfect team fight, allow Seven to just be the safe backliner dealing the damage. But so many times in these games, it's just, you're not getting that kind of a stable engagement, right? There's so much chaos. There's so much of a pick threat coming in. I think the Mo Krill play was a big part of that. Like they were always starting fights with like an instant hard focus pick. Even when the Mo dies for it, like they're still forcing the fight to begin, starting the fight on their terms, taking somebody out of the equation. And honestly, if Mo gets a kill with the ult and dies, it's like you don't feel that bad as Mo, whereas the victim, I think, really suffers.
Well, not only that, Jake, but the Mo is just, feeding into the heroes that you want most. It's like, oh, the Mo's here. Yeah, Yamato, have a full course meal. Get even more fed. But speaking of fed, we can't talk about without talking about our Intel player of the match. That is right. It is Sanya, who was just outputting insane damage all day long, whether it be the best of one or now the best of three, consistently ahead on Wraith, Jake. And it was your pick, so walk us down a little bit why of all the players where it's a tough choice, why Sanya?
I just felt like there was a lot of great play from across the board, but what Sanya brought these games was just so much consistency and stability. I think it was really epitomized by that one moment where, they catch him with the swap after the TP, he looks dead to rights, and he somehow jukes his way out of it, stays alive. Like he wasn't this like flashy hero for the team, diving in, like making game-changing plays, but he's just that stable backliner, and that's what you want from your carry. You don't actually want somebody who's like making the biggest, craziest plays. You want the guy who's alive throughout the team fights, always there in the objective engagements, making the right calls, right decisions. And so sometimes it's that like not flashy style that I think really pays off, and that's what Sanya delivered today. It was like really consistent, really stable. I love the sharpshooter build on the Wraith, playing it as like additional backline threat along with the Vindicta rather. So when the dives come in on your Vindicta, sometimes those are countered by like the Wraith lift, or you feel like you rather than initiating on the Wraith, they're letting Mo take that role. Wraith can kind of counter initiate later into the fight, using the lift to turn the engagement around, which especially you talked about the patch change for Wraith, right? Where it's not such an insane stun lockdown, like guaranteed insta kill, but it is a really strong interrupt and almost a save, right? When somebody aggressive is like in onto your backline, something like a Shiv is going in for a kill, and then you just Wraith lift him and completely turn it around and deny that snowball from happening at all. I think that's kind of a key part of this effective playstyle that the Wraith and Yamato were able to bring and shut down Shiv, who has been a dominant character, right, for weeks and weeks in Deadlock. In pubs, I think people probably hate Shiv more than most of the characters, and yet it felt really like it wasn't getting anything done in the series.
Yeah, I mean, look, Dan, you got some hit at one point just by proxy because people are saying you looked like Shiv. I'm not sure if that's the case anymore. You've grown out a very full beard. I'm actually very jealous of your beard growth. But yeah, I mean, what about you, Dan? Obviously, watching all this, we talked about Sanya. What else as we kind of reflect on Aegis Aurora's historic win here?
Yeah, I think ABL obviously deserves a shout out too, because just the consistency of damage, and just again, one of the reasons why I love Yamato and just watching Yamato players is because you're in the action, but there's so much clutch, there's so much outplay when you're in the fight, but also setting up fights around your team as well. You can flank really effectively and try to like target players really effectively, and I think this really plays into what was done so well with Mo and Krill by Aegis Aurora 2, where similarly the targeting, the hero targeting from them, like who to pick off at which point in the fight was really good. And that actually was so impactful in turning a lot of the fights into their favor so many times. So yeah, I just loved that was, I think, my favorite thing is just the dynamic of Moenkrill and the Yamato for Aegis Aurora. I mean, there's a lot of things to be a fan of, but that was one of the top for me.
Well, now, if you're just tuning in wondering what is left for the rest of the day, I got good news for you. We might have just finished up EU and had a new King of the Hill, but guess what? NA still on the way. EU, yeah, your eyes don't deceive you. It was Aegis Aurora just breaking the script, saying a new paradigm for EU. But NA, guys, it is going to be a lot to watch. Of course, you have Llama Lords versus Big Brolic, where Ido is no longer on Llama Lords. He has swapped teams. He is now the opposition to Llama Lords, and the winner goes against Hydra Nation, where, you know, we'll have a few quick thoughts here that catch it after the break. But guys, Hydra Nation, they are the true kings of NA in a way that they haven't been touched in a very long time.
Yeah, I feel like that's just the team to beat in NA, and their dominance has been sort of ridiculous in NA, and you got to think even more so than EU, which we've seen different champions, new one being crowned today, but that's not a huge surprise in EU. In NA, I think an upset would be a much bigger surprise given the run of dominance that Hydra Nation has had.
Yeah, it's definitely a fair point. I feel like, you know, Hydra Nation, I mean, they're also named fairly aptly. I feel like Hydration is sort of like the pillar of the scene, and is so responsible for so much of the metas that have developed in North America. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens or what has happened in the month plus that we've had between DFN running frequently and now this kind of, I mean, hey, it happened in Europe, all right? So maybe we turn the page here for 2025 in North America as well. But I think one of the points you brought up, Jake, previously too, is just that the pool of teams is not quite as fleshed out to practice against at a high level as it is in Europe for NA. So it is kind of harder to sort of develop that team that will be able to challenge them. But hey, it's not impossible.
Well, with all that being said, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll see if this will truly be the day of upsets as we get into some North American Deadlock action here on Deadlock Fight Night.
They're done.
You're a bot.
Welcome back, everyone, to Deadlock Fight Night. EU is in the history books. We have a new champion, but now we move on to North America, where a lot has changed, and a lot has been going down in the shadows. Of course, joined here once more by DDK and Dan. For North America, December was a little bit of a quiet month for North American Deadlock. Not a ton of tournaments aside from the SSG tournament, and players have just been kind of in the nether realm, playing Face It ranked, coming up with new teams, and we do have changes, at least for the challengers.
Yeah, should be a nice surprise for us as well. And you know, CP, I just got to take the moment to thank Intel, because we couldn't do this without them. So thank you, Intel, for supporting our show. And it's awesome, CP, because what that also means is that we're going to have a lot more storylines developing as we get to continue with this broadcast. And the NA scene is, I think, a great question mark. Who's going to crack the fortress of Hydra Nation, and sort of seeing where their form is as well. Because whenever you're winning a lot, whenever you're the top dogs, CP, this is just inevitable that eventually your foot's going to come off the gas. You get complacent, you know, like you're like, oh, we're the best, you know, like you stop maybe innovating, and in all the meanwhile, everyone knows exactly what you do. They've got all your VODs, they can study everything, they know what you have for breakfast every day, and they know what time you go to sleep. So you got to be careful.
Yeah, you definitely cannot rest easy, because at the end of it all, the target is on your back more than anyone else's. But now, if you're just wondering what the rest of the day is going to look like, we got you covered. This is our schedule here at Deadlock Fight Night. We're kicking off the day with our best of one in NA. It's two challenging teams, and the winner of that challenging matchup, that best of one, go on to fight the champion. In this case, it's been Hydra Nation, who have won all 7 Deadlock Fight Nights so far, and don't look to stop anytime soon. They are the reigning kings of the hill, the ones to beat. But as we saw in EU just a little bit ago, even the overall favorite can fall under the right circumstances. But before we get into all that, before we get deep into the matchups, gonna be joined here once more by Mr. Jake, who first Deadlock broadcast got a banger for you. Maybe, you know, your good luck here as we go into NA. We'll get even more intrigue as NA rolls on.
I mean, this is the time, right? Like, you talked about a potential moment for an upset. I think, like, you know, you take a few weeks off, there's some new patches coming in, things have changed. That is a moment of weakness for Hydra Nation, I would say, like, relatively from you know, playing week to week to week and just winning back to back. There's an opportunity there. However, with the dominance they've shown, I feel like you still have to put anybody else as an underdog right now.
Absolutely. But now going into it, these are rosters for the teams tonight, and also the icons that I know production loves when it comes to you know, the team logos, especially the ones particular. But
look at that.
but the big changes there. There's no production error. It is Ido on Big and Brolic. Ido has broken off from the Llama Lords. He's created his own team. Ido, of course, one of the top ranked players on the ladder, one of the biggest streamers in the game. But Llama Lords, a lot of veteran talent there, whether it be Young Calc on the Abrams, Naked. You know, Jake, you can attest to Naked, just running into his McGinnis constantly as you play games.
Yeah, you know, I think it'll be interesting to see how these teams draft. They both like have more unconventional rosters, and I'm really excited, especially to see the difference between like the NA versus EU metagame, the perspective on how to approach Deadlock. I still think the game is so new. There's so much open to interpretation. I'm just curious to see what these teams' perspectives are, and if any, you know, just like comfort picks do come out and end up being important for the match.
Yep. Also, the player of the watch here for me and many others. Look, a very prolific player. There's a lot of thoughts. You know, not going to go into the broadcast, but all you have to know for Big and Brolic is that Combo Fight has been a force, especially on things like, you know, Face It ranked and other places where people have been playing. He's a frontline player. He gets in people's faces, and, you know, generally speaking, by all accounts, has good intuition. So that's the player of the watch for Big and Brolic, but there's a lot to dig into here, Dan, as we get into these teams, the hero pools, and how the draft is going to break down, which should be any moment now.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it feels like, you know, Llama Lords has a lot of the usual contenders that we would expect, and I think definitely looks like a solid lineup. On the other hand, the other team is Ido, and so like we all know what an Ido on Pocket can do, and I feel like I've been starved today of Pocket on the broadcast, so I am fully hoping we get to see some Pocket and it doesn't get banned.
Yeah, Pocket has had PR issues, Jake. He's gotten a bunch of nerfs. He's not getting played as much. Still, you know, I saw him quite a bit in the run-up to EU and doing prep, so it's not like he's off the face of the world. But, you know, the overall perception of Pocket has never been lower, even though he still, in fact, might be quite good.
I mean, I think item-wise right now, I feel like debuff reducer, debuff remover are just like really strong items in the meta in general. So I feel like that does kind of hurt Pocket, you know, being so reliant on affliction. I think it's also something where as teams just understand a little bit more like exactly how Pocket is played, when he's weak, when he's strong, you know, like not giving up a huge affliction, feels like he isn't going to get quite the same value as something like, let's say, with more reliable control when it comes to like your playmaking pick.
Yeah. Also, that Veil Walker nerf, I feel like that also is like another tool that's been taken away from him a little bit at a timing in the game where that would be one way that he could get extra value initiating. So yeah, I feel like there are a lot of things that have played against him over the course of the many patches.
But you know what we got here? We would have the draft, but first we have to decide who's going to have their choice of pick. And we do that only one way here at Deadlock Fight Night. That's right, we enter the arena. 2 moles enter, only 1 leaves. Let's get it on.
All right. Oh, hello. I mean, both players felt like pretty just melee charges just right out the gate. There's no one actually seems to be taking this cautiously at all, ZP. I hope that's a premonition for the match that we can expect.
You know what, Jake? It's NA. You get in, fast and furious, let it ride, and the parry comes in.
Parry.
So that was OBT, otherwise known as Combo Fight. That was Big and Brolic winning their right to choose first or second here in the draft. And of course,
Okay,
Jake, that
I didn't
leads us
recognize
into
the name Combo Fight, but I do recognize Obama's Big Toe. That's the name I remember playing in ranked.
Okay. Yeah, there's a little bit of rebranding that was going on here. You know how it goes. You go to your first official broadcast, you decide, I need to change things up a little bit. So, yeah. Now, the story to me here as we get into bans are, do you ban Pocket versus Ido, right? It is his signature hero of signature heroes, arguably best Pocket in the game. Do you mess with it even if the Pocket isn't as meta, you know?
I feel like it's too much respect, frankly, especially with only one first ban. I just think it's too much respect to be first banning a Pocket. Like, especially, I feel like Ido can play other characters. He can just like rip a Yamato first pick. We saw that in EU a lot. I feel like it's, especially the way the meta is right now with Pocket being maybe not the best pick. I feel like maybe you give it to him at least once. If he comes on, he styles on you on it, maybe okay, maybe you do need to respect ban it, but I feel like it's not a winning formula from my perspective. Like you do want to be sticking to like I think the most dominant characters where I'm thinking Yamato, I'm thinking Shiv, I'm thinking Paradox. I think these are where your target's got to come in.
Okay, well, we're about to find out what the ban is going to be for Llama Lords. The Yamato goes away, and Big and Brolic get the first pick. I mean, it's got to be Pocket, just please. It's
Mirage. I think.
You're nodding your head.
I think I mean, NA sometimes doesn't value Mirage as much, but usually if Mirage survives the bans, you'll get Mirage coming in here. But if they don't take the Pocket, then it is open for Llama Lords to block it. But yeah, I mean, for Big and Brolic, my mind's doing flips here too. It's like, well, wait, Pocket for Llama Lords? No. Ido has swapped teams, so we will see where it's at, and they go Mirage. Okay, kind of as expected, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, I think carry potential, like mixed gun and spirit damage, global presence, just like everything you need when it comes to a late game carry. I do like the Yamato ban. I think Yamato, for me, looks like just the best character right now with the ability to be like a true carry and a frontliner at the same time. That's pretty unique right now. Like, I don't think there's any other character that does this much damage that is willing to like full on take the initiation, start the fight. It's kind of only Yamato that is providing both of those utility right now. Mirage still a super effective character, not necessarily though. I think one that wants to be hard initiating.
Smart to turn to Paradox for help.
Well, Dan, we got the Paradox coming on in now. This right now, I feel like you're bound by the chains of the meta here at the very beginning, where there's just some characters that they're too strong, and you go, you know what? We need to grab these because that's just how it is. The other character I expect to go either this pick or the next. Warden probably coming off the table just for the same reasons that Jake, Dan was talking about for the Yamato.
I think Warden could be a good look here. Natural slowing hex builder for Mirage.
I was thinking I don't want to say anything. I want to it's the shit. All right, okay. Well, I guess the other thing, I still have hope for the Pocket to come out on Ido just because obviously, like you guys say, we did get to a point, I think, a couple months ago where everyone was so afraid of the Pocket that even though it was not considered like S tier in any sense against Ido, you know, he can be such an X factor with it that respect was being given because when it wasn't, he was wrecking people. So, but at the same time, yeah, we're kind of a fresh slate here, I would say, and it does feel like Pocket is getting just like a bit weaker as time goes on with these patches, as opposed to anything really helping him out as much.
I think I'll
So we're gonna
like
get the Viscous. So love to see that. I feel like we're seeing Viscous at a better timing than we have in the past so far today.
Yeah, maybe NA valuing the Viscous a little bit higher. I think it's good against Shiv, just like shutting down that combo potential. I will say, I think the Shiv is poised to do a little bit better in this game with the Yamato first ban. I actually really like this from Llama Lords, in contrast to like what we saw from EU. I think like Yamato and Wraith were both part of the answers to Shiv in those series, potentially dealing with them. So maybe still the Wraith available here for Big and Brolic could be something they want to look at.
Whatever they throw at
wouldn't
me.
mind seeing that, especially with the global ganking potential from something like the Mirage. They go with the Abrams though for now. Still like maybe a little bit better response to the frontlining potential that Shiv can bring, just stunning him, controlling him down.
I think for Big and Brolic, they actually had to go with Viscous when they did too. Not only for all the usual reasons, but Big and Brolic has a lot of hero pool overlaps right now, where Ido and Fishcake overlap quite a bit, and also Gibbs and Pure Content overlap quite a bit. The one area where Gibbs and Pure Content don't overlap on is Viscous, where Gibbs plays quite a bit of Viscous, and between the two of them, I would expect Gibbs to be playing the Viscous almost EU style, and I would expect Pure Content to come in on either Dynamo, Ivy, or Kelvin. Perhaps Dynamo, because in NA, it's been kind of a signature hero. It's where they were able to beat Hydra Nation with him on the Dynamo, but also metas change and he's not as highly respected, so it still could be the other two supports. But Warden, Dan, off the board now for Llama Lords, looking very similar really to the EU draft for buff enjoyers.
Well, good luck
Yeah,
to you
there's
in the future,
the
endeavors.
Kelvin ban. Kelvin definitely been a really highly prioritized hero in NA, and I do wonder if you guys feel like the meta changes, like where that's shifted Kelvin or not, because we're starting to see different Kelvin builds as well.
Yeah, for a while people were building him even as like a carry. I don't know. I think that's probably gone by the wayside, probably focusing more on the support. Kelvin was definitely turbo broken for a couple of patches there. Surprising a little bit to see the Kelvin ban coming from
Don't
Llama
waste
Lords,
my
because
time.
the Viscous has already been picked, so it's like you could go the Viscous and the Kelvin, you know, have that like arena of doom if you get the ball in there. But at the same time, that is like kind of a lot of defensive utility for Big and Brolic to go for, especially with the heroes they've already drafted. I feel like they're missing more damage than they are missing something like Kelvin survivability.
I think what you might have here, Llama Lords could decide, hey, we're going to pick the Ivy, and then that almost certainly would send Big and Brolic to picking the Dynamo for Pure Content, which might be the case anyways, but
You were looking to
maybe they didn't
summon
want
a
to
god,
deal
right?
with the world where the Kelvin ends up getting picked. But this is interesting too from Llama Lords, because I was almost expecting this from Big and Brolic, where generally when you looked at EU, you don't usually get two heroes in the playmaking category, like Pocket, Paradox, Lash. Generally you pick one and that's it. NA is more willing to actually cross the streams and go like, well, we will run Paradox and Lash together, or we will run Pocket and Paradox at the same time. But if any team was going to do it, I thought it would be Big and Brolic because of the overlap in hero pools between Ido
Helping
and
people's what
Fishcake.
I
So
do.
that's a little surprising to me.
Do like to see the
Yeah.
Ivy pickup though. This is nice. I think it gives them a little bit like really dominant macro map presence with Ivy and Mirage, both able to show up to any kind of engagements like much more reliably than most characters in the game right now. So Llama Lords could have trouble trying to make plays with the Shiv and Paradox, or rather with the Lash and Paradox. Got to move very fast with the response potential from Ivy, Viscous, Mirage. Like they have a lot of counter ganking potential there.
I'd love to see like Talon added into this mix for just like more like potential cross map play. Obviously the Pocket makes a lot of sense, but yeah, that's a great point of mobility with Viscous too on the Google. Like it's actually a really fast lineup. So yeah, well, Talon is still available, and obviously Vindicta's been banned. I feel like Talon wouldn't be a bad shout for either team right now. I feel like both teams are sort of obviously like lacking some of that DPS at the moment, especially like that backline DPS.
I'll tell you what they'll go for Llama Lords. Given the support situation, I would be shocked if they didn't go McGinnis. They also could go Dynamo,
Ready to
but you're
do some
talking
field
about the hero pool. Yeah, that's for Naked. Naked is on Llama Lords. He's probably the person that has the most hours of McGinnis out of anyone in all of Deadlock. I mean, he got a head start starting in May, but point is, it doesn't get more of a comfort hero than that. So McGinnis comes on in, but to your point, Dan, the next pick here is a lot more wide open.
Yeah. I feel like we're seeing a lot of like gun builds on McGinnis right now as well, and like less like emphasis around around some of these turret builds, which I felt like were pretty prevalent. So yeah, there's the talent, and that's it's an interesting spot now for Big and Brolic, because I feel like they're missing something that's maybe talent-esque. Again, just like some more backline support damage, because Mirage, is going to be getting closer to opponents, obviously, the tornadoing in and so on. So I don't feel like there's like a true like backline kind of damage like DPS.
Yeah, I mean, they might be just relying on Pocket to kind of like deliver a lot of these damage over long sustained fights. But they're definitely going a little bit, very early game heavy with the Bebop pick as well. So it's going to be a heavy focus, I think, for Big and Brolic to like group up in the early to mid game and snowball an advantage. I think if they can do that, they could, really push out to a lead. And I think that's the type of game Pocket can thrive in, right? With an early lead, snowballing kill after kill, playing this high mobility style. I think it can work, but they're fully committed to it, which I actually like. Like if you're going to go for an early game draft, I think you might as well go all in and, fully commit to getting the snowball rolling.
Yeah, I think what's interesting to me is, my question is, who is Combo Fight going to be playing here? Because of his two heroes, he's very prolific on both Bebop and Abrams. And I feel like, given that's a player that's kind of rose to prominence, and, looking at clips of his gameplay and everything else, I feel like it's something where maybe the plan for Big and Brolic here is just, hey, have Bebop go in, find just miracle hooks and go from there. And it's interesting, Jake, because I feel like every MOBA runs into this, where there's a lot of feast or famine that comes about with hook characters. They're either the best in the world or you just feel bad sometimes.
I think it's a good pick though up against both Lash and Talon, right? Lash, like going for his ultimate, can be vulnerable to like the hook grab, and Talon, like playing for whether it's like birding from deep in the lane or just like anytime going for charge shots. Like there's these little windows of vulnerability to a hook. I kind of hope we see Combo Fight on the Bebop. I think that's been like a really like a combo I played a lot against in ranked, played with him a ton. It looks really, really impressive to me. And I think if anything, if you want a specialist on any character in Deadlock right now, it's got to be Bebop.
Yeah. I wonder what the build will look like, because we did have that period of time where the ult builds, where you just like save all the points to just like get the ult in, like just like level it up like 2 or 3 times really quickly, was really powerful for pushing and stuff like that. I don't think we're going to see that anymore because of the fact that like Majestic Leap was like nerfed ages ago, and so that playstyle doesn't have as much legs going to mid late game. But just having the extra space control of the ult is nice, especially against, I feel like, a McGinnis, for example. So because that was one of the things I think that's so cool about Bebop's ult, is just controlling like positions, because if you're trying to team fight around it, it's quite difficult.
Yeah, one worry I have for Big and Brolic though is like they're very heavy on the spirit damage right now, so I feel like anybody who can build gun like needs to build gun this game. Since like more or less everyone is going to be doing a decent amount of spirit damage, I guess, with the exception of Abrams, who's not usually going to be like your core damage dealer. So I think like the spirit armors are going to be really high value for Llama Lords this game. Debuff remover is going to be really high value. So I think that is like something you're going to have to hedge against. There is like the super high attack speed Bebop build that does pretty bonkers damage actually in terms of that gun DPS.
All right, well, we're getting into it. Thank you, Jake. And Dan, I'm just looking at this here, just feeling like it's New Year. I might need to hit the gym. I'm feeling intimidated. I'm feeling insecure. It's what's going on right now as I take a look at that. Maybe it's just me. I don't know.
Well, we are going to be in for an interesting one here. I think the NA matches always deliver very interesting openings and results. So we immediately see 2 players on the 4th lane to harass ABL on well, that's not ABL. What am I doing? I'm just like reading the thing. It's lying to me. The production at lying again.
It's a test. It's like, did you remember we're back over in NA? But reality is we're looking at Fishcake. And Fishcake on the Abrams, this was actually one of my questions, because Fishcake normally is on things like the Lash. Like Lash is his historical hero that he plays the most.
Wait, look at this gank CP on lane 4. Sorry to interrupt you, but
yeah, no. You interrupt for that. As you just have the quick Bebop coming on over for a quick, hey, can I attach a bomb to someone? And right now the answer is no. The rotation out is successful, but if that's a preview, Dan, it's going to be a very scrappy game.
Yes. Yeah, Llama Lords were pretty deep, so I think Big and Brolic were like, hang on, we might be actually able to make something happen here, but that looks like Normal C will settle back into it fairly quickly. And this is like the normal like early lane shenanigans in the solo lanes, which to me is always about like getting your solo carry just like an edge, getting the 500 items online a bit earlier than their opponent, to just be able to have a bit more of an advantage in the lane.
I'm not
but
afraid to fight.
Yeah, what are the focuses here for UZP in terms of the power spikes, the heroes to be concerned about?
Well, I think for me, as I look at it, the late game for Big and Brolic really is not particularly scary. I mean, unless you just get a mega fed Abrams or a mega fed Mirage, the late game for Llama Lords is significantly better. I feel like Big and Brolic, they need to run away with the early to mid game, and they have to do that in part of Combo Fight just being roaming and, you know, landing hooks of God, because if not, I think when it just comes to pure stat check fights, they're a bit outclassed by the Llama Lords comp here, pure and simple.
Well, I think another thing I'm interested in seeing is how the builds do come out here. Obviously, this is a point that Jake was mentioning, that the need for the gun damage on Big and Brolic to diversify their damage a little bit, and there has been I've seen a lot more prevalence on some of these gun builds. Obviously, Bebop always had a possibility with high fire rate to get some good damage, but McGinnis is like truly scary with the gun builds because she has like potentially like the highest DPS possible off of the default gun. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see if we get that dynamic here. I'm equally honestly looking also forward to just how skillful the Bebop hooks are going to be, the setups, the positioning. Obviously, these are all like really important ways to engage. We always talk about like the paradox, looking for the swap, but obviously with Bebop, it's much more of a skill shot. You got to be really masterful of how you set stuff up. So if you got a person playing Bebop a lot, they should be in theory very good at that.
Also, the pressure going on lane 4 is clearly intense. You just see Mirage and Viscous pushed up, and Talon and Lash both waiting for opportunity, but also Bebop on the move here was potentially looking towards lane 2, instead going to be hitting back over to lane 3. But all in all, despite that early rotation, kind of a quiet game, which is interesting because usually it's the reverse, where it's EU that's quiet in the beginning and NA that is very noisy. But perhaps it's starting to get a little bit there, Dan, as we see Bebop on the rotation to lane 4.
Yeah, and I mean, I think there's a lot to expect here in terms of that aggression. I mean, there's a little bit of a taste there on lane 4, as we do get a bit of action from Combo Fight. But yeah, I think, you know, again, Jake made the great point about the mobility that we have on Big and Brolic between a lot of the heroes. So that's going to be also pretty fun to watch, because obviously more mobility means more better positioning, quicker.
McGinnis on the rotation now, looking for a wall in lane 4. 3 on 2. You'd have to think, you know, the problem is both Viscous and Mirage are not easy ganks, but they get the Viscous anyways. Just a quick little connection between Naked and the Talon there, and it works out quite well.
Yeah, it's a lovely early collection there for Llama Lords. And things will settle back into a more reset position now. A bit of damage over the top here. I mean, Mirage is so... I mean, Mirage was already such a bully in lane, but since that update to the Scarabs, so you like drill all of them into like one person, it actually makes them so scary in lane.
Mirage gives you everything you kind of want. He gives you good laning, good map pressure with his ultimate, pretty good carry potential. There's a reason why a lot of teams, when given the option of not dealing with Mirage, they say, yeah, we're not going to deal with Mirage.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, speaking of not dealing with things, Bebop under a little bit of pressure, finds the wall in front of his face. The pressure off on the ramp, 100 HP and down. Naked, chasing it on down with the aid of Arkrem. And right now, the McGinnis Talon combination working out pretty well in some of these early fights.
Yeah, it's looking really nice. McGinnis is actually so... McGinnis can be really flat or like really insane, depending on obviously how the Vitor connects. So far, so good for Naked. You can definitely see that the skill there, the hours put into the hero. Oh, some good damage from range. I mean, like, that's the other thing too. Talon's power shot is just so disgustingly strong early to mid into controlling these lanes.
Well, taking a look back here at lane 2. A little bit quieter on the norm. Finding word coming on to Ivy. Able to just quickly dash out. Looking more at the rotation here is, you know, Bebop, again, up to no good. Perhaps gonna rotate over to the Lash. You never quite know. Players keep their options open where, you know, they can shift from lane to lane at moments notice. So in this case, just do a little bit of jungling in between.
Yeah, and now right now, you know, we have obviously a situation where like ults are up for basically like most players, and precision is the ult that I'm looking at, the paradoxical swap. At the moment, we're not seeing anything on lane 2, just farming at the moment, but surely you'd expect the action to happen there. We do have some movement from Ido as well around lane 1 and 2, so might be looking to try to get some damage in. You can do a lot of like crazy stuff with Pocket, just like coming into a lane from the side and getting some burst spirit damage.
Bebop's going in on lane 4 right now. Naked's going in on the rotation, but there's a brief 3v2 moment. Hyper beam over directly to the Talon. Rain of arrows and take a laser to the face instead. Death Slam comes in, not in time to save the Talon. Q up and over. McGinnis now in the fight. But it's Big and Brolic here, Dan, coming out on top. Quick will engage in their favor. Combify, though, running for their life. Naked in hot pursuit. Looks like they're going to get away, though.
Yeah, great use of the movement tech there from Combify. And also, yeah, like what an ult, and just Ido with a good engage, too. So, like, we're starting to see some of that, the moving and shaking that you'd expect from a lineup with this much mobility. And it's just I think we're going to see a lot more of that as time goes on. A couple minutes until the bridge buffs come up and so on. And push coming in once again onto Mirage, but it's very hard to like take down Mirage, obviously, with a tornado. It's very, very slippery.
Yeah, it's not the easiest kill. In fact, it is one of the hardest ganks in the entire game. But for now, we're seeing Guardian pressure here into lane 4. By the tornado says, no. Last stand. Are you sure you want to hook him in that instance? Uppercut comes out, but one of the lesser impactful hooks you could have in the time. Here's what I think, though, as I look at this, and you think about what we set up for early to late game. Big and Brolic need a lot more than just. They need to get a gap in the next, I would say, 5 or 6 minutes, or this game is just going to become gradually more and more unwinnable for them, even with Llama Lords giving LeBron the ball and Ido getting pocket.
Okay, well, we'll see if they're able to do that. I mean, so far, they are trying to find those opportunities. They're being a lot of initiative taken around the lane 1 at the moment. Oh, nice seismic sand coming in there. Rocane is very low on the ship. Finally gets picked off by Ido. So again, that's what you want to see, and they're going to be chasing the kills here further forward as we try to get Combify out of there, away from that barrage. But in the meantime, on lane 1, indeed, the action continues, and they get all the kills there, CP. So they're looking like they're in great shape here, Big and Brolic. And just in the moment when you're saying they got to start to make a gap starts to appear.
Yeah, Calca ends up falling, and the real trauma here, it's not even the souls that you get from the kills, but potentially the push. Although Shiv and Paradox right back out, and they decide, nope, we're not going to stick around. We're good with what we got. So the damage to the building somewhat limited relative to what it could have been with that many kills.
Power is yours to wield.
Now Abram's all alone here on lane 1, and there could be a swap on the way as well. Precision's making his way across. Swap is up. So in fact, there might be more attention from Big and Brolic. They are sending more players around here, but you got to be careful not to get swapped. And now that the kinetic carbine's been connected, I think more than aware is Fishcake of all of the shenanigans, but the bridge buff's where it is at the moment, and I'm not sure he picked that one up.
Naked got survival. Hit the survival and just got right out of there. So Naked can be able to dive just a little bit harder here, but yeah, this is where, especially when you have the wall in range, you definitely look towards precision and go, can you pull Michael-esque? Can you find a really good swap, thread the needle? But as we talk about the potential of a swap, the urn is in play right now, Dan, and looks like both teams are going to give it a good shot. Well, as I say that, maybe not.
It's pretty contested. 2v2, they're now on lane 4 around the undrop-off point, so attention definitely being given to it by both teams, but Big and Brolic look very good now to collect that. Oh, we are going to get a potential. Oh, trying to jump in front of it. Did that actually stop the urn from? I mean, it's not going to do much in the end, but I like the body block there to try to protect the urn from getting that deposited.
Yeah, I mean, it would cause the urn to get dropped in that situation, but if you don't have other fall through, it's like, well, we'll just pick it back up. Meanwhile, it's still a little bit spicy here on lane 1 and lane 4, both outer lanes. In a bit of contest here, a little bit of push. Walker, though, is what's in danger for Big and Brolic, as Llama Lords look to get some damage on that now. Rotating the field of battle, Naked, under pursuit by both Pocket and Abrams. And you look at the mobility here, you take the jump fan, Naked able to get away safely. So that was a high-flying pursuit. Ends up with Big and Brolic not finding the kill at the end.
just love the movement tech in this game. More contemporary FPS games need to have amazing skills, an amazingly high skill ceiling on movement. It's just so awesome. It gives top players so many ways to outplay each other, and like that pursuit was like so awesome because of that very fact. And it was pretty close for Fishcake there, but not quite enough.
Also, you talk about the gaps needed here. Big and Brolic has gotten an 8K gap, which is about where they should be with this team comp. And they need to, in the next, again, I would say in the next 8 minutes or so, expand this lead to about 20 to 30K, or the late game nature of the Llama Lords team comp is really going to start rearing its head, especially when you look at, Warden, Shiv, honestly, even McGinnis. I think it doesn't really end well for Big and Brolic if they cannot continue to add on to this lead that they've already gotten.
Yeah, there's actually quite a few players congregating here around lane 2 for Llama Lords. Big and Brolic have 4 players in mid as well, so the potential for a fight to brew. In the meantime, just like checking, well, hold that thought for a second as we do get the action indeed. Lash going in with the ground strike. I'm going to be finding anything off of the back of that though, and more attention here from Big and Brolic. We've got Combo Fight coming in, and all it takes is a hook.
He's looking for it, he grabs him! Catches the Lash, susses him out, and finishes him off with the aid of Gibbs, so Lord NM not getting away where... That's also the thing about the Viscous pick I love here too, Dan, is that Lord Nightmare is a great Viscous. It's something that Lord NM has played in basically everything, and the Viscous not only fit the Big and Brolic hero pool, but, it took away a key option from Llama Lords too.
And that gap is increasing even more too, so it's looking good here for Big and Brolic. It's action all over the map. One of the things I'm enjoying here so far in this matchup is just like the skirmishes all across the map in the early to mid game. And we do have the buffs coming up in about a minute as well, so there's gonna be more things to force fights on the map.
Yeah, and for Llama Lords, your goal here is you need to withstand the storm. There's a problem though that is going here, and this happens a lot when you do let Ido play pocket. Ido just manufactures souls out of thin air. He's at 15k souls right now. That is a gap where nerfs to pocket or not, that starts becoming a real problem, because the ability of pocket to play really greedy, get in your face, and get out alive when he has 5k over anyone else on your team is very, very significant. So you think back to the draft of, do you let Ido get pocket? And that decision that came in, and the answer may surprise you.
Yeah. All right, 12k difference. Bridge buff's coming up in about 30 seconds. Deep push on lane 4 at the moment. And I mean, Big and Brolic, they can definitely occupy a lot of attention there. If they can even get a pick in that position or force a pick, they can fall back onto the bridge buff. So their positioning there is really nice. Just controlling this forward space, forcing Llama Lords to respect it. And at the same time, obviously, Llama Lords get that pick on lane 1. And they're going to have their bridge buff there as well. So I think for Big and Brolic, they really need the Urn also to spawn on the right side here too. And there it does.
Urn is up. You see the chase down happening here in lane 4. Another skirmish. Death Slam at the ready for Lord NM. And over the top. Death Slam. Picks up Bebop. Sends him flying. Is Fall 3 going to be there? Slams on down. Looks like D-Step damages it. And the Shiv makes sure. Gets rid of the Bebop. And gets 2. Rocane slicing and dicing his way on through. And Llama Lords, they're not done yet. They're looking for the Mirage. They are crossing the gap here, Dan, in style. Now 71k to 78k. Huge inflection point for Llama Lords to stay in this game.
Yeah, Big and Brolic really need that Urn collection to go their way, but the question is whether or not Llama Lords will allow that to happen at this point. It is a race across the map, and it seems like Llama Lords are very much geared on top of that. In fact, no, they're going for the mid boss instead. So you drop the Urn and try to interfere here. This is a big problem right now. This is a huge swing of values, EP. You're talking about the gap. Well, it's about to completely dissolve.
If they can get the rejuve, it is being contested by Big and Brolic. All sides in the fight. Ido finds Lord NM early. One down from Llama Lords. The wall is out from Naked. Naked uses it to secure the rejuve. Big and Brolic down the rejuve. Try and get a few kills on the way out to lessen the pain, but Rocane says no way. Gets on the fish cake, finds one, ends up falling. And even though Big and Brolic getting more of the cleanup here, Llama Lords, they walk away at the Rejuvenator, still behind in souls, but it could have been so much worse.
Wow, that actually ended up I think, overall being net good for Big and Brolic, despite losing the mid boss, due to the fact that they killed 4 players, basically getting rid of all of the rejues. Obviously, the reju buff still active is still going to push the map a bit, so that's a little bit annoying in some respects. But yeah, I mean, that their lead has extended even further than it was previously, so that's got to be a big dub.
Yeah, I think for Big and Brolic, you're not happy about losing the rejuve, but you take a look at the overall economy of the game, this is still about where you need to be. I think the part that you're not happy with, though, with how that last fight broke out, you don't really like seeing the Shiv being the one collecting a vast majority of the killing blows. Like, you look at the income distribution in Llama Lords right now, and Rokane's feeling pretty good. And the only person on Big and Brolic that he can't essentially bully at 15k for the most part, I mean, to an extent, is Pocket, but the rest have to give him one first.
Let's go yellow.
Here we go. A little bit more pressure here. On to Lord Nightmare. In between 1 and 2. Naked, getting caught in the fray. And as the rotation for Llama Lords comes in here, Dan, it's not enough to catch out anyone else from Big and Brolic, but we're going to say we're in the area, we might as well take the walk.
Yeah, this is great. They can get this Walker. Obviously, there is a bit of a risk because of the rejuve, but you know what? Hold that for a second. Deathsnap coming straight in on top of the Walker as it falls. The escape attempt here from peer content on Ivy is not going to be successful. Lash up 100 HP. It finally goes down, and well, 2 for 1 here in favor of Big Brolic. There's the seismic slam, and there's another frag going the way of Big Brolic. So they're coming out off of this really well here. Oh, what a that's gonna get stuck on the bridge. Up a combo fight he goes to try to find the finish, and his teammates are on it. Arkrim goes down as well, and everyone is going down. These fights, ZP, they're just not panning out for Llama Lords.
No, and I mean, the trade out there wasn't great. All they got was the Ivy. They do get the Walker in the side of it, so it doesn't make it as bad as it could be, but lead overall up to 20k, and again, the thing that's like the sword of Damocles, like, over the top is, how in the world is Ido at 24,000 right now? That is absurd. Ido right now has essentially the free pass to go wherever he wants on the map and still live. This is a absolutely scary soul gap on a hero, and yeah, Pocket might be weaker, but not so weak that a 24k Pocket is not something you should be horrified of if you're Llama Lords at the moment.
It's the Ido factor. It's the Ido factor. It's tough to deal with. Big and Brolic looking pretty good right now for sure. I mean, the buffs are coming up and the urn's coming up in 30 seconds, ZP. So that should be something that Big and Brolic should be looking to capitalize on. But this Walker's going down without too much trouble.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised Llama Lords was able to get up and get that. I guess they're going to trade out. I think their calculus was they get 1 Walker, we'll get 2. They shouldn't be able to stop the Walker on lane 2. So you're just getting a lot of trades here. But I will say, when you are ahead in game, trading out evenly usually favors the team that's behind, generally speaking. Like, you think about percentage of income, what it's going to get people, etc. You know, I think you're kind of happy with those trades if you're Llama Lords, especially now that you've gotten your flex slot.
Yeah, and McGinnis is going to TP across, but equally Yams has the Traveler up as well, so he can TP towards, like, obviously wherever is needed at any point. So the challenge for the Urn here is this looks like the next big fight for Llama Lords.
Also, the soul gap just keeps increasing, even though it's looked relatively calm. Now at 128k, the 101k, Llama Lords, essentially they must win this Urn fight, but they have an ace up their sleeve here, Dan. McGinnis, while it's not as good as if the Urn was in the other spot on the map, McGinnis is really frustrating to fight these defensive Urn turn-ins against. And to a point that some teams just won't even do it versus McGinnis. And you look at Big and Brolic, it doesn't look like they want to play that McGinnis game right now.
Yeah. No contest, no challenge. And that lane 3 Walker is very easy to protect, very quick to get there for the defense. So it does put Big and Brolic in an interesting spot, because if you get a lead, that's one thing, but you do want to convert on the lead that you have in a timing where it helps you to compound that lead. But if you wait too long and don't take or find opportunities or create them, then suddenly, like, your lead will start to, you're basically not leveraging it enough. So you got to strike that balance. And right now, I feel like for Big and Brolic, they need to make some action happen. And it does really feel like the obvious thing is that lane 3 Walker into the mid boss afterwards.
Yeah, or they could just force mid boss. I mean, I think the dangerous part here for Big and Brolic, when you look at the nature of the game and how the end game is likely to span out, they're ahead, but because of the comp they're running, if they get even, they're actually behind. So I think it's quite tense for them to make sure that they hold onto their advantage and don't in any way allow Llama Lords to even up. So I don't think they're going to be super prone to taking risks right now. Not when they could try and set up their ideal fight. Likely at mid-boss in 2 minutes.
Yeah, so far, we haven't really seen too much distinct pressure anywhere that would force positioning for Llama Lords. I mean, Llama Lords, they have some inherent position getting forced onto lane 3 because that's the walker, the only walker that they have to defend. And so that's sort of a prime target. So mostly grouped up there, and as it's in the middle of the map, they have the ability, obviously, to respond fairly quickly anywhere. So at this point, it is kind of troublesome because they've lost so much map control that this lead does extend on the basis of the fact that this jungle is just open for the taking.
Yeah, I mean, they're beginning their tax here, so to speak, where if you realize the other team... Oh my god!
No.
What in the world was that hook? Young Cal caught out by Combofied, the hook from afar. And it's 1 minute before mid-boss, where I guess it could be quite worse if mid-boss was up right now, but hook is back up again. He's looking here, Dan, trying to add on. Meanwhile, Death Slam up and another hook! Unbelievable hook on the Horn NM as he's trying to punish with Death Slam. Instead, 2 hooks from Bebop change the tide of battle. They're gonna get Walker, and 1 minute mid-boss is up, Dan. Huge plays from Big and Brolic.
The Bebop stock's going crazy right now. Oh man, they're gonna get Walker into mid-boss. It feels like it. Oh my god, that is the best possible time to get these kills. Just as mid-boss is coming up, you can see they fall back into it with no problem at all. There's 2 players still dead. This is the worst possible thing that could ever have happened for Llama Lords.
Yeah, that was hook value and then some. All right, is there even the opportunity for steal? There's swap is up. Precision goes in. There's the wall. Naked does it again. Naked with the wall and the Rejuvenator secure. That is the McGinnis special. Calc catches out Combofied on the side. Llama Lords not dead yet, Dan. Unbelievable stuff from Naked, even as Calc goes down in the aftermath.
Yeah, it's almost like a repeat of the previous instance of the steal, where the steal happens, but at what cost? At what cost? Now, I mean, obviously, you're at least going to get some breathing room, but you know what? If we're getting some continued fights here, that they're going to be able to pick off some more stragglers. So after all said and done, there will be a couple Rejues left on Llama Lords. And again, it's just having the Reju buff is helpful, of course, because of how obviously the creeps get buffed and everything, and it helps you to push the lanes out. So it gives you some more map control. But still, it's a tough one, man.
Yeah, and I mean, even with the rejuve here, the economy gap is severe. And you talk about the script here. Big and Brolic needed to use their team comp, which generally had more options early to gain a lead and expand upon the lead. Well, they've done all of that. And this game might be over if not for the heroics of Naked just a moment ago. But, congratulations. You're still in the frying pan. You definitely, maybe not in the fire yet, but you're feeling toasty. It's not great if you're Llama Lords. You need precision to land a swap, or you need a big misplay at Big and Brolic to try and find a way back in. And I like this from Big and Brolic, Dan, though. Grab the urn before Naked can set up the free urn turn-in for themselves. I don't even think they're going to try and turn this in, per se. I just don't think they want Llama Lords to turn it in.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment for sure. It's such a difficult spot to be in if you're Llama Lords. I mean, I'm trying to think of what the win conditions look like for them at the moment. As this lead keeps extending for Big and Brolic, that's been the consistent story. Pretty much from the point when you were like, they need to start creating a gap. And since that point, the gap was created and it just started to extend slowly but surely.
Yeah, I'm looking at this for Mirage. Big and Brolic, this is definitely a surefire. Yeah, I don't think they're really going to try and turn this in here just yet. I mean, unless they get a pick off in rotation, but I think the respect for what a McGinnis does on these defensive points is being quite felt, both in last turn and this one. Which,
Indeed.
again, they just have to figure out, Dan, for Llama Lords, how do you get an edge right now? And they're pushing.
Yeah, they're forcing the fight. Last stand there from young Kalk, and so this is a bit sketchy though, falling off, and this is where the real fight happens now, as they baited him in to go engage Ido straight in there with the ult, and he's going to get stuck there in the middle and up into the sky. Seismic slam, precision under fire at the moment, and 3 players just get absolutely decimated. Big and Brolic again. I don't know, ZP, it doesn't seem possible right now to come out on top on any of these fights. I think what they were doing to try to force the fight is good, but it's gone from bad to worse.
It really has, and Precision gonna get caught, not able to use a swap to escape, but I don't know, man. The problem with going for the forced fight there is you're down 30k, and you're gonna get stat checked to an extent if you can't manufacture a unique start to the fight. You know, a pick off for someone that is in a spot that they shouldn't be. If you essentially all run down one lane, you're inviting the stat check fight, which frankly you lose when you're down 30,000 souls.
Yeah, it's tough. So much of the initiation's really good for Big and Brolic, between obviously Ido and combo fight, and fish cake with the seismic slams. It's just like there's so many ways for them to initiate these fights that it feels like. I mean, I say that, but obviously you've got Lord and M on Lash and Precision on Paradox, but even still, they just can't seem to set up fights where they can get that opening pick. And one way to do it is you bait a team into trying to fight you, and then you kind of fake them out, and then you move into a position where you force them. You basically get yourself a surround against them. But that's obviously harder to achieve. I think that's what they were trying to go for there, but ultimately, whatever they've been trying, it's not been working.
No, and I just think you run into the part in Deadlock here when you get this far behind. You just, in a sense, you're Doctor Strange with the Time Stone, trying to find what possible. Oh my! Oh boy, the hooks keep on coming. Precision goes down, and it might be going down with a whimper rather than a bang. However, you have the rotation over here, looking for combo fight to be a big pick if they're able to take him down in turn. 300 HP, down he goes. So rotation from Llama Lords, pretty significant. Rocane with 2. Hold the phone here, Dan. I've been writing the eulogy perhaps a little bit early. How much more can they get here as all teams are in? Ido looking real healthy for okay. Rocane gets another. Rocane is somehow living and just like killing blow after killing blow. 3 members down for Big and Brolic. Llama Lords down to their final 2. Young Kalk and Rocane cannot withstand much longer. We'll see what they get from this, but the fact that 3 died was almost more than Llama Lords could hope for, given the deficit.
Yes, that did not go the way they would have wanted, but it was a good attempt. Like you say, the stat check is a little wild. That's kind of the problem here. And off of this, it feels obviously like a great spot now for Big and Brolic to start.
I don't care how many there are.
To start like creating a position where they can just roll onto the mid boss and then just like win the game. That seems to be like what is the obvious way for them to progress into the dub here. At least to like take down the initial shrines and deal with the Patron.
By the way, I'll say this. Should Big and Brolic win and go on to face Hydra Nation? Yeah, this is the last we've seen of Bebop. Hydra Nation did not want to deal with Wallex's Bebop. They're not going to deal with Combo 5's Bebop. It's going to be banned prio. I would essentially guarantee it. So if you like the Bebop stuff right now, take a good look, because this might be the last we see of it here tonight, regardless.
Man, why are you killing my hopes and dreams?
I got to keep it real, man.
But what if you're wrong, CP? Why can't I just have the hope?
If I'm wrong, then I'll gloss over it, and maybe people will remember I was wrong. But look, mid-boss in play. Should Big and Brolic get it, the match will be over. Should they not get it, you could still see Llama Lords wiped out off Naked Steel and it not matter. It's a rough spot to be in.
All right, well, there's the hook, and there goes the hook. So the engagement here for Big and Brolic can fall into mid-boss if they manage to make this work for themselves. And the wall actually is a really, really strong wall. That's going to be very helpful, but still, it seems like Big and Brolic just too strong here. 3 players down pretty quickly for Llama Lords. They just don't have the sustain to stay up against the stat check, as you call it right now. And a combo fight going straight in there, trying to find who else is next. And it's just Rocane and Lord and M. Lord and M trying to escape. Oh, that would have connected.
That would have been absurd. But you know what? It doesn't even matter, because 5 members of Llama Lords are dead, and I think they're saying we can still maybe go for mid-boss, or we just go in, grab shrines, grab patron. I don't think they'll get stage 2 patron, but we'll see. At the moment, the stat difference is so high that, look, Big and Brolic can kind of do whatever they want. And in fact, they split off. They sent 2 people to do mid-boss and the rest grabbing shards. I think that's pretty smart.
Like, I'm telling you, if Hydra Nation ban Bebop, I feel like that should be considered a hate crime at this point. When you got hooks like that, I mean, we didn't get to see it, but now I need to see more.
Also, you see the split working out well. Smart stuff, just split to the mid, grab that, get push, and patron. Well, Dan, here's what I'll say now about the situation we find ourselves in. This may be the best comeback in Deadlock history, should Llama Lords find a way back. I don't know what well, I don't know what path that way back would be. We'd be in uncharted territory. Just know that we'd be making history should it happen, because everything is going Big and Brolic's way, and in this case, Dan, I think they'll challenge the McGinnis at the Urn fight, because, well, they just have that many more stats.
Yeah, and it's actually pretty crazy how well Big and Brolic have been playing. You know, there is a lot of good to be said of Llama Lords, and especially Naked on the McGinnis, now that you mention it. Some pretty key plays. But Llama Lords, they are looking to mount the defense here. Big and Brolic, I mean, let's do it. Let's just force it in. Let's go.
Yeah, although you do kind of get the entire thing of like, you know, it's a best of one. You're feeling pretty good. Do you really need this urn? The answer is no. You don't need this urn. You can just chill for 3 minutes, grab jungle, and go for mid fight. Even though, you know, Naked has been pretty good at stealing. You don't need it, Dan. Is what it comes down to here. But do you want to send a statement anyways?
Yes. Come on, you got to do it. Just demoralize them entirely.
Well, folks, is what we've seen. Instead, they put pressure onto the base and a little bit of reallocation of resources, and they get the urn anyways. No McGinnis fight required. Swap, though, comes on in. Could be the start of something here for Llama Lords if they're able to finish it off. Precision, though, ends up dying for the swap. Death Slime and Tougher Lord and Ammon can't get away again! Just plucked out of the sky from the hook of Combofied. Mr. OBT. Did he change his name mid-game? I feel like it changed mid-game. I don't know if it was Combofied OBT. Maybe it was. In any case, it doesn't matter, Dan, because we are at the end. Big and Brolic defeat Llama Lords. Ido finishing off his old team. And Hydra Nation have a new challenger here in Deadlock Fight Night number 8, presented by Intel in North America.
And maybe anabolic steroids.
Yeah, also that.
Yeah, what a performance though. That was much more decisive than I expected.
So Jake, we're welcoming you back. You saw all that was going on, man. There's a few storylines to touch on here, but above all else, what do you got?
I was just really impressed by the execution of a very different strategy, right? Like I talked about this, like, you know, the way that there's still more strategies to be discovered. You know, I think Pocket is really being played in this game as a true spirit carry. And I feel like I haven't seen that from anybody else so far, looking to have your damage come from spirit in like the mid-late game and really committing to that, relying on it. I feel like this team trusts Ido on that Pocket, put a lot of faith in him, and it really pays off. The rest of the team brawling around him, and in a couple of those team fights, I mean, they're just opening with, like, you're trying to push in and the Pocket just rips like a 3-4 man ult on you and gets out after the initiation. Honestly, it's like over from there, right? Like you're just slowly bleeding out. The rest of the people are pushing forward. But for me, I got to give a lot of credit to Combofied on the Bebop. I mean, we talked about the Lash as like a potential initiation threat. I don't think he got like a single good initiation. He was shut down by the Bebop hook out of his Death Slam 4 or 5 times in this game. I mean, so consistently, I feel like the Bebop came in as a really solid counter there.
Yeah, Dan, and you look at the stats here, just going to the idea of breaking the rules of the game. It's kind of funny, the Bebop play almost overshadowing it, but dear God, the souls Ido had, the damage, like, what else can you do? In fact, I might go back a little bit here and go, Hydra Nation is that, you know, it's basically the meme with guy with 2 buttons on what do you ban? It's like, you can't ban both Bebop and Pocket and also prevent Ido from getting Yamato. Like, there's some interesting draft strategy that the not 1 but 2 coaches of Hydra Nation might be conferring about right now.
I know.
And I mean,
oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if you're gonna respect ban a Pocket or a Bebop as like a champion team, I mean, maybe I guess I could see you like take it out and you just feel like we can win with any of the other strong characters in the meta right now, but like you said, it opens you up to giving up something like the Yamato or even the Vindicta early that have been really prioritized. Wraith has looked really strong as well. Like, you know, for me, even Shiv has looked good. I guess not today so much, but in general. But yeah, I think the fact that Big and Brolic have won and looked really good on a very unconventional style, like much more spirit focused than gun focused, something I really haven't seen recently. Like a few patches ago, I think spirit was really strong and a lot of people were playing more into spirit builds. But right now, its gun has been dominant, and I feel like this is a big change up for Big and Brolic. Could be something that Hydra Nation has to really think about.
Yeah, it's just so awesome. It's one of my favorite dynamics when you see like a situation like this where you got such a specialist on a character that's not considered S tier at all, like even close to those S tier heroes. So it creates an interesting spot with the draft because I mean, I feel like there is such a compelling case to get Ido off the pocket, but then just like you say, you're like then they can have Yamato. So it's like it's just such an awesome spot because, you know, whenever you're in a competitive team, you're looking to find edges in like the map veto, and this is kind of like the equivalent, like find edges in the draft. How do you create a scenario where you put a really like weird situation in there for your opponents, which is just not standard? So this team has that.
All right, Dan. Well, you know what? That brings us to the Intel player of the match. And Jake, you were the one watching in the background, making the decisions. This was a tough one, but Jake, who do you got?
There were two obvious candidates, but I went with Combo Fight on the Bebop. I mean, you got to give credit to Ido for really just putting up huge numbers, doing what like he's intended to do in this comp. But I feel Combo Fight was like just such a key difference maker, right? Like the reason Ido has the free farm to just get so far ahead is just this heavy playmaking coming out from Combo Fight. So many of these stalemates in the mid game are broken open by the Bebop. He's showing up to all these early game team fights and putting in big damage, had top objective damage in the game, going for like a little bit more of a gun build to contribute what his team lacked. But a lot of these hook pickoffs that enable, you know, Ido to get to the point where, like you said, ZP, it was just a stat check for the pocket. For Ido, he's just like doing business, cleaning up. But that comes from these really consistent openings that Combo Fight could generate. And Lord NM, I mean, as good as he's been in previous tournaments, I feel like he just got absolutely destroyed by the Bebop in this game. Like this Lash, like it felt like he couldn't get an ult off. And honestly, to me, this looks like a sick counter pick, actually. Like it feels like you, after watching this, I'm like, can you play Lash in the Bebop? Like it feels like you're so consistently gonna give up the hook when you pop Death Slam, you die for it, you don't get your ult off. That's like a unacceptable situation. What are you gonna buy Unstoppable on Lash? I feel like that's a little much.
Also, Jake, to add insult to injury, it's a lore approved matchup too, where, you know, Bebop and Lash in the, you know, what little Deadlock lore we have, they don't like each other very much, Dan. And, you know, after seeing what he just did to the Lash here, you kind of see why.
Yeah, definitely. It is really cool that we're getting a lot more airborne characters in general in the game at the moment, because as it follows with Lash, I think you're totally right. Like it just makes it really difficult for you to do anything. The hook is such a good counter, and so hopefully we'll see more Bebop in the meta actually, because of the prevalence now to see way more Vindicta, way more Grey Talon, in addition to obviously Lash having the bust with the Death Slam. Obviously there's always the temptation to pick Lash and maybe even have builds around the Death Slam, because of that 1 second stun that you get now means that there's like a guaranteed follow-up, which is super strong. But if you can't like get a Death Slam, it's worthless.
All right, so if you're just tuning in wondering what is next, is anything even next? Well, I got good news for you. We got our bracket, and of course, it's going to be our North American money match on the way up. EU, of course, Aegis Aurora, upsetting Buff Enjoyers. Can Big and Brolic going into North America, beating Llama Lords, take down Hydra Nation, finally rip the crown off their heads? Could we see 2 new champions in 1 week? That right now is what we are looking at. And guys, overall, right now, looking very interesting.
I mean, this is the way you get it done, right? If you're Big and Brolic, is you come in with a very different style, a very different comp. This is the way you upset this top team, is you innovate. I think if you just come to Hydra Nation and you just play like the standard top meta picks, I feel pretty bad about your chances to take them with how good they've been in the stable meta. Like they know it super well. But you come in now with all these different picks and really put some pressure on Hydra Nation. Like what are they going to ban? Do they have to change their approach to the game? Feels like if you just keep picking the standard meta heroes, maybe Big and Brolic have the answer to that. And maybe their comp isn't like the end game final boss meta, but if they can execute it on this level, if they have this individual hero competency, and you talked about them having some odd hero pulls, Ziki, but this could be reflective of their just having a very different perspective on the meta, on a different way to approach Deadlock.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting is that we did see in Europe a similar situation play out where DMS, the known quantity, the known in so many respects, up against a team that also had a different perspective, different look at the game, and they managed to prevail. And with their play, especially around the objectives and how their hero picks facilitated that. And so, are we in the same territory right now? That would be too sick if that's the case. So I really hope so.
Well, if you're watching at home, there's only one way to find out if there'll be 2 upsets in one day. That's right. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Deadlock action here at Deadlock Fight Night, North America.
You're mine. Nazi Beaver. I see the enemy. I see Mirage. I see Mirage. It can't evade death forever. What did they think? Shifting me. Taken out by the walker. I see Mirage. Took out Shiv. You're mine.
Nazi fever. I see the enemy. I see Mirage. I see Mirage.
It can't evade death forever.
Shifting me. Something beginning.
Taken out by the walker.
I see Mirage.
Took out Shiv. be over.
I see this skill. Thank you. See the enemy. No one's taking me down.
Welcome back, everyone. It is Deadlock Fight Night number 8, presented by Intel. A new team to challenge Hydra Nation is here today. I'm ZP here with DDK and Jake. And guys, today's been the day of upsets. It's been a day of stuff being a little bit off the meta. And now we get to see how that trend develops as we go into our NA final. Jake, what are you looking for as we get into this matchup?
I'm excited. I think Big and Brolic is exactly the type of team that has potential to make an upset, but they're going to need more than potential to take down Hydra Nation. We got to remember this team has won just everything in NA. Like basically, I mean, yeah, look at this. Speaks for itself. No one has, I mean, they dropped one map to Llama Lords, and then they 2-0'd them the next week. So Big and Brolic, though, this is the right style. Is that they're bringing a completely different look, a completely different style. This is going to really be a bigger test, maybe than Hydra Nation have faced it in quite a long time.
It has the makings of, like what we just saw has the makings of, I think, an upset. Just again, like based on all the factors that we've discussed and the form as well, like because you have to obviously look at a team and just like look at how they are in different parts of the game. Now, obviously, the test that they got maybe wasn't, it felt like the way that the comp was played and how they got ahead, I guess, at the expected moments. And then obviously looking at combo fight on the Bebop, like that, just completely removing Lord and them from the game. There's definitely like a lot of factors where I don't want to jump the gun on just a best of one and their performance showing there. But at the same time, they did look highly competent and highly skilled. And I feel like if we're going to have a good shot of like building up any team to do it right now in NA, it's got to be Big and Brolic. So I'm rolling with it.
All right, so we're going to be heading right into the draft here as soon as it's available. And again, to me, this is roster first, but you look at the roster here, Hydra Nation, nothing has changed since Rocker left and Vegas went in. Vegas, of course, one of the more prolific NA players, streamer-wise, and it was originally a quick substitution, and it turned out to be permanent. So Rocker out, Vegas in. Big and Brolic, of course, we just saw all of them play, some members from the old Llama Lords, and, you know, a remix of some players that used to play for other teams also, but, you know, it sets the stage in more ways than one. But what I'm curious on is just how the draft goes down here, because, you know, Jake, on one hand, meta bans are meta bans for a reason in terms of team strength, but there's a lot of, like, player-specific bans you can argue for Big and Brolic, and you can't get them all.
I think honestly the Mo 1v1 has some stakes here. Do they still play the Mo 1v1 as the reigning champ? We still have to.
The challenger gets a full side choice, so it's only for the best of one where it's random. So no Mo 1-1 here in this case. We want the challenger team to have a small advantage, you know?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I think this helps a lot because I think you really would rather have first ban, first pick for Big and Brolic due to the challenge for Hydra Nation. I think we should just ban Bebop or maybe Pocket. I like the Bebop ban though. I think that's like the biggest X factor. I think Pocket is maybe more of a known quantity in terms of what it brings to the team fight, how to play around it. Yeah, we'll be the Bebop. You just don't want to mess with this. Like these like cross map hooks, like you can have the perfect setup for the fight and you just get your strongest core picked off. It's too scary.
They could just go like a Yamato here, like just like leave the Pocket because like, I mean, what's the chance that Hydra Nation is going to pick Pocket? I feel like it's pretty unlikely. I mean, maybe it's like a second ban for them, but yeah, you got some room to play with. So it could, I mean, the fact that Bebop is getting forced as a first ban is a huge advantage going into the
You're under my protection now.
Also, they go for the Mirage. So
that's good too, because Vegas loves Mirage.
Yeah, it's a key for Vegas, especially with Vindicta being off the table, which would otherwise be Vegas's pick. So I kind of think Yamato goes off the table here. Also, you're asking about the odds of pocket. I would say it's nearly nil. Hydra Nation, maybe if you go back far enough, you could find them playing it, but it really has not been a hero that they have enjoyed playing even before some of the nerfs that came in. If they were to pick it, it would purely be a pick made to deny. However, I do think that if Llama Lords, or rather, if Big and Brolic want to play it, they have to pick it before the second bans. Otherwise, it will go off the board.
Wouldn't mind seeing Yamato here though with Paradox. You know, I think just the ability to counter initiate, or rather initiate with swap, counter initiate as like Yamato taking the front line, tanking tornado, and you know not really caring about it, popping ulti. I think that's looks so strong to me right now. I feel like for me that's like sort of the tier 1 that I've seen today.
So you need a monster
The
hunter.
shift coming on through though, so Yamato is still on the table. Interesting choices here for Big and Brolic. Obviously, again, you can just like leave pocket, and obviously even if like you somehow lose it in the second wave of bans, that's honestly like not too much of a problem either. So I mean Yamato just seems so high value, like it would be surprising not to see Yamato. But like Viscus as well, like is, you know, do you want to take a Viscus away from Hydra Nation? Like what do you want to take away from Hydra Nation? Because they do have some room to try to do that.
Like the surface.
Okay, so it's gonna be the Viscus, yeah.
Viscus makes a lot of sense because it gets it away from Hydration, who likes playing a lot. Also, I will say this, if they pick Yamato, they won't pick Pocket, generally speaking, because your Yamato player is also their Pocket player, right, in Ido. So I look at this, and I would guess if they go Yamato, if I'm Hydra Nation, I don't even ban the Pocket after, because it's probably not going to happen anyways.
Yeah, I'm curious to see where direction they go. It is the Kelvin, which almost looks like a bit of a block pick here in terms of like taking away some of this like close brawling potential, maybe a bit of a save action here, denying some of the saves that could be sometimes annoying against something like the Mirage.
I think it's also Quig. Quig is like well known for like Kelvin kind of arguably being Quig's best hero, so it gets rid of his most comfort support.
No one builds an empire without
But the Wraith
sacrifice.
comes on in, and yeah, you take a look at this. I think the next bans that come out here, Dan, are going to be very illuminating. If anything for Hydra Nation, it depends. If you fear the Yamato more, that's going to get banned, or the Pocket. But I don't think they walk away here without banning either Yamato or Pocket. It just depends what flavor of Ido they want to face.
Yeah. I would rather see the ban than Yamato, but okay, this is gonna be the Pocket. So they just full on double respect ban on these players' comfort picks, and in the end, like in theory, against like the perfect player, okay, maybe the Yamato ban makes more sense. But right now, like with what Ido, like what the performance Ido just put on, he's feeling himself on Pocket. This is like a smart move, I think, from Hydra Nation, knowing that the team coming to upset you, playing these weird characters, shaking up the meta. Now you're like just denying that. Like you've played in scrims against Yamato time and time again. You're very comfortable in that matchup. You understand like the ins and outs, how to kite the ulti, like what the tempo of that character is going to bring to the field. It's the Pocket and the Bebop that are bringing the X factor, that are making the game more chaotic, that are giving Big and Brolic a better chance for an upset. And so from this perspective, I think these bans are actually pretty smart from Hydra Nation, right? It's like, it's keep it simple, deny your opponents their comfort style, force them into your comfort zone where you've won the last 10 tournaments in a row.
Also, Warden is still available here, which is kind of unreal. Warden almost never drops this late into the draft, let alone Yamato. I think what you saw for Big and Brolic here, though, was that they picked Kelvin and denied Ivy because they want to put Hydra Nation on a less than comfortable support. So the Yamato comes out. Dan, look at here. I think Warden probably out here. I don't think you'd want to give up Warden, Yamato, Shiv. That's too much.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'd really like to see a Mo or something at this point, like some kind of like a lockdown character would be kind of nice. I'm also wondering if we're gonna see like a Grey Talon come in, or some other like damage that's like more, again, like more backline. I feel like I just repeated the point from the previous draft now as well, but I'm curious now, like with it's so weird to see the Yamato as like a pick this late, actually.
I really like it though, both as a pick and a block, right? Like you know, the potential to instant dodge on the Wraith ult, the Shiv ult, so powerful if Big and Brolic were able to get the Yamato, but with the Pocket ban as well, right? So now Ido has taken off his top 2 comfort picks. I think this draft looks really solid for Hydra Nation. They do need to round it out with some strong stunts, and so the Abrams pick also denies that. I think that would have fit really well with Hydra Nation's comp. Maybe we could see something like an Ivy coming down now.
Yours.
Oh, Ivy's banned, which is the entire thing is that they...
Oh, of course, first ban.
Yeah. So...
Or second ban,
it was second ban, and the idea here is to give Quig like less than an ideal game, because now Quig either has to go McGinnis or Dynamo in all likelihood. That should be the final pick from Hydra Nation. Neither are Quig's top go-tos from a support level. However, Ido on his top 2 heroes historically, much better than Ido on other heroes. I know he's been spending more time learning Viscous. Maybe they would put on Viscous, but it would be weird because I'd expect Gibbs to play it. So, you know, I think they'd probably end up with like a Lash or something on Big and Brolic, which Ido's okay on, but it's definitely not peak scary Ido historically.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm having trouble like figuring out what feels like a super ideal fit personally. What about you, Jake? Do you feel like there's something that's just obvious here for Big and Brolic?
Yeah, I feel like you do need maybe some kind of initiator here. I don't hate the Lash. I'm worried though. I think Hydra Nation have a really sick draft here. I think they have like an insane amount of damage. I feel like McGinnis has been a key factor for securing objectives. And so when it comes to like, if you're going to just have this last pick that really gives you a strong earn turn-in fight, gives you a great mid-boss control. Yes, you are going against things like Abrams, Kelvin, Lash that are big threats, but the wall kind of has this unique ability to sometimes neutralize those threats just by like, you know, line of sight blocking them, which is just uniquely powerful. So I think Hydra Nation have a very sick draft. I think like this mid late game, if you get farm, I mean, they have ridiculous damage on their team comp. That's maybe their only problem is like a bit of lacking frontline, but I think Shiv and Yamato can kind of be that frontline while at the same time being carries. I'm pretty scared. I think the Hydra Nation draft, they've got like a lot of the tier 1 heroes right now. I would say like their first 4 picks are just like tier 1 first pick type. Like you think about the EU final series, the first 4 picks are the initial first 2 from both teams. They've really got the best priority heroes right now.
Also, the hero pool stuff is a little bit weird when I'm looking again at Big and Brolic, because I would guess, if you think about who has the most playtime what hero, you wouldn't even put Ido on the Lash. You would put Fishcake on the Lash. Like, Fishcake has many hours on Lash. It is his most played hero. I believe it is his best hero. And the only reason why Fishcake wouldn't go on the Lash is because Ido would be worse on the alternative hero. I know Ido has put in time on Viscous. We did see Fishcake on the Abrams. Maybe there's a world where you'd see Ido on the Warden or something. I'm really curious who's playing what in Big and Brolic, because with all the overlap in their hero pools and what people are strong at what, it's tough to decipher here. It really could go down quite a few ways.
Yeah, I'm really curious who's won the draft here, because obviously we start with that edge where you are forcing Hydra Nation to get those 2 respect bans, it seems. And so in theory, you should have the control of the draft, but at the same time, like if you're super reactive and still trying to just like block, then are you sort of harming what might be a more ideal composition? Like striking that balance can be quite difficult.
As strong as Viscous is, I'm worried about Viscous in this game. I think like the ball value is, you get some problems on ball when you get to the stage in the game when the damage is just too overwhelming and the resistances just aren't enough to even keep you alive in ball and you're just getting melted. That I'm really worried about, because Hydra Nation have just like ridiculous DPS on pretty much every character. I feel like the Viscous pick maybe came down just a little too early. I would have rather seen them snag the Yamato earlier in the draft, have more of like a frontline and carry. Right now, that's going to be pretty much Warden. With the help of something like Mirage and Abrams, like assisting in the front line. But I'm honestly worried. I think like, how are they going to initiate on this Yamato or you know, even Shiv for that matter, I think could be potentially a big threat when it comes to the like starting off this team fight, catching somebody. Unless you're catching Great Talon or Wraith or Paradox like early in the backline and Hydra Nation are making mistakes, I feel like these late game team fights are going to be really hard when Yamato and Wraith are just like getting the vision for the rest of the team to follow up.
Yeah, I'm really worried about the burst spirit damage. I'm also worried about, like, I feel like Great Talon could be sort of like a pretty big game here. I don't really see like anyone that can like really like deal with him in the air very easily. You're gonna have to like get your knockdowns and stuff, but like beyond that, I mean, obviously Combo Fight doesn't have the hook anymore, which is just, like such an easy anti-air counter. So I feel like there's loads of problems, it feels like, for Big and Brolic.
Yeah, I think how this is going to turn out, we'll get a really clear picture in about the first 10 to 15 minutes of the match. Like, there's so many ways it can break down. Like, we've kind of laid out kind of the issues with hero pools, like what are the high points and weak points. But, yeah, there also comes a point here, too. It's like, okay, we just got to see him play the game in this case. And we were surprised with how the best of 1 went down. We might be surprised how the best of 3 goes down, just how it happened in EU. I think X factors here to look at for sure. Just kind of the early laning phase. If it is Fishcake on the Lash, like rather than Ido, there were games in the past that, you know, Fishcake had taken over games on the Lash with like really good Lash play. It's been a while since we've seen a Lash masterclass, but you know, you think about things that can sort of set a mid-game tempo, and you know, that is one of those things. And the rest of the lanes are actually quite strong between Viscus, Mirage, like Kelvin Ward and Abrams. Even with Paradox being a roaming threat, I think the early game isn't necessarily bad for Big and Brolic.
Definitely. I mean, I think they got what they wanted in a sense, right? They didn't get like their perfect comfort heroes due to the bans of you know, the Pocket and the Bebop, but they got this like early game brawl heavy draft, not much late game, not really like looking to go that late or like farm up, looking to snowball an early lead. Like they can win the late game when they have that, you know, 30, 40, 50 soul lead. It doesn't really matter what your draft is if you got that kind of lead. But like we talked about in the last game, it's going to be the key is going to be the ability to not only generate that lead, but continuing to snowball, especially when we get into that like mid-late game, the walkers start to fall. That's when I feel the lead really starts to snowball. I think like early Guardians, I'm not going to be too worried for Hydra Nation, even if they fall behind. But when walkers start to go down, if there's any like starvation of flex slots for Hydra Nation, those are going to be like the key points in that like as the mid game transitions a little bit later, that's when Hydra Nation need to have at least some stake in the game, some ability to contest objectives. If they can get through that early phase and be on even footing, I think they've got a great shot.
Yeah, I'm thinking that like one of my focuses will be on like just how where the value is for Lash essentially, especially with the Death Slams, because obviously that's one possible way to kind of deal with the Grey Talon, like get the Lash up there in the air, and you can kind of maybe open up with these picks. Similarly, like Kelvin, you know, being able to like restrict the space and just like really mess up the fights with Frozen Shelter. I feel like these to me like two kind of core like dynamics in the team fights that could help Big and Brolic actually deal with some of the DPS that is otherwise like if you're in open spaces, I feel like you're just kind of wrecked.
Also, just to give people a heads up on what is going on right now, we're waiting for the rest of Big and Brolic to get in the lobby. That's right, blame Ido. Not production, not casters, no. We're calling it out. Ido needs to get into the lobby. Full milk carton status. Where is Ido? Surely he'll be in a moment, but you know, if you're kind of wondering, hey, what do I do? What's going on here? Of course, you can now sub to the channel, and we even got our Get Gooped merch. That's often available at deadlockfightnight.com. There you go. Production had the slide off and ready. That's right. You think we don't have options here when the players take a little bit too long? No. We got options for days. And, you know, Jake, it brings back some memories of the early OW days where, you know, you play against a team like Envious, so you just be waiting for, like, one player in particular that was just always in the bathroom.
20-minute bio break. Not today, surely Ido will be back. Yeah. I mean, they did play, you know, just play their best of one. You know, it's fair to take a second to rest after just putting on that whooping on his old team, nonetheless. But we need to see some more from Ido. Let's see if he can bring it. I'm curious to see, like you mentioned, ZP, like kind of who takes what. I think with these comfort heroes banned, I think there's a lot of kind of open question. I think we could see combo fight on the Abrams. I've seen him play that before. Whether the Viscus, I think like whoever picks up the Viscus is going to have a big implication of like what build Viscus goes for. Is it like a more of a full commit on the ball, or playing more of like a hybrid build, like building more around the puddle punch? We've seen like a lot of different builds with Viscus recently, different approaches the character from all that to full support. I think this game probably needs to see more damage out of Viscus based on the comp overall. But Big and Brolic have looked good before, playing an unconventional style, playing really fast, not relying on late game carries. So in that sense, they've stuck to their guns.
All right, well, we have rescued Ido from the bathroom or forcibly just put him as computer chair. You know what? You, the audience, you decide. But thank you, Jake, Dan. We are getting into it. Hydra Nation looking to defend the crown 8 times in a row against the new challengers, Big and Brolic. Spoke a lot about the early game, but also I just want to see who's on what hero. Hydration on Shiv, that makes sense, but who's playing Lash? Who's on Abrams? This is what I need to know right now. Yeah. Like, please, I need answers. I've been suffering the last 10 minutes trying to figure this out.
Yeah, I really like, or rather, Jake has really invested me in sort of seeing what like the Viscus build is, because I really do want to see like the damage oriented build that, like when he was like talking about that, I'm like, that would actually be very sick to especially like, you know, you have all these squishies on the other side, and you obviously if you can manage to actually have an early to mid game where you're just not getting behind, or actually getting a little bit ahead, then they should be okay. But I don't know, that's the first hurdle, I feel like, CP.
Well, we have an answer to the hero pool. Fishcake, despite being on Lash like 8 million hours, it just works out hero pool wise that it's better to put Fishcake on Abrams than to not put Ido on a playmaking hero like Lash when things like Yamato and Pocket are off the board. So we got our answers here, and you know the rest of this makes sense.
Yeah, got the top hat as well. Always reminds me of whenever I see a top hat, always reminds me of Total Biscuit. So a shout out to the late Total Biscuit.
The good old days, you know, reading out about StarCraft or other new games. Good times, but I looked at not good times for Vegas on the other end. Running afoul of Viscous and Gordon over there, so it's Big and Brolic striking first. And again, you look at the general laning power they have, it's not too surprising, but things equalize a lot, Dan, as we hit 3K and, you know, Flick, one of the scariest paradoxes in the game, gets to roam around and start looking for swaps.
Yeah, and you know, Vegas, when we started first seeing him, kind of just transitioned into the team like fairly recent, or at the time, like it was quite new to the team. In the last like couple 2-3 Deadlock Fight Nights, and so kind of cool to see that, you know, obviously they're sticking with the same lineup, and that he's had now more time to kind of basically like get the beat of the team and be more integrated. So, not that he didn't do a good job previously, but just like a small note there.
Well, other than that first pick up, well, I was going to say it's been quiet, but Fishcake getting the better of DMB. And that doesn't always happen in solo lane. You know, Abrams in a solo lane, he can punish mistakes pretty heavily, but oftentimes just ends up a case where, you know, you're not going to kill Abrams, he might not kill you, but, you know, uncharacteristic mistake from DMB sets up a pretty wide gap in that lane, 2.2 to 1.1. Not necessarily where Wraith wants to be, where it does bring to mind, though, Dan, I think DMB is one of the bigger players of they either have a great game or they have a bad game, and there's very little from what we've seen.
Yeah, and then Wraith, you know, getting behind early on Wraith is definitely can be a problem. Now, getting ahead early on Abrams is very interesting indeed, because Abrams can really take over and initiate like very heavily into the I mean, really for the rest of the game, obviously, but just like the potential to really create a lot of pain for the opposition in that like 10 to 20 minute mark is pretty awesome, with like the dive possibilities between the charge, the seismic slam. So always love to see an Abrams getting ahead because of just the playmaking that can come off of that.
Yeah, and you know, usually for a lot of the games we've had today, people would be rotating into lane 1 by now to sort of help out the Wraith in this situation or shut down the Abrams. And I mean, I guess because it's Shiv McGinnis. Okay, there we go. I'm a prophet, Dan. Look at the McGinnis heading on over. That's what you expect in this situation where, you know, someone's getting too big of a gap in the solo lane.
Yeah, good. It must have been like a good missing call there as well to sort of alert Big Brolic or Fishcake to that. Obviously, you know, you're going to have your eye on the minimap. You're going to be looking at the other lane, and the time that you want to disappear is obviously you want to be in between the waves, so it's like harder for the opponents to understand, oh, is there someone missing from my lane, or is he just going to the shop? So the players at this level obviously pretty good at discerning that. But ooh, what a punch into the puddle. Is there anyone able to help here though? Oh, unfortunately not. Would have been a cool sequence if that was the case, but in no man's land.
Yep, dead in the subway, nowhere to go. And actually, Fishcake might be on the prowl again here. You take a look at the dancing going on in lane 1. And right now, it looks like it is quelled. DMB was able to get away. But for a second, it looked like, okay, maybe something's happening. Just picked up Seismic Slam. But for now, just content on the farm. DMB still working themselves out of a hole.
The pew-pew from Viscous.
Ever get the impression Jake's just sitting here taking extra notes on the Viscous? You know, it always happens when it's the hero that you play the most. You know, just a little bit more critical on what to do.
Oh
also, quick swap over here. Flick looking for his pound of flesh. The last stand though just keeps Combo Fight alive at death's door. Just drains him dry. And that was so close, and somehow, some way, Combo Fight lives to tell the tale.
Huge. And there's a charge. Abrams, quick punch, Quig goes down. And early on, although the souls are even, it feels like Big and Brolic are feeling quite comfortable here in you know, on the right heroes. In the sense that, like I mentioned, the Abrams, you want to see the Abrams be very active, or have the ability to be very active, and keep up with that, you know, with the items, so that oppression can continue.
I mean, Fishcake is looking like the Big and Brolic icon right now. That's how much pressure Fishcake's gonna have in this game at his current level of farm. In the dome, looking for DMB. Swinging away, connects with the left hook. And the Abrams just continuing to get bigger and bigger here, Dan. Good start for Big and Brolic, where quite literally Abrams is their mascot. It's on brand.
Yeah, great frozen shelter gank to secure that one. And all right, got a team of melee fanatics. Oh, swap through the wall, but there's a Google to give some options either to get away or to continue the paint. So still, you know, again, pretty even, but it feels like it's got to be a pretty big kill disparity despite the souls being somewhat even. Pretty big push there on lane one as well at the moment.
DMB's real low off in lane one, getting chased down by both Lash and Abrams. Look there, just goes directly under the walker, does not care. Abrams continuing the feed.
Oh my god.
He's feeding himself.
What is the kill disparity right now? It's got to be getting kind of out of hand. Well, there's Leffa to win one back, and they get the Guardian as well at the same time. So, yeah, pretty impressive from Big and Brolic, but at the same time, you know, Hydra Nation, you know, not far behind. In fact, 2k souls ahead.
Yeah. With a 7-2, so it kind of shows that kills are your leverage to get push in the early game, because the difference in souls right now, even though Big and Brolic is ahead, is purely coming from the push, where they're down 3 Guardians. In fact, Hydra Nation already has their flex slot, so objectives over kills is where Hydra Nation is at right now. Oh, what? DMB in danger. Abrams just going forward in full hold W mode. Seismic slam on the chase, barely clips him to the edge. Telekinesis out. Is that enough to save DMB? Walker damage coming in, and here comes Shiv. Killing blow. Ink dead. Went a little bit too deep there, Dan.
Yeah, and this kill on the other side of the map here is going to also go pretty poorly for Hydra Nation, or rather for Big and Brolic. So this is going to enable Hydra Nation to kind of get their grip back on the map again, and that's unfortunate because Big and Brolic, you know, you can't fault Fishcake for going for that. I feel like that looked very close, but obviously, like, if you don't get that kill, you're going to die, like, no matter what. So either way, it is pretty early in the game. 2 minutes until the bridge buffs arrive, as well as the urn, and the farming continues.
Also, Dan, Hydration's doing again. We talked about Ido doing it on Pocket. Hydration has a superpower of box efficiency and lane efficiency that it's been quiet for Hydration, us talking about Shiv. 8k souls, by the way. Most fed person on his team. Not great for Big and Brolic. Shiv is quite literally the last person they want to get big, even relative to Yamato. So at some point, Big and Brolic have to kind of recognize this and do something to slow Hydration down before he just, you know, almost bloodlessly turns himself into a monster. Because he's on the path right now.
Yeah, I mean, Hydration's been, he's on those AI tools, man. He's got all the most efficient paths down for the soul generation without fail. Doesn't matter who he's actually playing.
It's
and
wild.
switching the Shiv. It's gonna be the most powerful Shiv we've seen all day.
Yeah, it's like Shiv's back again. Also, a little bit of pressure onto the Warden. Meanwhile, back over here, lane 1. Lash a bit under the gun. Hydration able to take down Combified. See here, it's Ido ducking and diving, can't go anywhere, hit by the power slash, and Hydra Nation, you know, the kills weren't with them in the beginning, might be with them now, with a lot more souls to go with it. Grapple on in, Leffa looking for his pound of flesh now, versus the Mirage, versus Fishcake. Fishcake, though, might have what he needs. Parry comes out, does not hit the parry, and Fishcake just finishes off the shotgun.
Great work. Great work from Hydra Nation. You know, just showing their class, holding on and punishing. And this is really the thing of any top team, is understanding how to punish, understanding where to punish and how to punish. But Death Slam coming through, there's the guaranteed ground strike follow-up, and that's going to do massive damage. Fishcake able to take one again. The problem is, though, sometimes it's hard to catch Vegas on that Shadow Talon, but great Shadow Talon? Great Talon.
Yeah, Shadow Talon, you just
invented a new character.
You're leaking skins, actually. I can't believe you've done this, Dan. But look, what you saw there is that buffs are important, but buffs also just create kill opportunities for characters like Lash, where Ido just camped up, waited for the buff, 2 people went for it, 2 people got death slammed. It was really good game sense by Ido. I mean, just knowing, hey, when buffs are coming up, usually where a Lash wants to be. Meanwhile, though, we got an urn in progress, 51k to 52k. We'll see what the calculus is here for defend versus push, because there's a lot going down in lane 1 while we look at the urn.
Yeah, I love this. Lots of fighting happening on both sides of the map. And it is going to be difficult to turn in here for Big and Brolic. And in the meantime, there's going to be a TPing across to this lane, so maybe it might not be too hard after all. There we go. Could we get some players on the TP? But they're outnumbered here, ZP.
They're very outnumbered, and also Combified went there, but Combified used Last Stand back in lane 1. It's a Warden without Last Stand, not actually that scary. running in the start of team fight. Clearly, Hydra Nation knows that. Now it's just a matter of where the Urn's going to go. Leffa, grapple over. Take a look at the Urn. Still in possession of Big and Brolic. They were able to get it behind the Walker, and it's kind of escalating to a bigger and bigger fight that I think either team intended here at the beginning. Here we are.
Yeah, in comes Fishcake again on the Abrams, trying to get in there, but there's just too many players to focus on him, and there's not enough distraction here. So this is not looking too good for Fishcakes, having to fall back, and they're still mounting the defense here, Big and Brolic. They have to respect this push. In the meantime, on lane 3, there's also a fight going on. They're going to need some assistance here, Big and Brolic, to try to defend this, but maybe not. Great collapse on top of this. There's that frozen shelter. Absolutely key piece of utility that has helped them to crush this fight. And this, at the same time, Gibbs is pushing that lane 3 Walker.
Not only are they getting push, it's not really being matched by DMB's push in lane 1, and Mirage is able to go over and play catch the Urn. Grabs the Urn in transit, and do they all zip? Damn, they're all zipping. Look at this. You'd think, oh, they're going to turn to the Urn. No, no, no. Look at lane 4 zip line. Everyone from Hydra Nation goes, no, no, we're running this one back. So the Urn fight is not over yet.
It still continues. And are they going to be... I mean, a lot of the ults are down. Well, there's great talent able to open things up onto Fishcake, and some good damage coming in onto Hydration. That burst spirit damage from the Viscous as the wall comes in to try to block line of sight, but looking like Hydra Nation have better coverage of this fight. But in from the back, there are problems there as in goes Yams on that Mirage, and all the players are getting split apart here, and it's favoring Big and Brolic, and through the TP, one will escape, but the Wraiths, but it's looking really bad here now for Hydra Nation. They may lose potentially the Great Talon as well. Vegas is trying to make a run for it, but there's a hot pursuit there from Warden, from Combified. Looks like they won't be able to find him though.
Yeah, Great Talon was able to give him the slip, and on the same note, the Urn is going all the way back over. I'm not sure anyone's going to take the time to run it back, given that it's 13 and a half minutes now. That might just be done and over with. So Hydra Nation, they prevent the Urn turn in. But they end up giving up enough souls that basically was probably more than what the Urn would have given. But, you know, respect the tenacity. But where it leaves us now, Dan, is that Big and Brolic are in the lead. They were behind before, now up 4K. Still anyone's game, and still elements that are scary, like Hydration and Leffa just being really, really good at soul accumulation. You don't want to look to the other team and be like, oh, who's fed? Oh, yeah, it's the Shiv and Yamato. This one is far from over.
Oh, yeah. I mean... I was actually worrying for Big and Brolic around the 8-9 minute mark where they started to just get wrecked suddenly by Hydra Nation, but usually Hydra Nation not going to be giving up leads, but Big and Brolic, oh my god, you can hear it in the distance. There's no escape.
I've just been knocked off the zip line. How could it get worse? Unintelligible screeching. It's like, well, it's about to get worse. Well, where we're at now, Hydra Nation looking to keep things even. The next turn up in 20 seconds. But now, pressure onto Viscous here in lane 4. Hydra Nation just looking for good walker pressure at the moment. Rotation coming in. Ido, Death Slam at the ready. Lash off Zipline, one of the scarier elements for him to go for the Death Slam. Hydra Nation just, for the most part, disengaged. I don't think Flick might knock it out. It's not looking great for Flick from being in the ad right now. We'll see.
Yes.
Frozen Shelter is in. Flick looking for anything, and if he didn't go to jail, well, the damage was going to do it.
Oh. It's a good spot to try to grab the Urn potentially as well, although this lane 2 fight where Fishcake is precarious. Fishcake trying to get out of there, gets hit in the face by the wall. Over the top with a seismic slam. Can he convert? He's actually going to use it defensively, falling all the way back. And indeed, we will get Gibbs collecting the Urn, and it's going to be hard to actually drop that one off. The map control is with Hydra Nation, so lots of players and creeps in the way. But they look like they're going to make a go of it regardless.
15-minute Urn. We'll see if it's a different result than the often played with but never turned in 10-minute Urn that we had to start the game. So Big and Brolic going to be moving around. 3K lead the nurse on, but again, the scariest part about Hydra Nation as a team is like, you look at their overall soul economy, the people you want to have souls are getting the souls. It's just kind of unreal. It's the Wraith, the Yamato, and the Shiv. Very threatening.
Well, Urn once again is the focal point. Mid boss up behind this as well. Oh, Yams able to take down DMB. Hydra Nation, they are going for the mid boss there. They're going to trigger the rejuve to drop from the sky. Is there anyone to come in to steal this one? I don't think we have. To be also like, maybe there is a chance here though. There's Warden right on it. It goes in. Who's going to find this rejuve? It's going to be Big and Brolic. Huge pickup for them. And they will convert all the kills as well, it looks like here, ZP.
They get the earn, they get the steal. They were just able to rotate in time for Ido to drop the Death Slam, clear the way, make the punch secure, nice and easy. And Hydra Nation feeling the heat right now, Dan. Down in economy, down from Rejuvenator, and if they can even save 2 walkers here, it'll be an act of God. Telekinesis comes in, Ball in response. Gibbs just gonna go roll away, and hey, when you're in a decent spot farm-wise as Viscous, you're hard to kill at this point in the game. You haven't hit the critical point Jake was talking about where your resists don't matter. They still matter at 17 minutes.
Yes, definitely, and it's panning out quite well here. Has only a 7k lead, but with the rejuve, obviously, the map control that comes with that is super nice. It allows you to get more fights, pushes the opponent's back, easier to read the map, and what your opponents are doing. There's just a lot of benefits from having that rejuve here. And we'll see Big and Brolic begin to work the map more and actually keeping up with things. Fishcake on the Abrams. Oftentimes when Abrams starts to roam a lot, sometimes like you slow down on the farm, but Fishcake's still like very, very deadly, and it's really important because like you said, ZP, Hydration's never not going to be in some kind of a soul lead. So
yeah. It's actually quite remarkable. It doesn't matter the hero, where, you know, Hydration has done it on Warden, has done it on Viscous too. But yeah, I mean, Leffa at 20k, it's just so interesting because Hydra Nation is behind, but there's elements to their team fight that should be terrifying to Big and Brolic. I think in recent memory, I've never seen a team allocate souls and farm as well as Hydra Nation is doing right now, because you can easily make the argument that they're quite ahead still, which is kind of unreal.
Let the ley line course through you.
farming around, but Fishcake is deep in enemy territory, behind enemy lines, and here comes the flank, and there's the charge. Not going to connect with anything, unfortunately, but love how active Fishcake is. Such a presence on the map at the moment. 4 players here for Big and Brolic on lane 4. Not really in a good position to continue pushing, though. They've really overstayed their welcome at this point. There's 3 to 4 players there to respond, and a quick TP into the lane 1 Walker push. Love this, CP.
Yep, everyone rotating over the lane 1. They certainly have the numbers advantage here so far. I mean, you can get poked down a little bit, but the teleport's coming in on all ways. Hydra Nation with the reinforce. And also here, a little bit Owl heading Barrage's way as Great Talent takes a 1v1, but we're looking at the team fight here. Ido under pressure, down. Hydration able to finish off 1-for-1 so far in the lane 1 fight. Fishcake, though, looking awfully healthy. Finds 2 so far, Dan. And looking for even more. Leffa in his sights. Charge up in 3 seconds. Going forward, punching away. Leffa down, can't get away. Meanwhile, though, DMB tearing up from the outskirts. Leffa maybe down. Fishcake, though, seismic slam. Where's he going to go? Deeper into the fight or away? Decides he wants to go deeper. In for DMB. 379 HP. On the wire, stays alive.
Yo, this guy is the MVP. I don't care what happens in the rest of the game. This guy is the MVP of this game. Unbelievable from Fishcake. Staying alive. Just this entire game, ZP Fishcake has just been in everyone's face. Holy, that was just incredible work. And 116k to 109k, so still the soul differential is not that bad at all. But look at the kill difference. 10 in advantage for Big and Brolic. Which is pretty cool, but the push continues on lane 2, it seems.
Raj now, 1 piece of hydration, not the easiest pick in the world. Team right behind him, he's back out though before. Yeah, that was on the knife's edge of just potentially getting hit with the swap turn comes out, did not hit. Hydration though, puts an end to Fishcake. Still looking reasonably healthy here on the Shiv. Hydra Nation look to stem the bleeding in lane 2. There's also a mini fight going on lane 4 between Viscous and Rave. It's getting down and dirtier. They're DMB versus Gibbs. Gibbs is running for their life. I don't think they're going to escape DMB. Very close, but we're up right now. Frozen Shelter in. Hydra Nation getting 2. Shelter or no. Make it 3. And the only saving grace for Big and Brolic is mid-boss not up for a while.
Yeah, the Death Slam coming in too little too late, unfortunately. And what an important turnaround. That's going to equalize the souls. So it's interesting, ZP, because Big and Brolic, it has felt like they have... It felt like they've been winning, you know, but in reality, the game is still very close indeed. Obviously, the Walker advantage is with Big Brolic for the time being, but that is obviously subject to change.
Again, it just comes down to who is getting your farm in this. And I've repeated a lot, and I'm going to continue repeating because I think it's a story of why Hydra Nation was able to turn that fight around to an extent, why they're looking good. Left is at 26k. He's more fed than Fishcake, who's been in like 80% of the kills for Big Brolic. It's unreal. Now 27k after the earn turn in, that's not really contested. So, yeah, Big Brolic, they were ahead on paper, but in actuality, I'm not sure how far ahead they actually were.
Yeah, that's a great point, and it does speak as well to like the scaling of this lineup. That is, like it's very typical in any kind of MOBA. If you've got like like in Dota or the like agility heroes or whatever, if you don't like dominate them in the early to mid game, and you've got like a lineup that doesn't scale as well as like agilities do into late game, you're kind of wrecked. And that's kind of what this looks like. You've got the Yamato, the Wraith, the Great Helm, the Shiv, like all these like scale quite well. And in terms of scaling for Big Brolic, it just doesn't, I don't know, it just doesn't look quite as good in that sense.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's actually almost the reverse, where the person you wanted to get most fed on Big Brolic, you wanted the Warden and Mirage to get big. It didn't happen. Abrams being big is pretty good. It's definitely a lot better if Abrams is behind. Abrams is a very different character when you can't effectively instigate people with a charge combo. But combo fight being at 21k, having to one-to-one man fight versus Yamato, it's not great. It really is not great. It's not where Warden wants to be. So the conditions for victory for Big Brolic are pretty rough. I mean, to an extent, they need to get a really good death slam from Ido into an isolation play from pure content with the Frozen Shelter, but easier said than done. And the gap could get bigger as mid-boss comes up, and Hydra Nation, they have McGinnis here too. They can secure it with wall, but here we go. Death Slam. This is one of the things I was talking about here. They get the quick pick off on the flick, but can they do it without bleeding in turn?
That is absolutely a must-have pick right before the mid-boss comes up, and we'll see if they can compound that into more as the rest of Hydra Nation turns their attention. Yams goes down, Frozen Shelter up, and down quickly again, and that's not a good omen here for Big Brolic. The wall coming in to like deny any assistance here. Fishcake's out of the fight. That's isolating all these players of Big Brolic away from their teammates. This is really bad right now for Big and Brolic. They're definitely giving up the mid boss at this point. It's all they can do to try to escape, try to live. And at a certain point, you'd expect Hydra Nation to just turn around, take the mid boss. There it is. They've got like 2 walkers, I feel like, off of this. It feels like there's not really much that Big Brolic can do to stop it. TP.
Dan, the Warden tiers there were immense. Combo Fight was hitting like 3 or 4 people with Last Stand and just got bursted down like it didn't matter. Like, he had the ideal situation for frontline and just got tossed aside like tissue paper. Now Hydra Nation, they get the Rejuvenator, they get even more farm for their top end. It's looking tough. The paths of victory here for Big Brolic are quite limited. And think too, how that fight started, they even got the early pick on the Flick. It wasn't Flick opening up with a good swap or anything. They got their ideal terms of engagement and still got pounded. This is really, really tough for Big Brolic.
Yeah, it does feel definitely like they're running into some limitations on the comp in some of these fights. And that's really unfortunate. I mean, the thing is, it's like some of it is reliant on hitting good ults, and you might, like, for example, Lash, like getting the Death Slam in at the right time. That's just difficult to do. Obviously, we had it there for a very fast pick off onto Flick, which is great, getting that pick at the beginning of a fight. But at this point, that wasn't enough.
Yeah, and you have to ask yourself, what can be enough versus a team comp? Abrams now is starting to hit the point where he's going to get bullied. More Fishcake likely about to go down, get hit with the swap, get hit with the knockdown. So your strongest front character in Abrams is down. Now you've Frozen Shelter to buy yourselves a few meaningless seconds of life versus Yamato, who does not care, who has nearly 3,000 HP, is just slicing you up from the back. Hang on, Yamato might care a little bit. Actually getting pummeled by combo. But the problem is, okay, you put all this firepower into the Yamato. You're still getting hit from the rest of the team at the same time. Hydration on the cleanup. So, in the end, all right, you killed Yamato. Everyone else is dead.
Yeah. You got that 33k, 34k Yamato just taking all that fire, like you say. It's not fun. It's not fun to be up against that. And we're now going to get the shrines taken down. I mean, they could just, I think they can just finish this at this point. I don't know that they need to even back off here.
You know, Hydra Nation typically in recent play has not been the ones that play it like ultra safe, especially if they read you. Maybe they will in this case. You know, if you think it's proper play, it's proper play. But they easily could just go for end here. Maybe you don't push it until Leffa has a shadow. But they're keeping up the pressure. Flick gets Ido off the swap. 2 quick kills. It is done, Dan. The day of upsets may be coming to an end as Hydra Nation say, no, we're not going to be heading into what happened to Buff Enjoyers. To be Hydra Nation holding strong here in map 1, pushing Big and Brolic back.
And there it is. Big and Brolic, they looked good for a while, ZP, but it feels like they just didn't get ahead enough when it mattered, and Hydra Nation cannot be denied. But I do feel like I walked away from this first map feeling optimistic about the chances for a victory from Big and Brolic, but the comp does seem like an issue. But you know, now is the time to adjust.
Well, you know, they'll help break some of that down. Who has been watching from the sidelines the entire time, Jake? You saw all that in action, the highs, the lows. It was a roller coaster of a game, but what's your take from all that we just saw? You're muted.
Muted.
We cannot hear you.
Once again, muted, but it was definitely a competitive start to the game, like a good opener from Big and Brolic, and they were fighting well. However, I feel Hydra Nation did really understand their win con in a lot of these situations. If anything, I think Hydra Nation baited themselves a little bit with like that early lead they got, you know, pressuring the right side walker and like taking a bad fight there, trying to defend the urn a little bit too long. But like that whole fight, Leffa is just like hard split pushing the rest of the map. And like in almost every fight they take, they're not full committed. They're having at least one player split push elsewhere on the map, keeping the macro in their favor. Even if they lose the team fight, they're not getting crushed in the objective trades, at least not too terribly. And they are getting their farm on these like late game carries. And I think that's where it started to really hurt for Big and Brolic. At some point in the game, they just didn't have the raw late game damage. They're much stronger on the objective fights, right? They were winning these earn trades. They're winning some of the like mid-boss engagements. And that's what Big and Brolic do really well. But I think Hydra Nation at some point in the game just realized, like, look, we don't need to win those fights. We're not playing for that at all. We just survive until a certain phase of the game, you know, 100, 150k souls. And even if we're even, their team comp is just so much better. There's a few of those fights where Leffa is just like, like with all these stunners, I feel like you can't let Yamato through. If you want to play this like heavy frontliner draft and you know, keep brawling at close range, you know, as Big and Brolic, you would think from their name as they've been wanting to play, I think Yamato is like a critical hero you cannot give up.
Yeah, not seeing Ido being in the mix on something as impactful as Pocket in a lot of these fights, but instead kind of being on Lash, who again, I feel like there's these moments where you just have to get these like ideal openings, and whilst that even happened at some points, it didn't happen early enough. So it just felt like the comp didn't really, there's too many like finicky win conditions that just they couldn't really like meet.
I'll also say this, look, I have nothing but respect for Ido as a player, and his Yamato and Pocket are truly world-class. He is not bad at Lash. I am not saying he's bad at Lash or even the reason why they lost or anything like that. But I do think there is such a huge gap between Ido on his 2 best heroes versus Ido on the lesser part of his hero pool that I feel like for drafting, if you are Big and Brolic, get Ido on one of his 2 heroes that he clearly just outperforms on. And also, if you got Ido on Yamato, you don't have this happening where Leffa just turns into the Terminator, 37k damage, like vastly far ahead. You know, what the key part for Leffa to do this, Leffa needed to be on Yamato. Because even a Leffa and Furnace would not have been this deadly, Jake.
Yeah, you know, I think the Yamato, especially into this like heavy frontliner draft, is the perfect late game carry. I also really want to compliment Hydration's decision to go for the Spirit build on Shiv this game. I think probably Gun is a bit more popular these days, but I think it posed a great complement to Leffa with the gun damage Yamato. Makes it just more challenging to like commit to building level 2 armors when, you know, they're splitting the damage types across your 2 main damage dealers. And then on top of that, DMB went for like a very tanky build, like really, you know, his team doesn't really have frontliners, and I think Wraith being able to be played as like a quasi frontliner, being able to take vision early in the fights alongside Yamato really does help players like Quig and Vegas continue to get value despite not being like super fed and potentially being on vulnerable heroes who could get punished in these fights. I think the choices by DMB building that tanky style really helps the rest of the team function really well. And in the end, I think they just executed their game plan really well. Like, they don't need to win the early game fights. They don't need to capture the early game objectives. They just need like a stable basis to play from, and the split pushing really enables that.
Damn, what more is there to say?
Not
You
a
got
whole.
Jake in here.
Yes, the Jake experience is getting here. Plus, give room to we're in the game, we're in the cast all the way through. Is saving up all the analysis as we go. He just says it's like, all right, I've done this. But look, this was just the entree. It is a best of 3. Still a potential 2 more maps. Hydra Nation, though, making a statement as they look to defend the crown to win 8 in a row. Big and Brolic, do they have what it takes to bring the series back, to force a map 3 and continue the day of upsets, or will Hydra Nation defy the trend? Well, guess what? We're going to find out the answers to all of that and more in just a few minutes.
Our Purple is under attack.
I fought Manager is descending. There'll be no escape. No one's taking me down. Drop it in.
Tired. Our Blue Walker is under attack.
I see. Shiv's on top of mid.
Locking him down.
I think
I don't miss. Don't waste your bullet. Oh, mine, oh, man.
Commitment is about to be rewarded.
time bomb primed.
Stirred up something in me.
Our green guardian has been destroyed.
They couldn't stop me.
I figured this out. Playtime.
Don't waste your bullets. Oh my no man.
Commitment is about to be rewarded.
Time bomb primed.
Stirred up something in me.
Deadlock Fight Night number 8, presented by Intel, continues here in North America. And guys, right now, the last match full of ups and downs. But the real question is, DDK and Jake, as we go forward here, what changes does Big and Brolic make? What do they prioritize? What lessons have they learned, essentially, from map 1?
You go first, Jake.
All right, I just think Yamato. I just want to keep hammering this. I think for Big and Brolic, they in both the games we've seen them play today, they've gone for a heavy frontliner draft, like wanting to play close range, lots of stuns, play for these like capturing the mid boss, the rejuve, capturing urns, playing around like early tower taking. That's their style. They look great at it. I think in order to do that, you need to block the Yamato carry for the other side. It fits well for the squad, and maybe Ido can play it. I'm not too worried about that. I just think when you're going to run all these stuns, right, you can't allow the other team's primary carry to be immune to stuns with the ultimate, right? Like that's such a critical issue for you. Once that character like comes online, your team comp just isn't functioning, and there's one character who just kind of flies in the face of your whole strategy. So I think if they get an earlier draft, taking Yamato for themselves, banning it is also another option, a different way to approach it. I think there's different options, but I don't think they can win going up against Yamato.
It did feel like they actually had set the draft up like kind of nicely, so long as they picked the Yamato instead of the Viscus there. But yeah, well, I guess we'll see. I mean, I totally agree with that. The fact that they had no like late games like scaling, and it kind of felt like they allowed their own comp to get a little bit too weird with like blocking and so on and so forth. And then I think like the point that you make, ZP, where it's like, oh, you got a really high skill ceiling like guy on your team that can play like Yamato and like Pocket and all this kind of stuff. Like probably you should get him not playing Lash. Not that his Lash is bad, but just like you need that star potential on a star type hero.
Well, also when it comes to skill gap too, kind of brought up in the break, is that there's just more room to outplay people, I feel like, on Yamato and Pocket than Lash has, like if you have a lot of skill to spare. But we get to answer some of these questions now. The draft is ready, and we'll get to see what bans come in. I do think if you're Hydra Nation, you stick with the Bebop ban. I don't think they're going to stop that. I don't think they want to deal with the X factor of combo fights Bebop at all. The change-ups you have to look for here, Jake, I feel like are going to come from the Big and Brolic side.
Yeah, I think Hydra Nation are more or less going to run it back unless something changes. I think Hydra Nation could even have executed more cleanly with their game plan, right? I think like with that early lead, they started to get confident, started to feel like, hey, you know what, we can just start taking these team fights. But when they were just like playing full split push, that's where I think their draft is just like so solid, kind of like plays itself. These individual players are also strong. Their farming efficiency is so high. Even if you're split pushing, even though like you're gonna lose 1 to 2 players in these big group of team fights from Big and Brolic, you don't care about that, right? You're like just reaching the late game with a reasonable soul position, and let hydration and left a carry. I think they probably need to find a way again to do that like mixed spirit and gun damage. Like that looked great last game, made them so much harder to build against item wise.
All right, well, the first pick for Big and Brolic, ZP, and I mean, I feel like this is one of those situations where, again, like the draft is going to play out pretty similarly. They have the power to change their own destiny. They're going to pick up the Mirage first. Okay, that's fair enough. And obviously, the question is, to be honest, for me, the question is whether Hydra Nation actually decide to like preempt some of the adjustments and try to mess with Big and Brolic that way.
If I were them, I'd take the Yamato first phase, but maybe I'm overvaluing it. But I would just find a way to get this in the draft based on the way Big and Brolic have wanted to play.
Yeah, I think they might not do that because I think they still value Shiv really highly. It's also like Hydration's highest comfort pick other than Warden. So if they were the
Smart to turn to
Paradox
Paradox
comes
for
in,
help.
because, I mean, that's just what people pick because of the mid-game pressure and pick potential to break standoffs later on. And then Shiv comes in because you know Shiv is going to be gone if you don't pick it here and now. Like, that is just the reality. Shiv will be off the board. So I don't think they change here. The change that has to come in from Big and Brolic is I think they need the value Yamato more highly. And yes, it'll probably mean that they give up Viscous. Them's the breaks. I think that is a worthy thing to give up, to give Ido Yamato here. But it is worth noting that they grabbed Yamato that early. The ban for Pocket will probably be something else. And there you go. Shiv comes out.
It could be a
All right.
pocket pick here too. I mean, honestly, with Ido putting on such a performance in game 1, could just be like a YOLO. Just pick it before the second ban comes down. Maybe in pick 3 for Big and Brolic.
I feel like this number 2 pick is where the mistakes need to be corrected. So we'll see. Oh god, I don't want that to be dead air, but I just
Oh, no,
Viscous again.
Well, there's still another.
Interesting.
Yeah, they have another pick coming up.
All right,
This is where you got to go for the Pocket or Yamato here, surely. I mean, there's other options. You could go Abrams if you wanted to, keep that away. But man, because I think this is about where they picked Abrams last time around. But
I think they picked Kelvin, right?
oh yeah, that's right.
Pick
Yeah,
here.
that's right.
yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
29 Quake.
It was Kelvin.
Yeah.
It was Kelvin
Yeah.
the mess with Quake. That's right.
I think just the fact that Hydra Nation has a ban and a pick to respond right now is like you need to get the key hero of the draft right here is Friday. Full comfort. I would have rather seen a Yamato because I think the block pick is so strong. But then again, you got to remember from Ido's perspective, right? Like he came in today, game 1, and just absolutely tore it up on Pocket, like crushed the opposition, feeling so confident. Maybe for them, it's less about like dealing with the Yamato and more about their own game plan, just being so solid around the Pocket, this incredible level of spirit damage that he brings to bear.
I do think that it is interesting because like his Pocket is just like better than everybody else's, so he has the ability to kind of like if he picks Yamato, like you know what to expect, but with Ido's Pocket you don't really get practice against that as often. Maybe I don't know if I'm just like throwing in Cope because we are going to see Leffa on that Yamato again. So the question is, what are you going to be able to do to stop Leffa's Yamato? Like, are we looking at like a Mo and Krill, like throwing that into the dynamic, like having something to lock it down? Like what is the best answer for that?
Well, I would like to see Mo and Krill, but I do think, given what they have here, they'll probably take Warden off the board if they can.
Good one.
Lash getting banned here,
Are
this
you
makes
serious?
sense. Here's why they're doing this. Because this is now targeted more towards Fishcake, where even though Fishcake had a really good game as Abrams, now that you know Pocket for sure is going to be playing, or rather Ido's going to be playing Pocket, it's not the other way around. You would open up to give Fishcake his signature hero in Lash because Ido wouldn't be taking it from Fishcake if they wanted to roll with that. So they ban Lash here, and they go, okay, that's fine. We'll deal with Fishcake on the Abrams again. We're actually not that scared of it, despite
Well,
what had happened.
good luck to you in your
Kelvin,
future
though,
endeavors.
comes in as a ban. And again, this is where they just really don't want Quig to have Kelvin because of Quig's reputation on the hero.
Yeah, makes sense. Maybe opportunity for an Abrams pick to come down for Hydra Nation, give them a little bit more of a challenge in this frontliner battle. Some of that
Maybe an
tankiness. Yeah. Oh, I wouldn't mind the Ivy either. The deep push coming in, getting you deeper to the late game. Right. We saw what Hydration and Yamato and Leffa rather were able to do once they get to late game. I think Ivy just parked in
can
front of
take
one of those
whatever
mid-game
they throw
towers.
at
Not a
me.
bad idea. It's gonna be the Abrams zone.
Oh, yeah. I'll just interject real quick here, Dan, to say this is anti-Fishcake all the way. Someone on the coaching staff for Hydra Nation said, we hate Fishcake in particular, given that there's no Paradox available, there's no Lash, and now there's no Abrams. What is Fishcake going to play? I don't know, but it's not probably in the plan for Big and Brolic. That's what I'll say.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing is like if Ivy gets selected now, you're not leaving Hydra Nation with any like natural supports except Dynamo potentially.
And McGinnis is still there.
Oh, McGinnis, right? Of course, yeah. I always forget McGinnis. McGinnis vanished from the face of the earth for a while, so it's like
No, she's back.
McGinnis.
Yeah.
She's back.
I like the Geist though for Big and Brolic. I think this fits their style. I think they're leaning a bit more damage wise than they were last game, where they're really heavy on the utility. Interesting to see Warden though still unpicked this deep into the draft. I think for either team could see Warden picked up very soon.
Yeah, I mean, even Hydra Nation,
Helping
it
people's
gets a little
lag
bit weird with who's playing what hero pool wise, but they still might do it. I think it's kind of weird though because I think Hydration really wants to play Shiv, and yes, Hydration could play the Warden instead, and you could have someone else play the Shiv here. I don't know if that's really what they want to do necessarily. So this actually could be one of the rare drafts where like Warden somehow doesn't get picked. Because it evolved in a way that the player hero pools don't necessarily support it, even though on paper it would make sense for like.
My bow is yours.
We love that, Jake.
I like the great talent. I'm laughing because this is we call this in Dota the bog draft from Big and Brolic. They've got just like the bog, like trying to fight into the Ivy, into the when Geist has the soul grenade maxed out with Pocket spamming you, Viscous spamming you. I mean, there's so many like stacking slows. Yes, there's not like a ton of stuns and hard control, but a lot of stacking slows and AoE damage. If these players are alive from Big and Brolic, pushing in is going to be a menace. I mean, this is going to be so toxic to try and fight into. And so Hydra Nation are going for this like late game, long range damage poke style, which I think is probably the proper response to a bog draft. But nonetheless, for Big and Brolic, I think this is a great way to go for this match. This is your elimination game. Your back's against the wall. I think this is going to play to their style with a little bit more punching power. Less reliant on like just winning objectives and always team fighting. A little bit more potential to put damage down on the map, make plays. Ido on the signature Pocket. I think this is like a very reasonable way to go
Maurice and I got your
with your back against the wall.
Nice. That was what I was hoping for, the final pick with the Moan and Krill. We'll have to see if the Moan and Krill can be played as well as we saw it played in Europe today. That was pretty excellent. But yeah, I love the bog draft. I will remember.
I like this Mo a lot. Like the potential to get in. I mean, Mo comboing you in the bog is like that's like even more full commit on this. Like trying to fight into some of these. Like I feel like Mo starting off like ulting somebody, comboing them, and then the rest of the team following up and just like casting spells down on like that area is going to be a really scary proposition for Hydra Nation to fight into. I think the pickoffs against them could be more threatening this time around, especially with something like combo, putting more pressure on Yamato to pop Shadow Transformation very early.
Also, mark it down that people's heads are spinning and about to explode in EU because no Warden was picked. No Warden was picked or banned. Jake, any final words as we get into it?
I like this. This is both teams sticking to their guns. Big and Brolic coming to make an upset, like playing what brought them to this point, and now full committing to it, right? Rather than backing down and playing a more conventional meta style, they're committing on what brought them here, what brought them so much success in that best of one today. I'm excited to see how they bring this to bear, especially Ido on the Pocket against Hydra Nation.
All right, well, here we go, Dan. Potentially final match here of the night in Deadlock Fight Night. We'll see if Big and Brolic can keep things going. If giving LeBron the ball and Ido on the Pocket was a smart maneuver for Hydra Nation, or will Ido do it again? For now, though, it's a DMB on the Abrams. Not something you see all that often, but when you got Flick on the Paradox, I guess that's what you do. Yeah.
Honestly, this lineup seems way more cohesive and it just feels way better. So I'm super happy to see this lineup for Big and Brolic compared to the last game where it was kind of a struggle. Much better balanced, and Mo and Krill too. It's hard not to be a fan of Mo and Krill today in general.
Oh, the Mo and Krill stocks today have gone far up than what Aegis Aurora was able to do, but already things getting a little bit intense here. Vegas looking for some early pickoffs, damage onto the Ivy and Pocket in turn. Ido actually quite low if you take a look at it, but Ido in rotation right now. So far even between all sides.
Yeah, and previously, we saw obviously Fishcake really dominate at the beginning of the game with Abrams. I don't know that we'll see that necessarily again. The 1v1 for Abrams is against Mirage, and I think like Mirage with the buffs is so strong, so should be a much better matchup on that lane for Big and Brolic, or at least even would be my guess. And I was looking at lane one, I'm like, all right, okay, Fishcake opening up onto Leffa. Really nice to get that start there on Leffa. You definitely need to keep Leffa down. So that's a nice beginning there for Big and Brolic overall.
Dan, you don't see that often. To see Leffa just die in a clean one-on-one, I mean, that hasn't happened in a very long time, so props to Fishcake. I mean, look, it's Geist. Geist is strong early, but even still, getting the better of Leffa there with no distractions, it's rare. Now I'm curious, what's going to go to lane one to turn that into less of an even fight.
I mean, also, how can you not be a fan of someone that's decided to name themselves for their professional career Fishcake?
Yeah, it's true. Wait, Fishcake did it again! What? 20 HP?
20.
Okay. Leffa might have broken a keyboard or two. That's like you rush back and go, I'm gonna kill this guy this time, and then you die again? He's in the alarm button. I have to think that someone's gonna be heading over. Look at Chiv. Look at Chiv. She's thinking about rotating over.
Fishcake's making me nervous. But this would be really awesome again to see like Fishcake having another good game. Just again, hero pool diversity is like very interesting when we get to see that because it's unknown for us. We're very familiar with Hydra Nation's abilities.
Vibrations rotate over.
Yeah,
2-on-1. Yeah, 2-on-1 lane 1. Lefa said, please help me, save me. You know, just did the full save me Maharaga Deadlock edition. You know, doesn't want to handle the 1-on-1 anymore, but look, it's a smart move. If you're getting bullied in lane, don't ego it. Get help.
Yeah, and it's something where, like, you know, you may think, well, again, wow, the dive coming in here from Lefa, he really means business here, but he's got to be careful there because Fishcake say, oh, beautiful move in the double jump, dash off on top to the bridge. A really incredible stuff and getting some assistance here. Hydration's going to be in trouble. 100 HP. Fishcake is just the master of like 5 HP at this point, and wow, Big and Brolic, they're able to punish that. That's crazy, ZP.
What's that? I think I heard the Hydra Nation concept. What's that? Hydration Lefa? Nah, bro, you're on your own. Okay, there you go. Actually, it'll be interesting to see how they rotate around. Hydration is coming back, but lane 1 has been a disaster for Hydra Nation here thus far.
That is so crazy, and obviously, like you can create like these setups where you can enable your teammate to dive. And, you know, that's one way you can do it. Or you can just like have a buddy on the lane to just like help you pressure away the opponent, get extra denies, and like get yourself back into the lane. Well, hold on. Again, hold on. We got some more action. The combo coming in on lane 3 here.
That thing really is on brand for Krill, isn't it? Combo drop into combo.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Wow, what a start here. Up 2K by the 5-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, you don't, historically, Hydra Nation isn't necessarily a team to get super far behind early, but Big and Brolic making some pretty big mechanical plays. Abrams right now on the chase down, DMB going, oh god, wait, I'm actually on Abrams, what's going on? Punched in the face by Combo Fied. And if Hydra Nation isn't careful, this one could easily slip away from them, Dan. It has just been disaster after disaster. Good rotations and individual play from Big and Brolic have really set the tone.
Absolutely, it's pretty impressive so far early on. Fishcake, will Fishcake finally die? There's the swap on the HP. Lefa might be in a little bit of trouble. Fishcake has to back off. Oh, Owl comes in. Can Lefa follow up? No, Lefa can't follow up on that. That's actually enormous. Wow, that Owl's like a couple seconds earlier, ZP. This guy be dead.
Dan, usually you have to go into kill streak to call him a drone strike, but Lefa's finding a way to bend the rules. Anything to get the better of Fishcake right now in lane 1. That's all I know.
Oh my goodness. Fishcake. Fishcake. Able to stay alive. Unbelievable.
Existing, thriving, and surviving as Geist in lane 1 against Lefa, no less. Even if Hydra Nation turns this around, where, by the way, no one should be counting them out right now, still a very entertaining start to the game. You know, on the pocket, Hydration still able to find him with the killing blow. HP gone right after Affliction, leaving its toll with a little bit of extra on the side. So straight up
ZP, 4K difference this early is actually quite sizable.
Yes. It's quite sizable, and it's also who's getting starved. Lefa's getting starved. Lefa never starves. He's not used to famine. He gets 3 solid meals a day. It's not where he usually goes. As Goo Ball comes in, swap on top of it. Goo Ball doesn't much care at that range. Looking for the final strike. Wait, Flick, how are you living?
Yeah.
Well, not living anymore.
Wow, look at the gank squad coming on through, rolling in and rolling on out with their kills. And it doesn't seem to be any way to stop them here. Okay, well, there's the barrage, there's the wall. Can we get anything here in terms of a trade? Hydra takes down Lefa, and Quig is just trying to do what he can here with this machine gun.
Also, in Lefa news, Lefa did get some revenge on Fishcake, so things are equalizing perhaps a little bit in that continual story.
I almost feel like there should be like a comic strip about the duels that they're having, you know what I mean? Just like the emotional journey of that 1v1. But speaking of emotional journeys here, Yams is, oh my goodness, trying to stay alive, but can't do it.
Taking a fight early game versus Paradox is just so awful with the time wall there. It's like, well, time wall's up, guess I'll die. Unless you come with overrolling advantage or, you know, get the Paradox to the point that you can push them off. It's tough. It's real tough. But lane 1 continuing to be drama-filled as the whole squad rolls up to Lefa that time. 3-on-1. Operation Kill Lefa continues for Big and Brolic.
Certainly does. Fish Cakes is gonna get slightly slammed. The charge actually misses there, I think. So opportunity for Fish Cake to stay alive and maybe even get a kill here. Oh, it's gonna be Hydration is with the follow-up though. Couple low players here, but in the meantime, pretty deep Big and Brolic on that first lane. So Mo and Krill there.
The net summary of some of the skirmishing that's been going on here, Dan, is that things have actually evened up a little bit. Even with Guardians being even, and even with Big and Brolic seemingly, I would guess, still with a pretty big kill lead, 80% of it onto Lefa, perhaps. It's 41k to 39k, so the economy of Hydra Nation is difficult to ignore, and even though Lefa has been getting beaten up a lot, Hydration has not. Hydration already starting with a little bit of a gap, but combo is in, fist hit Quig, and now they go to the tower.
Wow, we found so many good combos lately. There's a Time Wall and Burrow. So we've got what looks like Big and Brolic in a pretty good spot here, able to defend this position against this attack fairly well. That said, Ido was pretty deep. He would get punished. And in the meantime, Fishcake's actually not as farmed as I thought Fishcake would be at this point in the game, I gotta say.
No, I mean, Fishcake has got quite a few kills, but kills relative to the jungle, relative to just getting more lane farm, in the end, they're not the biggest contributor to your net worth. I mean, they help a lot, but other people on the team are absorbing it, like Ido, who's at 7k at the same amount, which arguably for Ido might be low for him in pocket. But wall comes out, the Spectral Barrage, Fishcake going, whoa, 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 this wasn't the script, I was supposed to be going after Lefa, not this. But he got the teleport in from the Ams, senses the pressure, comes in. Part of why Mirage is such a high priority pick. You're able to stabilize in difficult situations, turn the tables. DMB now stuck in the corner, getting chased by all sides, back over into lane. Looks like DMB should be able to get out. But the rotation was swift, Dan, from Big and Brolic.
Mid-boss has arrived.
Yeah, we got the urn coming up on the left side of the map. That's where Lefa is at the moment. Oh, big swap. Setting Viscous in for the air. The cube comes in to save that, though. And in comes Mo and Krill looking for potentially a combo. Not sure if that's on cooldown or not. Hydration goes down as well in the trade against Gibbs. And the fight continues here, potentially. Lefa is still just chilling on lane 1 at the moment, but he could come over to help. I think that's what's happening. So Big and Brolic, they're going to get this combo, but they're going to be in trouble in a moment because Lefa's going to be coming in here to try to punish this. Lots of spirit damage coming out from Vegas as well with the power shot. And
I'd be worried about Lefa here. Not only takes down Ido, but might not be playing Shiv, but the rage meter, it's there in the background, Dan. There's anger from the early game.
I was going to say.
I put good money on it, is what I'll say. But Lefa comes in, picks up the quick kill there. And, despite all the drama and intrigue and entertainment of the beginning of the game, Lefa's at 10k.
Yeah, somehow is ahead.
He could not have suffered more punishment in the beginning of the game, and I'm looking at his soul count at 10k. Dear God.
Make it make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't math, and yet here we are.
He's got that hydration tech on the soul accumulation. And, well, Big and Brolic, they might force an engagement here around the urn. However, Hydra Nation might be more interested in pushing one of the walkers because there's 3 players here on lane 1.
Yeah, lane 1 right now, Hydra Nation back down to business. Things evened up, going, yeah, we're going to do a little bit of pushing. Owl coming out here from Vegas, chasing Ido all the way into spawn, as it turns out. But this is the brass tacks right here, Dan. Just good, solid damage onto the walker as it goes kind of deep. Goes really deep, ends up dying to Ido for it. That's a little bit strange, Dan.
Can Hydration get away here, though? There's the Google. I just honestly don't think there's a chance Hydration's going to be able to survive this. And indeed, he's going to get finished off there. Nice pursuit from Big and Brolic. In the meantime, Fishcake getting the better Quig as well, and they get the urn. So this is going to put them in advantage here on the souls by a few K. So good job by them.
Definitely not the worst. Again, for Hydra Nation, still not the worst case. I mean, down 5k, and against all odds. Again, the people that have the farm are the Amato and Shiv. It's kind of the same story as before. Vegas, though, getting hunted down right now by Fishcake. Goes for the egg, gets parried. Oh my word, is Vegas actually going to live? That is unreal. Hasn't gotten out of here yet, Dan, but very close to doing so. And while the chase down happens, Lefa comes to assist, takes down Gibbs. Lefa again into the fray, and by the way, Vegas lived. Vegas lived through all of Leffa though.
Oh, he's so low. ZP, Leffa is so low, but still alive. And he's bringing the damage in as a grapple.
Oh, what?
Oh, that's insane. Able to get that kill, chase it down, and, well, looks like at least Combo Fight is able to get one back, but he's lost 3 teammates in the meantime, and he might get taken down as well here. He's burrowing, but okay, he's like trying to set up a trap there around the corner, but looks like they have no interest in chasing him down, but surely they do. Okay, they're over the top. Leffa's coming back in.
You go up. You go up. Just no, not going anywhere.
Yep.
Just cut off. A McGinnis on one end, and Abrams on the other. And here's the downside, Dan. You die in middle. Sometimes you go, you know what? Let's take the mid boss down with us. But I don't know if this is like the case. They're going to buy right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if this is the moment right now. Okay, Leffa's going to pick up that farm on lane 1 in the meantime. Big and Brolic is starting to feel like, despite having that soul edge, it feels like Hydra Nation are a bit scarier in these full-on team fights.
Yeah, I mean, Hydra Nation, they've come back. Again, left at 14K right now. Being matched by Ido, the other soul hog. So, you know, economy masters on both sides, as it were. See hydration under a little bit of pressure. Bridge buffs coming up in 20 seconds, or rather not 20 seconds, but 40 seconds. Both teams getting ready for that as we speak. I feel like it's gonna explode, Dan, when buffs come up. If it doesn't explode.
Alright, well, we are about to find out. Alright, we have to see whether Big Brolic can respond here in this fight. Fishcake's trying to stay on this high ground here. Going to be forced down. And the fight's going to move further towards the mid structure there. This fight is happening all over the place, but Ido's able to chase down too. I think good old connection there from him.
Yeah, I think Ido. No, it wasn't even. Oh,
no,
that was just raw. Yeah, that was just raw damage. Right place, right time, and just utilizing the natural confusion you get out of the middle of the map with the multiple levels. You know, even with the mini map, it's tough. And Big and Brolic, they go mid boss. The timing here, though. You look at the respawn timers, Dan. I feel like they need to get a few more kills here. Ido says, sure, I'll go for Vegas. This time I will drop the Affliction. But what's going to result in here? It's going to result in Hydration coming up and saying hello. Drops the killing blow into Ido's face. And Hydration's going to come in and thank Big and Brolic for weakening the mid-boss, Dan.
Mirage is down.
Yeah, Flick getting the better of Yams as well. Fight with the trade, but yeah, there's the mid boss. Our little pip camera showing the progress there.
Also, you see, we've hit the phase of the game where alchemical fire is everywhere. Just saying, we're gonna buy it, we're gonna use it against mid boss. Double punch. No true steal opportunity there. So Hydra Nation back on top in what has been a very chaotically entertaining 16 minutes so far.
Oh yeah, wow. Can't believe it's just 16 minutes. Well, right now, Big and Brolic, they are on defense duty right now. That's pretty much the only priority. Defend these walkers. And maybe this is where the bog build comes into play.
The bog. We're bringing the bog terminology into Deadlock. I haven't heard anyone mention bog in Deadlock yet, but, you know, sometimes that stuff just catches on. As right now, taking a look at lane 2. Ido just working on a soul lead where, again, it still blows my mind that Leffa's at 18K after the absolute thorough thrashings he got. Unbelievable.
True. And well, lane 2 is where it's at the moment. Hydra Nation are surrounding these Big and Brolic players in this position, so it's like rather Abrams, the DMB is going to get out of there, taking a lot of damage. Obviously, the Affliction
takes the plague with him. Yeah, I don't feel very well. I'm gonna go home, get some bed rest. But Flick right now, you know, drops the wall. Don't know if it's gonna be enough to save. Getting hit from both ends. Flick though, very slippery on Paradox. Not dead yet, but finally, Yam's able to catch it. Meanwhile, though, back in lane 3, you got Ido on one end. You got Leffa on the other. Leffa getting burned down a little bit. In hot pursuit is the rest of Big and Brolic. Everyone's looking for Leffa going. We did this early game. We'll do it now. Leffa not getting away this time. 2 kills for Big and Brolic, giving up nothing else kill-wise in return. Do you think they gave up a walker, though? Yeah.
I feel like Leffa dropped a pretty big bag as well. I don't know if it was like 1,000, but maybe like somewhere in the 500 to 1,000 range. Always a nice little bonus.
Well, they're knocked down on the combo fight. Combo fight under pressure from all ends. DMB, the one that ended it. So just like that, Big Brolic now down 1. Hydra Nation sensing weakness. Seismic Slam up and over. Who are you gonna get? Gonna get no one. Tornado getting Yams out of the danger zone. No, not quite. In fact, still getting chased down. Got him out of the Seismic Slam, but it was not enough. And now get a little bit of base Guardians for your trip.
Yeah, this is actually, they're converting pretty heavily off of this. It's kind of worrying here for Big and Brolic. Got to be cautious to ensure that they're able to fight together here. 2 players down at the moment. And got that next down coming up in about a minute or so. There's a lot of jungle up on the map at the moment as well, so we might get into sort of somewhat of a position of like reset and farm. And that's going to allow Big and Brolic to kind of come out on the map a little bit and see if they can maybe engineer some kind of a fight. Because right now it just feels like if they just allow Hydra Nation to sit back and farm, they're only going to get further behind.
Death brings consequences.
Now is definitely the time to make moves. I think especially staring down the barrel of the Shiv Yamato, you don't really want to go that late at the cost that you're running. Even the Abrams, as it gets later, can be problematic for what Big and Brolic is running. So, yeah, I think a window of opportunity for Big and Brolic will be closing if they can't find something here sooner rather than later. Hydra Nation, by comparison, as you say, I think they're more willing to take this late game, should it go there.
Lane 3, where it's at right now. And there is the wall coming through. The wall is so strong in some of these fights, blocking off range of, or line of sight. Here comes the pursuit though. Combified, looking to see if he's able to find DMB. DMB escaping with such low HP. That's so sad if he's unable to find him.
Yeah, he got a tip. He got away. That was a full-on save. Power. I mean, Quig gave his life for it, but it ended up being a trade rather than an outright takedown on the DMB. Speaking of slippery escapes, no, Ido not able to pull it away that time. Leffa finding him just in the nick of time. And here comes Hydration going, oh, you guys have been fighting for a while? Let me clean some of this up. Oh, gets the survival mid-fight for good nature. Has the killing blow in reserve. Might not even need it as Leffa takes it all to himself.
Oh man, that kill that Leffa got onto Ido there really, I feel like, allowed such a snowball to happen. This is going to be a big conversion here. The value, the last like couple of minutes, Hydra Nation, I think what they've made like 15k additionally. They're 15k additionally in the lead. More base Guardians going down as well. 2 minutes to mid boss. It feels like that's the next play, ZP. Like mid boss into finish. It feels like at this point, I feel like we just hit like a power spike for Hydra Nation, largely because of both Leffa and Hydration.
Yeah, and also, I mean, Vegas at 20k is nothing to sneeze at, and I mean, you take a look here. What does a good fight look like for Big and Brolic now? It kind of has to be the beginning of the last fight, except instead of DMB getting away and getting saved by Quig at the last second, you actually kill DMB. Except it's going to be harder because you're even further behind. So the win cons for Big and Brolic have really just slimmed down here. And short of combo fight, just finding a really good isolation onto Hydration or Leffa, or at least like even Vegas, I don't really see how they win a full fight. They're heading into the territory where they can and will be stat checked.
There is a possibility right now in lane 2. Definitely a huge numbers advantage here for Big and Brolic. If they're able to get the fight going their way, we'll see if they can just manage to do something here. Ido looking for potentially a better position to engage. The combo fight's going to go down just in isolation. There's no help there whatsoever, so maybe it did not look as good as I thought it could be, as Big and Brolic are getting wiped.
Dan, they gave up the urn to take a numbers advantage fight where Leffa and Hydration still beat the crap out of them.
Yeah. I think combo fight got isolated inside the building, and like his teammates couldn't find a way to actually help him. And that's just terrible. It's so sad.
Yeah, I mean, macro-wise, it made sense to an extent of you give up urn and then you get some kills in return and it evens out and you get map presence, but they didn't get urn and they also didn't get kills. And now they're down 43k and the enemy Yamato is at 30k. Everything we were just saying about win conditions being hard for Big and Brolic, well, they're a whole lot harder now. It's hard to envision the future here, aside from Hydra Nation coming in and grabbing mid boss. Maybe Big and Brolic gets steeled in, but their options are quite limited now.
Indeed, farming. I'm sure that's right now. Big and Brolic, they got to be thinking like, okay, this might be our last chance here to maybe make something happen over this mid-boss fights. I don't, because if the longer they wait at this point, it's just like the worse they get. It's like using that poker example again. You're being blinded out in the tournament. You don't have 10 big blinds. Every time you wait, it's just worse and worse. You have to just pick a spot to shove it in. And what is your best possible position to do that?
I mean, right now, you have to hope Hydra Nation makes a mistake. I don't think Big and Brolic can bring this game back without a serious misplay by Hydra Nation at this point. The math does not support it. The stats are just too overwhelming. And, step one is you find somehow, some way get left out of position, but instead, Fishcake just gets sniped, you're down one. If you're Hydra Nation right now, you just go back to mid-boss and you kind of dare Big and Brolic, I dare you, come out here and take this fight. Because here's the thing, even if they get the steal, they're all probably going to die in the attempt right now. It's just, either way, Big and Brolic, it feels like they lose now.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what they're able to do. They might be able to find like a pick on the side here, but it's not happening. Big and Brolic going to be losing the rejuve, and off of the back of that, 2 players as well. So it's going to be just storm the castle now here for Hydra Nation.
And what was given up for that is, and truthfully is probably the most that they could hope for, a Walker goes down in turn. So final Walker, not even final Walker, but third Walker going down. But the rest of it is, oh, no. It's getting a little bit spicy out there, Dan. Crouch has hit a whole lot there. On to the player of the hour, no less.
Right. Well, there goes the patron, so at least that means quicker respawns. I do love that change that they made.
We've built up the underdog story all day long, but Hydra Nation, the 7-time champion here on DFN, on their way to 8 straight titles. Still the kings of North America here, Dan. The patron is going down. Big and Brolic, they made it interesting. They made it fun. But Hydra Nation continuing to be inevitable as they add another ring to their collection. Hydra Nation, take it all once again.
The 8th time. Unreal.
Yep.
Hydra Nation cannot be stopped. I would love to see them against the top flight European competition where like the pings are even. That'd be pretty sick. But right now, still undisputed, just the absolute best in North America.
Yep. Jake, I gotta say this: when it comes to Leffa and what we saw in the early game into the final conclusion, get knocked down 5 times or get back up 6 is how I'm looking at that right now.
Yeah, we were joking about him. He's like crashing out, is he raging? But honestly, like he recovered insanely well. I think he just like kept being willing to continue to fight aggressively, even down, like knowing that, like those kills, those deaths he's taking when he's down souls, they don't really matter that much. And when he gets that one counter kill onto Fishcake with a little help from Hydration, really equalizes the game from there. And then he comes back and is this menace that he's been all day today, basically both games back to back, this huge threat on the Yamato that there's just no answer for, no ability for Big and Brolic to really deal with at a certain phase of the game. I think their strategy just kind of fell flat. Like for me, this is a bit of an outdraft. Like as much as I like the thesis from Big and Brolic or the idea of this like bog draft, I think with how greedy Hydra Nation are drafting, they don't mind at all you having great deep push and you defending the lanes really well. Like they just don't care. They're just farming up. And so it's not really the recipe for victory.
And on that note, Dan, you also look at what they use to support all this too. You see Vegas pumping out tons of damage here. And, in a game where it almost felt like we didn't talk about him a lot, but so much space is being made by Hydration and Leffa that I feel like a great talent has never felt safer.
Oh my God, yeah. And that's like the scary thing. We saw that previously in Europe when you get like a Vindicta in a similar spot. When you have these, but actually even more so I think with Talon, because the burst spirit damage means that you only need really just a small period of time to see an opponent and just nail the spirit damage, because it's so ridiculous with Grey Talon. And as you say, like if there's no natural counter, or you can't even consider him in the fight, it's just free reign. We saw a lot of great ults, and just that compounding spirit damage was a massive problem. I mean, it's bad enough that you got Leffa, but to have the Grey Talon at the back line as well is just, there wasn't really any natural answer, I felt, in the composition for their opponents to deal with that.
Yeah. Well,
Shiv and Yamato frontline look just too nasty in a lot of these engagements, right? Like either one of them is just like kind of walking in fearlessly, tanking all the spells, tanking everything that they need to. And like you mentioned, right, great talent from the backline. It's actually top damage in this game. I'm kind of surprised to see that. I mean, I know Vegas had a strong early game, and I think that has got to be credited as like part of the reason somebody like Leffa is able to recover, is that great talent has some farm, can send some birds towards that lane, you know, can send some burst damage in the team fights and get Leffa back on his feet. But also to actually just beat top damage on a role where you're not really getting farm priority there on great talent is really impressive for Vegas.
So this brings us to one of the more difficult calls, I feel like, of the day. But, you know, once again, Jake, you are the one in control of it. The Intel player of the match for Hydra Nation. Who you got?
I went with Hydration, the namesake of the team. I think he was just like so stable. Well,
it is Hydration. Combo Fight did not join, but it would have been Combo Fight.
Craziest roster announcement of all time. No, it's Hydration on the Shiv. I think he's a key player here. I think, and as popular as the gun Shiv build has gotten, I would call that like the normal meta Shiv build right now, is to go gun. I think Hydration made the perfect read that in both of these series, he's got other teammates who are building gun. He's perfectly happy to go for the Spirit, let Yamato be on the gun build, which is just insanely strong right now, and just bring this different kind of presence in the team fight, the inevitability of Spirit Shiv, just taking away at your opponents, being able to tank through everything, and you got enough objective taking elsewhere on the squad. So just great decisions from Hydration. Was even willing in the early game, in that game 2, to come gank lanes, right? Like to come gank Leffa's lane, despite being on ostensibly a high farm priority role, where it'd be very reasonable, I think, for Shiv to just feel like, you know what, let somebody else go help the guy who's struggling. I'm just gonna like play my game and get my farm, get like my game going, and not worry too much about helping teammates. He's willing to come help in the early game, so really willing to do whatever the team needs, not like necessarily definitely like I feel like the worst mistake you can make as like a committed carry player is just over jungling, being too committed to your own game, not playing utility where it's efficient to come assist your teammates even in early game. But Hydration doesn't make that mistake at all this series. I feel like he was really clean, did exactly what his team needed at the right moments.
Yeah, I don't think it's fair to get to play with Hydration, because I feel like Hydration is like so like jacked into the Matrix. Yeah, because this is the thing, right? I know that Leffa can like farm like a maniac as well, because I remember like seeing videos on his like channel ages ago where he was basically like just box maxing as well, like all of the roots and so on. And I'm like, I wonder, did you get that from Hydration? I don't want to like take any credit away from Leffa. Obviously, the execution of it is what it comes down to. But this team is very, very good at like finding the most important things to be efficient on, such as farming souls. And there's been so many games we saw in other DFNs where even if they're having a hard start, it's like it actually makes a huge difference that despite the hard start, they are not behind nearly as much as they should be. And if they're getting ahead, they're going to be way more ahead than they should be. So it's just like other teams need to be able to like match that level of efficiency there, because that's such a big and clear edge.
Yeah, I mean,
no, go ahead.
I was going to mention just one moment in that game. Leffa ratted a shrine down in like the mid game. I don't know if you guys saw that, but it was like mid game. I think it was like a mid fight going on. People were fighting the mid boss. And even with Mo and Krill coming back to defend, Leffa just ratted the shrine, popped the soul transformation, keep going on the rat, and just pulled so much attention, created so much pressure on the map, like gets so farmed up, and just really understood his win condition this game, right? His win condition wasn't necessarily snowballing the early game. That would have been nice, but he didn't need to do that. And he understood that just coming back into the game, getting his farm, creating space by farming solo was exactly what he needed to do to make the comeback.
Well, Hydra Nation, they complete the 2-0. They stay kings of North America, but let's take a step back and just look back at the day as it transpired. It was a great day of Deadlock, and you know, a lot of that, you look at EU, nope, your screen is not lying to you. Aegis Aurora, Jake, Dan, new champions of EU, and they really set a tone for the day.
Oh my god, yeah, those games were really, really fun to watch. Not just the underdog story, but like if you even remove that, just the quality of the games that were produced by Aegis Aurora and sort of the way that they drafted, and for the fact, I mean, I don't think we've ever seen a team run Mo and Krill that effectively ever. And the fact that they didn't just win the finals against Buff and Joyce, they 2-0'd them. There's just like so much to love about that series.
Yeah, that was exciting. I felt like Big and Brolic brought a sort of similar style in NA, but Aegis Aurora, I think they had a more nuanced look at it, right? Like they're playing a lot of these frontliners, like really focusing on objective dominance, right? They won every single mid boss, right? In their games today on Aegis Aurora, every single rejuve was capped by them, and I think they got like maybe 90% of the earns. So insanely well done. But I think they also had like the late game. It was really nice to see. I mean, what they played looked like really sick to me. Like I'd be surprised if more teams in NA don't kind of copy that style after how good they made it look. And especially with Big and Brolic also showing that these like frontliner drafts have potential. Like I think they're maybe over committed to it on Big and Brolic's side, but still there's potential there. There is something to be said about innovating the meta and maybe straying away from some of the most dominant picks.
All right, so gentlemen, this brings us towards the end of the show. Jake, Dan, it has been a pleasure. It's been a long day also. Dan, any final words before we head off?
Just another, thanks to Intel for supporting the show. It's so amazing that we get to put on more of these with their support. And I can't wait to see the storylines develop. Things are getting spicy in EU. Obviously, the question remains in NA, who's going to be able to step up to Hydra Nation. But hopefully, just like you said, Jake, we're going to get some more research and studying of this style coming out of EU, brought into the NA sort of ecosystem, and that can also help kind of level things up through that cross-pollination. So fingers crossed, we'll get an upset, and Hydra Nation will be in a position where they have to fight from behind. We'll have to see.
Jake, how about you? Final words before we head on out tonight.
Yeah, just happy to be here for my first show on Deadlock Fight Night. Really enjoying Deadlock. The game's a lot of fun. Can't wait for it to continue to develop. Seeing the new patches and the new competitive play is a lot of fun. So thanks for having me.
All right, everyone. Well, thank you so much, all the viewers at home, for tuning in. And yeah, Dan already said, but thank you again to Intel for helping us put on this fantastic show. It was a great one. And guys, we'll see you next time here on Deadlock Fight Night.